Welcome back, everyone, to day a number. I've lost track. It's too early in the morning for me, but it's day number 12, if my math is correct, of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition. And what a way to start the day. We have some Counter-Strike action coming your way, but before we jump into that, we, of course, have a small little tightly made, really good-looking recap package, as usual, made by the guys at PGL. And check it out so if you missed the action from yesterday. Got to be careful. Doesn't want to give his health away. And now Derek is going to be easy pickings. Bottles is going to get taken down as well. Derek is a rock. He is a turret.
And while Shouser gets a second kill as he swings on the Corvin's player, luckily Papatrullo is a god. And he'll find himself free from CT spawn.
Yes! That's the first Zeus kill of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. This is an incredible showing micro. What is that? What is that?
Away.
Slowly just wide keeps up. He gets two. He gets two. Just sprinting at full pace round the corner. He's gonna get a third. How? No. How has he done that?
Oh, and their herd coming out. This is dangerous. Summer avoided the flash. Somebody's here to help, and it's a massacre. They've just wrecked them, and DanKing's still looking for kills. He's still going, and he gets a fourth, hopping up and down like it's whack-a-mole. And unfortunately, well, someone forgot to give Sigma the hammer.
Dorfu is not missing anything. He was missing so often at the start of this, but shows up and even secures it. Well, NCL with a headshot on Plank can come through because of that now, as they have full control of the lower side. And now STK has to try and clutch it out. And it's actually a team kill. Mayrolls dropping STK.
Mayrolls got 2 kills. Mayrolls looking for the ace. He should get it here. It's gonna be an anti-eco ace. He sees him. It's an ego ace. The Tigers roared loud yesterday, Urcast dropping an insane number of kills to take the win from Beyond, and heading into day number 12, we have a few more games lined up, and as usual, the stakes are going to be high. Some teams won't make it to the playoffs, and some teams would be playing for those placement points, wanting to avoid Tyloo themselves. My name is Blair, and welcome everyone to Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Fall Edition, and it's time for me to introduce you my fellow mates, psychopaths, lunatics, I don't know. You can use whatever word you want. We have Dinko, you got Mitch, and of course we have Tom as well. Everyone looking kind of prim and dapper. Mitch looking very blurry. Is that a state of your mind right now, Mitch? How are you doing?
I guess it is. I'm not doing too bad though. I'm feeling a little bit fresh today. Got a nice early night and ready for some just top quality Counter-Strike play as always. I'm ready to see the depth of strategies and teamwork. It's gonna be beautiful.
Your video, your camera looks like some. Oh, it's much better right now. It was looking like some of those certain Japanese anime, adult-oriented anime videos where everything's kind of pixelated. Looking like that for a moment.
Excuse me?
What?
Good morning.
Wait,
Good
There
morning.
we go. Just
Good
like that.
morning.
Everything's blurred out. Like Mitch is
And
not
immediately
fit
it is
for
gone downhill.
younger viewers. There
I
we
was,
go.
I was going to say quality of the camera, quality of the person, but you know that
I'm
works
talking
fine
about
as
pixelation.
well.
I don't know what. Look, I'm not talking about that video. I'm talking about like more mature videos in anime. Anyway, we just completely go somewhere else.
okay,
over
get
here.
back-
Let's get this
Yeah,
back
let's get
on
back to the
track.
Counter Strike. Let's God damn it, Mitch, you had to do it. Let's talk about the group standings as we have right now. It is kind of heating up a little bit. We have
see
Tyloo
that.
on top, who have yet to lose a single game. It has been some close matchups, but there they are, top of the table. We have Invictus, we have Tiger, we have Vici. Vici, of course, the caveat here being that they have only played 6 games, while all the top 3 teams have played 7. Checkmate in 5th position. Haven't seen much of them in the past couple of days. And of course, we have the bottom 5. This is where things get very interesting, Dinko, right? We have Bren. They play 6th. But for how long, right? They played 7 games. They're 9 points. They still have 2 more games to play. Beyond have 2 more games to play. Sigma have 2 more.
Yeah.
And After Gaming have 3 more. Now, let's be real. It's going to be very hard, I feel, for the likes of Huatzai or even After Gaming to claw their way out from the bottom of the table over there. But there is still a
Some
very
would say
interesting storyline
impossible.
between Bren and Beyond, right?
Yeah, I mean, after probably they have a chance, I guess, but they're not going to do it, right? But Huatsai is like just can't do anything. They're out of here. But when you take a look at Beyond and Brand, that's the main
Outta
storyline
here.
you got to follow for the group stages. And I think coming into this, you never really would have expected that to be one of the storylines. So it's kind of a surprise. Beyond, I feel like they're just not going to make it. As sad as that does sound, they have so many games that they have to win that are difficult now. You have After, right? That should be the win, but it's Vici. It's Vici that they have to beat. Always just have to beat them because Bren, they've got 2 easy games left. They've got After, they've got Sigma. Surely they beat them. I would just say if Bren even play like yesterday, if they play even half the level, they should be able to compete well enough against those teams. So yeah, I think it's pretty realistic we'll be seeing Bren head on to the playoffs and unfortunately be seeing Beyond take a dip. And that's not what we expected coming into this.
Well, that's how it does tend to play out, right? Surprises will be seen, some upsets, of course, coming out as well. Let's take a look at today's matchups. We have some interesting games, although some of these teams are teams we probably will have to say goodbye to in the end of this week. Sigma versus Checkmate, that is going to be the opening matchup here. We have After Gaming versus Bren that's taking place later on. And then, of course, at the end of the day, it's going to be Tiger, who have looked kind of resurgent of late, and they're going to be facing off against Huatzai, who have yet to get a single win, it's kind of rough for them, isn't
It's like
it?
the
Mitch?
Shanghai Dragons.
Shanghai
Oh,
Dragons.
Overwatch reference. Haha.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't ideal for Huatsai.
I get that.
Like they've
Even I got
been
that.
they've been a weak team kind of from start to finish, and what we're seeing from them, it is weird as well because I feel like Huatsai have got some level of competence to their lineup if you just look at who is on it, and yet they're just getting no results. And I think it's a decent example of the fact that you can't just have one guy doing all the carrying. Ronan Baby, 38 kills, they lose a map. Pretty much says it all. You can't have that kind of stuff happening. But when I look at the bottom of the table, with the exception of them, I think everything's really up in the air coming into today. This is going to be the day that sets the groundwork for what the playoffs can potentially look like.
Yeah, and of course we have Sigma ninth position right now. They are tied with After and Beyond. There is still a world where Sigma, they still have 2 more games to play, assuming that a couple of other teams lose their matchups. There is still a world that can make it. Let's talk a bit, Tom, about the matchup coming up next, right? It is, of course, going to be Sigma, and they're going to be facing off against Checkmate. Now, Checkmate, they are 5th place right now. They have played only, I do believe, 6 games so far. Yeah, so there is still a few more games remaining for these guys. Checkmate have impressed us. They have definitely impressed us. They've looked really solid. The only problem being for me, Tom, would be the fact that the map pool seems to be a little weak. Their Inferno's great, but apart from that, they seem to be a little weak map pool-wise. Is there a world where Sigma can maybe pull off an upset here?
Yeah,
Which is so weird to say. Like, I'm saying Sigma pulling off an upset against Checkmate. We didn't even know who Checkmate were a couple of weeks back. It's mental.
Yeah, I would say that obviously I'm going to favor Checkmate going into this series, but
Sure.
we saw Bren come into a match versus Checkmate and beat them very, very easily. At least on the first map, it was a 16-2. So if Sigma have done their homework and spotted some of the holes in this team, I would say it's very much possible. But they did well versus Invictus and Beyond, of course, but Beyond we really don't know much about at all. And I don't know. It's always going to be up in the air. I think it's very difficult to sort of predict. Okay, this team beat this team, so that means they'll beat this team. Although we love to try and do that maths, it really doesn't work. And thanks to teams like Beyond, that maths has completely gone out the window. But I think that it's unlikely that Sigma will win this one. But they've put up some decent showings, at least on a couple of maps here and there. And I think if they show up today, maybe Checkmate come in with one of the weaker performances we've seen. They could at least take a map. And you have to remember, Sigma got 13 rounds on Nuke versus Tyloo. Sure, Tyloo aren't a great Nuke team, but it means they can definitely put up numbers at times.
I'm not really surprised about this, Mitch. I mean, like Mirage, Sigma, yeah, Inferno, Checkmate. I think it's their best map. I think that they have a very real chance of winning that convincingly. Train is kind of the question mark for me personally, Mitch. I know Checkmate are kind of hit or miss on that, but I feel like Sigma's an unknown quantity on that map.
I mean, when you look at Train for Sigma, they've played it twice, right? It was versus Vici and Bren, and the Vici game they got completely stomped out, and they lost.
It's Vici though, yeah.
But exactly right. They lost to Bren as well, 16-13. I don't think it's a terrible risk for Checkmate to take if they're relatively comfortable allowing that one through. I think it looks a little bit better than an overpass, which. I mean, we talked about this the other day, right? Where I think it was Dinko was saying like he prefers to see teams play a little bit more to their comfort zone, and you could see it here that they've got a choice between Train and Overpass. They prefer Trains. They're going to go with it. And it helps that the results for Sigma aren't great there either. When you look at a Mirage, though, I actually think that someone like Sigma is a good chance. And for the simple reason that if you look at how close they were versus Tyloo and Vici, that shows these guys have got individual skill. Like, they've definitely got firepower. Because even if Tyloo are running around, they're not taking the game seriously, which most of the time they are, you're going to find that teams will still get stomped by them unless they've got the firepower, because it's all well and good to go, I'm going to hold here and wait for somebody to jump through a smoke, but if he hits the headshot faster, well, it doesn't matter. All that happens then is that you're about to die. So I think Sigma have got a decent chance when it comes to Mirage of really coming through and dealing some damage, but I would still favor Checkmate pretty significantly.
Well, I mean, let's just jump into the predictions there. Mitch, I'm assuming it's going to be Checkmate for you.
Yeah.
2-1, maybe?
I could see 3 maps. I could see Sigma taking maybe a Mirage.
All right, Tom, are you going to be believing in the Thai boys? Come on. Give me something here.
Oh.
Okay, cool. You gave
Definitely
me nothing.
not. I'm pretty sure that I was the person who said initially I think Checkmate are going to make it to the playoffs. So if you think I'm going to predict against them now versus a team who are currently right near the bottom of the board, then that would go against everything I previously said, which is something I will not do. So yeah, I'm also going to say 2-1. I'm not too confident in Checkmate's Mirage. As I said, I think their map was pretty weak for a team that I'm expecting to get to playoffs. And I do think in playoffs they will get banged. But I think on Inferno and Train, they should be fine. So I think they'll take it 2-1.
All right, 2-1s going the way of Checkmate. And Dinko, come on, just mix things up a little bit here. Come on, you have nothing to lose.
Right, I'm going to give you a reason as to why Sigma could win it.
I've heard you love some PP, so you should be fine predicting
Who
them.
doesn't love some PP overdose?
Yeah, no. PP, if he performs today, I'll be happy enough. But also reality, I think he's a very important player to this team. He's the star player. Yeah, maybe they'll get on each other and get going. And I think this is going to be a fun one. I think the Thai team could probably really give them a good fight. I don't know if they're going to win it. They're going to take Mirage. I'll predict that, but yeah, I don't think they're going to be winning this series. I think the 2 last maps are pretty good for Checkmate. So I'm going to go 2-1 for Checkmate, but I definitely see 3 maps.
All right, there we go. I think we have the game almost ready to go live. I'm going to give my predictions. I feel like Sigma are going to need a lot of PP Overdose energy, and of course, going to need Jesus himself coming in and saving them here. So I'm expecting Checkmate to take this one, but I'm going to go a little bit more riskier of a prediction. I'm thinking Checkmate's going to take this 2-0. I feel like they have what it takes. I feel like
not that risky.
Mirage is something they can just smack them down. Shut up.
I love how Blair's trying to lure Sonya. He's like, come on, pick the Thai team. So come on. He's
I
like,
think they're going to get banged
Checkmate.
worse.
I never said I believed in them. I just wanted you guys to be the fool over here. But, well, on that note, I'm going to be getting the hell out of here. I'm going to grab myself a cup of coffee. It's too early for me. I know it's early for you guys, and look at me bitching about it. But you know what? Tom, Mitch, take it away. Have fun with this.
Yeah, well, you know what, Tom? I feel bad for poor old Blah. It is so early for him. I hope he gets his cup of coffee. Hell, I think we should delay this game a little bit so he can have a nap. What do you reckon, Tom?
He can have a nap anyway, to be honest, and then just make up some stuff when it comes back. Not that any of us would ever do that.
I don't know if he'll have time, Tom. To be honest, this could be quite a quick one. He might oversleep.
Yeah, no one on this broadcast would do that and miss some segments if you were to go back and look at,
Definitely
say, maybe
not.
someone missing through a few of them. Then again, to be fair, one of the days he did just disappear, and then me and you had to come in and help out Dinko
That is
because
true.
his internet broke. Yeah, we're watching you, Blair. We know how this works.
Blair's had some
But,
interest in turns of affairs, actually, when it comes to it. He's had his internet break. There was a man drilling a glory hole in his roof at one point. It was very
I
odd.
don't think that's the truth.
That's what Dinko told me, but you know where his mind is all the time. We know what he was. It was actually early in the morning as well, so he was probably just off of. Anyways, let's get into the game.
A morning glory hole. There you go. Perfect.
We're here for Checkmate versus Sigma map number 1, and when you look at Checkmate, yeah, they're definitely the stronger team, results orientated 100%. And the most impressive thing about these guys, if you don't know this team, is that they've come in with a stand-in. This guy Techno, he's a player whose lighting is colored a little bit different. He wasn't with the team. He wasn't supposed to be with the team. This guy, one of their teammates, broke their hands celebrating getting into this tournament, and then Techno stepped up. We didn't expect a lot from him. He had no HLTV page before this event. That's a nice little angle by Rue. But he came in, and he has been the most impressive player on this lineup by far. Been a great debut for him, but in this round, he's going to get a 1-for-1 trade. Just Cause able to come through and pull it into a 3-on-2, and even a headshot. Oh my god, this guy is nuts.
Yeah, Kaz doesn't really know this, but he is basically already screwed in this round. Just Cause hitting everything. Didn't even need the flank in the end, which was coming in. And well, Sigma are going to take themselves the pistol in a relatively clean fashion as well. I'd be interested to see how Checkmate play this map, because that's one of the weaknesses I've seen from this squad is in terms of overall firepower, I definitely think they do have some vulnerabilities. And I genuinely think that we might just see some of these players like move up eventually to the likes of a Tiger, or maybe switch out a few here and there, depending on if there's talent up and coming. Also, if they can get their previous player back. That is a wonderful shot from Kaz, though. Someone I think needs to step up in the series today. We mentioned it slightly, but this is a must-win for both teams. Like, this can't be just one of those, like, oh, if we win, we lose. Like, for Sigma, if they lose this map, they're basically out. Like, the maximum they'll be able to get is 3 wins. 4, I think, is the bare minimum you can get to get through. And even then, you're relying on luck from other teams. For Checkmate, they still have a 3 games left, and they're already on 3 wins. So they could realistically come, like, in a top 3 still, depending on how the games go. Obviously, still expecting them to scrape their way through, like maybe be the 5th or 6th team, but who knows? Like, the last few games they have, they've got Sigma and After, and Vici. But at least 2 of those I would expect them to win. The Vici one, sure, that's probably going to be a loss, and that'll put them on 5 wins overall, which should be enough to qualify.
Not only to qualify, it's enough to potentially even tie with Invictus. And if they can manage to get that, they lost Invictus, actually, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Still would put them in 4th place, and they would only have to play against Invictus. Oh, but that's a Vici. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Let's move on. They're gonna have a rough time. I think actually, just looking at it, they're gonna probably be playing up against.
I don't think. I think once we get to playoffs, except maybe the 1st and 6th seeds, there'll be a difference. I don't think it really matters. You just don't want to be the last seed because you're going to be up against Tyloo.
Exactly. Yeah.
And well, maybe for Checkmate they put up a decent showing versus Tyloo, but at the same time, did we ever believe they'd win that series? No. So it's sort of one of those spots where if you get an Invictus, they've looked vulnerable. If you even get a Tiger, they beat Tiger already. So like there's definite opportunities for them if they do better, or if they manage to finish more middle of the pack. The problem is, I think if they were to face off against Avicii, which we will see going just before the playoffs, because that is one of the last games that will be played. That will be coming up tomorrow, in fact. I think Vici are going to smash them because that's the one thing. I think the thing that really sells home for Checkmate is they have a lot of good protocols, whereas Vici have the best protocols of any team. So I don't think they're going to match up too well. This is looking good though so far for Sigma. The cleanup looking strong. Lots of money made in the early rounds, and with the 3-0 start on Mirage, they're in a very good position. But this is where the going gets a little bit tougher. Kaz brings in an AWP. Actually, so does Rue. There's not been too many double up setups that have impressed me within this tournament. I think that a lot of the time it seems a little bit oversold, like with teams bringing up the double up. I think probably the most impressive ones have come from the likes of Tyloo when they like to throw it in, like either Summer or Ping was unreal. The one game that he picked it up, and then obviously somebody being the secondary AWP, always going to be OP as hell. But yeah, other than that, some of them have been fairly underwhelming. Aggressive position from Blitz. That's a one and done if ever I've seen one. And considering this is not necessarily a bonus round for Sigma, but a round that the CTs desperately need to win, that is not the best of starts.
Not ideal. Not what you envision when you think about the rounds. And I feel like for Checkmate, though, the mental position at the moment has got to be tough to deal with if they lose this round. Sigma could be on the verge of a morale victory, more so than just the rounds. It's all down to Hawk. He's tucked underneath the wood, and he's not being spotted just yet. He gets one, but that's all. It gives them a chance to get back in. Techno has swapped over to the M4 in this retake. Doesn't want a double op coming through. Connector, and what is Rolex doing? He shifts through the smoke, gives away the kill, and puts it all onto Reality Jesus. The op looking for a pick here. Little does he know there's two! The spray down almost connected. He could have gotten a second kill off of that. Luckily, it's what a swing by Reality Jesus. 4-0 for Sigma. A big win there for them. And 7-1 on Reality Jesus. He is dominating. The 2 players on the Sigma lineup have yet to get a kill.
Good. Yeah, 2 players have yet to get a kill, and then 2 of them combined have 16 Just Cause from his pistol round heroics as well. That's ridiculous. In fact, everybody else in the server combined don't even add up to those 2 players. So a great start. I think the sort of momentum that we're looking for Sigma if they are going to win this series. A team that, again, like both of these teams coming into this, we didn't really know a massive amount about. They came in as the sort of second team from their region, and interestingly, both have then beaten the #1 team in their region. So they've done their homework. For anybody wondering, for Sigma, that would be Beyond. Actually, both of them are beating Beyond. And then Tiger is obviously the team from the same region as Checkmate. Nice shot. Okay, Techno. That's not bad. This is I don't know if you mentioned it when you were bringing him up. Just for anybody wondering, he is 16 years old. So this is someone with a bright future within Counter-Strike as long as he finds the right team to get behind him. And well, there's not many players that I keep an eye on from the Asian region, but after doing this event, there's certainly going to be a few I'm going to watch. The same from the Australian tournament as well. The Young Savage, I think, will be one. Vexite as well. And then, of course, in this tournament, I think it's fairly obvious it's going to be Techno and Ronan. Rue, though, has just found another one. They didn't invest into this round, Mitch. This is just pistols. That's all they've got. Just pistols. And they survived with 4 players alive. I was saying how good the Sigma side were doing. And now this has happened. It's too early for this, Mitch. It's too early.
At the same time, though, you've got this position where, 2 players are having this really, really rough time. is it reliable then? You know, if you take down the likes of Reality Jesus and Just Cause,
But he one-degged both of those players.
Yeah.
Like the 7-1, the 9-1. They're just like, see you later. You ain't got nothing on me.
he is unbelievable. But with that, you know, Checkmate, they find this round. It's a godsend, but it's not repeatable. Oh, I love that
He
attempt.
gets the fadeaway.
I really love the attempt by Hawk. I think that was 100% the right play, but Rolex hitting that shot is 1 in a million.
Oh, nice shot from Kaz. Got to try and bring this one back. He's dead. That's a really nice Molotov, and PPO Vidos able to capitalize on it. Techno's trying to get back in time, and well, I was going to say he's got an opening, but the smoke's gone down. Seems like Sigma definitely well drilled on this map, and that's something I like to see. That sure, the smoke's not perfect, but at least it's there. I think that's the level I'm hoping for at this point. Techno, last man standing. They do have some extra cash in the bank, but not a huge amount, so he should probably try and save, if anything. This almost looks like an attempted ninja, which, well, not gonna work. He's been spotted as well. Even retreating should be impossible. Niffy waiting on the angle. And yeah, money's actually not too bad in this case. They will be able to get a buyout. Orps can come in as well for the CT side if they're going to bring them in once again. And by the looks of it, they will. I wonder, was that actually a glass cannon for Kaz? But yeah, this shot, that's so lucky. Yeah. You could tell, like, even he was probably like, oh, that was close.
Yeah, Hawk was so quick to react there as well and swinging around the corner. I think probably the onus a little bit on his teammate, but at the same time, they were baiting in. Look at this faster play, up in the pace towards short, getting the map control, and then they just pump the brakes. They're happy with what they've got. Reality Jesus, though, takes down Rue, so they look for the control over the site. They've spotted Techno in short. They know where he is. The molly down. They don't expect him to already be in this corner. They think he's deeper down, but they're still checking it, still being cautious. And that's what I like to see. Not leaving their bias in where he would be to get themselves killed. Blitz, I think he might have heard if he get ticked by the Molotov. And I thought that was a lineup, but now a 2v3, a difficult position for Checkmate to pull back into. Hawk is trying to creep out on the side, but his teammate falls on short. He spams and gives away his position, and with that, the round ends 6-1 to Sigma. What a convincing situation this has been in the early half.
Yeah, great start for sure, and it just seems like really that it's a lot of pick play. They're getting a hell of a lot of openers. Their players are performing well, and in this situation, it was just a lot of 1v1 duels. In fact, every single one was very, very easy for them. And we're going to see the smokes being set up. And this time, once again, it is only going to be pistols. Then again, those are the only rounds that have actually been won. They're in a decent position here. Blitz holding onto the angle. He's got Hawk to support. Again, these pistols seem to do the damage, but it's Reality Jesus. Not just to find one, but find a second through the smoke. He's retrieved that AWP. Kaz is dead for sure, but he takes one with him. That was actually quite smart. He delayed a little bit, although they should have heard him burning in the Molotov anyway. Techno is still standing alongside Rue. I'll make that just Rue. 2 players to find. Not going to be going down, but it's not going to give him much of an angle. I thought he might try and jump over the top. He's taking nade damage and hoping to grab an angle onto one of these players. But the fact is, this round is basically over unless he pulls off a miracle.
I mean, look, 2 digs, it's not impossible, but when there's a couple AK bullets in you, it definitely is. I feel like Sigma, they're so far ahead right now, and in that mental game, for Checkmate, it's going to be difficult to keep themselves in this one. Remember, Mirage is not a map where you can say, oh, well, you know, at least in the next half, they'll be able to bounce back. Like, it's a very even map, and coming into this one, with Sigma in the position they're in, we need almost a flawless half to come out for Checkmate. I think there's a lot of pressure on them coming into this buy round to get the rounds on the board. Otherwise, they're going to make things pretty difficult for themselves when it comes through to the next half. Task only gets more difficult, but at least in this round, A little bit of the weight has been lifted off their shoulders. A good opening pick by Kaz leaves them in this position now to let the T's make the drive. They don't need to do anything over on the CT side. They don't need to play overly aggressive or give away picks. They are maintaining control over bottom mid and just making sure no one comes through underpass from the connector play. But other than that, it is just it's not even a standard hold time. There's only one player B, and he's not even jump spotting aggressively. I don't like this setup at all.
Yeah, I think he's using a little pixel gap in the window to jump spot. So he is spotting, but he won't see them until they're a little bit further. So that's going to be the call. So I actually quite like that jump spot. It's a lot safer than the regular one that we see. Now Ruse managed to find a kill. The rotations come in. Techno's gone down, though, and Ruse going to fall as well. Kaz eventually gets one, but he's having to try and wide peek just to find anything more. And the shots coming across are doing a hell of a lot of damage. Rolex is going to drop one. And with Just Cause alongside him, I would bank on them winning this round. The CTs also don't have a kill, although I imagine there's one down on the floor somewhere. I would hope so, at least, with the amount of money they had going into this round. Blitz also, with a full belt of utility. HE, Incendiary, can force Just Cause out of this back window, but he's probably going to go for the element of surprise. And he should have a free kill onto either one of these players, but Just Cause, how's he managed to hit that shot? It's left all onto Hawk. He spots the man at the back, but he's being surrounded slowly, and the time is ticking away. Sigma, they're going to win an 8th round. That was looking like one that should have gone the way of Checkmate, but they're just not hitting their shots.
Yeah, this is a flat performance from Checkmate off the bat. Leaving them in a position 8-1 down, Eco coming up. I mean, I don't know where you look if you're the Checkmate side. I don't know what you can say to your players if you're a coach for this team. You know, it's grim. It is grim. The chances of them coming back are very, very low. But Reality Jesus opening up this round, I mean, I suppose it's not too much of a surprise. They are just up against pistols, and it was a mid-peak with an op. It'd be more upsetting if the Deagle had found that. At least Blitz comes back with another. But for Checkmate, I've got to see this position where things change. That B hold from the previous round, I really don't like it because I think the jump spot itself is good. In fact, I much like yourself, I very much like it because it doesn't give you that added risk with the new balcony. Well, the current balcony, shall I say. Not that new anymore. But problem is, that works very well if you have a player on short. Because the player was in ladder room, you will not get the reaction in time for them to come and help you. So you spot them and go, oh, they're coming B, guys, but you're still in a 1vx whenever they come out.
He did get there in time.
Well, that was more the fault of Sigma not upping the pace.
That's true, but yeah, in this case he did, but they still lost, which if anything is worse. Oh dear. It just seems like they're not on point at the moment. I'll be honest. I think even on an individual level, we're just seeing poor performances across the players from Checkmate and Sigma. Well, they've done their warm-up today. Individually, well, maybe not Niffy, but that's been one of my sort of problems of this squad, is he has gone missing on multiple maps now throughout this tournament. But the rest of the squad performing incredible. Just Cause 16-3, Reality Jesus 14-4. I wonder how Blair's feeling about his 2-0, because I'm not even feeling confident about my 2-1, and I expected them to lose this map.
Yeah, see, there's a big difference, right, Tom, between them losing this map and being absolutely bodied on this map. Because when you're losing all these aim duels, I don't think anybody's going to come in and go, well, you know, maybe they just weren't comfortable with Mirage. Like, no, they were. Everyone's comfortable with Mirage. And
maybe they weren't confident with Counter-Strike.
Exactly. That's more the question. And at the moment, it is definitely looking like it's an argument that could be made. The Sigma are looking like, ooh, okay.
Oh,
they're looking
okay.
good. That's a nice little push. The nade obscured the vision, but into Just Cause. He's just getting the opportunities. He's done good damage, but still the man advantage taken firmly out of their hands. This should be a checkmate with another round at long last.
One tap.
Clean.
156 ADR. Damn, and 23. Well, that averages out quite nicely. Let's see, you put them together and they're two okay players.
In fairness for Niffy though, he's they are up 9-2. Like you can come in running into sides backwards if you want. At
I
that
wouldn't
point.
recommend it.
Yeah, well, if you're winning rounds, maybe it's...
Summer does it.
Somebody does it through smokes.
He runs him forward. He's not expecting any sort of flash. But here we go. Execution onto the B site. The B site hold has been weak so far, and Techno's only going to manage to get one. Rue has to re-peek, and he gets caught out. The curse of the B site continues once again. It's something we've witnessed throughout this tournament. It's something we've witnessed for Checkmate, where their B site of this map was poor, and it's still looking that way. And the thing that's disappointing is they are very, very slow to try and adapt things. And mostly their adaptation is one of, what if we put an AWP there? Which it's never going to fix all of your problems. Like if your initial B site holder is consistently getting wrecked, you need to either switch up who's there, maybe take some aggression. Like we haven't seen them actually try and take apps control. It's always just been, well, you sit back, try and get a kill, and we'll try and like almost retake or get there on time. It's just not a good setup. And you can see that there's someone like Techno at the moment, although he's not even that far down on the board, he's struggling with getting a kill and dying, which in some sites, in some situations, that can be enough. On the B site of Mirage, it's not. You need to be living longer than that. You need to be taking players down. You need to be slowing the push. Now, they're taking a second tactical pause, which I appreciate. But at this point, I feel like you either need to get an initial setup where maybe Kaz is holding into the apartments deep, set him up with some smokes to get him in position to try and hold this down, or even just go for a riskier stack in the initial stages of the round, because note that Sigma only really go there within the first 30 seconds. So if it's not there within 30 seconds, then rotate some players off, switch things up, have the AWP hold down some angles in a more passive way, or even just play a retake strategy on A, which is very much viable, especially with the amount of utility they have. Just fighting with these standard setups on the B site, it's not working for you, so change it.
Really, the issue is how they're turtling, right? The fact that they are just saying across the map. Now, I'm talking their mid control has been, I think this is one of the most aggressive positions we've even seen anything attempted around middle. And there's only one player here. At most, they're going to take down PP Overdose. And it's a straight push into the A site. One player in position. One smoked off. No smokes. No, they're just going to go out and take the fights. All right. Okay, well, it's worked for the kills as they go into a man advantage. Smokes eventually. Surely. Then cross them with a flash. And, of course, they win that fight. They don't deserve to, but of course they do.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't think either team played this round well. Like a 4v4 retake, I'd say that you could probably have that in the bag, but instead Blitz decides to wide peek when he knows there's multiple players pushing. That's just stupid. Like even if they didn't put down a smoke, like it doesn't matter. Like even if you get one, chances are they're traded and then you're in a worse position than you would have been. Peek back in from Rue though. Techno, okay, he's found another one. It might not matter the previous mistakes if they can take this round home. Niffy, he's been having a bad game so far, but he might have just saved them here. He's going to find the final man through the smoke. 11-2. He stepped up when he was needed. Wow, this map's done, surely. Everything I've seen so far from Checkmate is back to what we saw in the initial days where it was just disappointing. And the problem is, you're right, like, the peaks that the T's were taking here were silly, but that peak is just stupid. Like, what are you expecting to happen there? Like, you know that they're pushing the A site. You know there's a player in Palace and multiple players on ramp. So you wide peek out on an angle where you can be seen from Palace, ramp, and anywhere else on the A site?
Not just that, Tom. The issue I'll highlight even further is the fact that they played a setup which was based around mid control, which had 2 players B, 2 players mid. They got pushed on A. At that point, that what I would describe your A-hold as is retake. So why do you not set up to retake? That is literally the point of your... Sorry, where's that gone? Where's that molly gone? It's gone in the door. Someone sat there having their dinner. They just sat eating a chicken sandwich. And the molly's come through their door. That's... Well, it's closed. It's faded through. Poor fellas. Luckily, it looks like they're Their decor wasn't made out of wood because it hasn't caught fire, so they're all right. Just a little bit of a tickle, a little bit of a wake up. Probably saved them a couple quid on heating, actually. Although looking at where this is, I don't think there's much heating necessary. And this map is based in Morocco. So there you go. And I'll tell you what, Sigma, if they are the Moroccan terrorists, they're going to be coming in saying, I can't remember the phrase now. Never mind.
Fantastic. I'm glad you brought that
I
one
remember
up.
it now. I remember it now. God damn it. So one of those things, you remember a specific thing that you learned at one point, and then as soon as you go to bring it up, you're like, oh, this is a time I can bring up that thing. Wait, what was the thing? It's Alhamdulillah, which is like, oh, thank God. Because they're dominating. They came into this, and it didn't look
What
great.
does it mean?
I just told you, it means thank God.
Oh. I thought that was like you going, oh, thank God. Like, I thought that was like a...
Oh, right, okay, I get
like,
you.
thank God
Thank
you
God I
remembered
remembered.
it.
No. No, it's that's what it means. It's like, oh God, thankfully that one's worked out. But oh no, he's gone through the window and they have no idea. He's a cat burglar and he's come through and he's stolen away Rue's life.
Yeah, now he has 10 lives. Well, Rolex, he'll go down, but the trades are coming in fast. PP overdose even just with the last few bullets. He's going to kill off one more man. This has been a poor performance from Checkmate, to say the least. Like, we spoke about them having a weak map pool, but to this extent is slightly ridiculous. I understand that they've got to stand in, but this has been, well, ungodly. And to be honest, I can't even put it down to the stand-in. Like, sure, the B side was weak, but the A side wasn't good either. Mid didn't work. It just seemed like they got beaten out on an individual level, and Sigma are here to play today. 2 players right at the top of the board, but it's not like there's been a weak link for this team. Niffy was having a slow performance, then wins a clutch and pushes himself back up on the board. And well, 13-2. Blair said he thinks this is going to be a 2-0.
For
See if he's
Checkmate.
right, you know? Yeah, for Checkmate.
That's the important part.
Yeah, he didn't believe in Sigma at all.
We told him it was dangerous. We told him, maybe not the best idea. We all went 2-1. But boy, he's a rogue agent.
We all thought it was going to be a close tie.
Oh, yes, Rolex. Great pick. He's out of there. They flash just cause though, so he's not able to catch up the kill on the cross. And then Rolex is overwhelmed. They're smoked out, and this is it's gonna actually be a retake.
Well, they've got a kit available to them. The smoke going to be used to try and get them out the door, but the thing is with that door, it's a very small angle. So even spamming through the smoke is going to be relatively easy for them to do some damage. It's going to be tough to get back into this now, especially with Rue finding another kill and PP overdose. Oh, he's not going to quite connect his shots. This is all too easy for Checkmate. They get themselves a pistol, a small lifeline as well. They have got a serious road to travel if they're going to bring back this map. But I would even just say, even if they get like 6-7 rounds, that build up a little bit of confidence in terms of their individual aim, I think that'll be good going into the next map.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you look at the position for Checkmate or any team. We've spoken with a lot of professionals, and they always say that finding those couple rounds towards the end of at least most teams, I know some don't think of it that way, but most teams in many different games have said that finding a couple rounds towards the end of a game, going into your next map, you're going to feel a little bit more confident. I think it applies even more so if it's your map coming up. But at the moment, Sigma, well, they've looked confident. They've looked clean. They lost 1 round. Let's see if they can pull it. Oh my God, they've left Rolex to find almost 3. 295 damage done. A 3v3 with players so low that 1 Deagle bullet will take down 2 of them. Rue is the only one that has full HP. Luckily, he's the one taking the fight on the PP overdose, but then Niffy, he jumps through the smoke. And he is the hero of the CT side in this instance. Taking on the low HP player, but it's still Rue to deal with, and he's the only one left. They've spotted him in the corner. They know where he is to jump out, and they win the round. This is disgusting.
I got a little bit close on the time. A few more seconds would have been enough. You almost think if he wasn't in that close corner, they probably would have won that round just based off timing alone.
I almost
But
think if
this
his
time-
teammate at bench didn't just wide swing and get himself killed for no reason.
Yeah, it was interesting that Kaz decided to do that on such low HP.
And such low time.
Yeah.
And considering the position of his teammate. And that was just a stupid decision, really. And it's something that we compliment Checkmate for again and again to see, you know, they're structured, they have good decision making. Well, that right there, I mean, look, I'm all down for playing with confidence, Tom, but when you've got 3 rounds out of 17, maybe don't.
Well, they've gone for the buy anyway. At this point, can't really blame them. The overdose flashes himself into the underpass, but not really going to see too much, and he's actually going to go pushing into mid, clearly feeling very confident in himself, and considering he has one of the only rifles, this is a fairly big risk. There's a couple on the other side, but then again, none of the other players... Actually, Blitz does have armor, never mind. So if they did manage to find the kill onto him, that would be a pretty huge pick. Gonna try and have the setup. Nice Molotov, but actually there's a smoke coming up from a teammate. That's clever. He doesn't have to wide peek into the angle anymore. He can just sit in the corner, and they're gonna rotate Just Cause in to try and help him out. A little bit of team play, and he's gonna try and hold. Oh, the timing! Oh, it just about gets it done. The peak coming out from Just Cause won't get anything, but they've still got this man just waiting at the back, and they're just pushing to try and help him out of this corner. Very supportive teammates of Sigma. And honestly, this has been a fantastic performance from them. Techno now, the only one left alive. A 1 versus 4 turn 3. And well, he's got to try and retrieve the bomb now, as that fight really didn't go to plan. They were hoping to steal a weapon. Instead, PP Overdose is still standing, and Techno is the one to hit the deck. 15-3. Sigma have got this one in the bag, and there's not even going to be a buy going into this final round.
I sure hope Bled didn't take that nap, because we might not have him for this segment if he did. It is, I mean, I was joking saying it could be a quick game. I did not think it would be, Tom. I'll be honest. I saw a fairly drawn-out, scrappy series, but here we are. Sigma. Even a loss in the pistol round, they come back into the second. There is no stopping them right now. And they've undoubtedly looked like the better team. I mean, Tom, yourself and myself have been big fans of Checkmate from very early on. I still, you know, I don't know about you, I'm still standing by the fact that they'll probably make it to playoffs, but I don't know if I can stand by the fact that they'll win this map. Or, not this map. I definitely can't stand by that. I don't know if I'll stand by the fact they'll win this series. It's all well and good to say you have a bad map, your opponents felt more comfortable, yada, yada, yada. They've just played atrociously as individuals and as a team. Never mind, I'm not even taking the map itself into consideration. Decisions like that 2 versus 2 where Kaz just wide swings.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, again, we talk about the depth within their map pool being poor, but this is another level. That nade, that the chance to get 2, and instead it gets absolutely none, but it's whittled away the remaining players even lower than they already were. Rolex is in a prime position. Nice shot from Techno, though. Again, he seems to be the lease of life on this team. One of the only rounds they've won was him getting a couple of deegs, and Root has gone fighting. Techno's going to go with him. It's left into a 2v2, but with 25 HP between the 2 remaining players, it is still not a good position to be in. Blitz is trying to hide around, but he might actually sell out Techno, and in fact, he's going to go down as well. One of the fastest maps we've probably seen in the PAL so far. A 16-3 in favor of Sigma. They have absolutely decimated Checkmate, the team that we expected to win this one. And well, they're going to have a real turnaround on Inferno if they are going to be able to take this.
They definitely are. And, you know, that is a wild series. Not one, or map at least, not one that we expected to see go quite that convincingly, even if we did think it could go towards Sigma.
Listen, I was trying to be, you know, a little different from the rest of you guys, trying to make things a little interesting, but fine, rub it in.
Sigma.
Listen, I wanted to take a quick nap. You know, it's still early in the morning for me, but Sigma ruined everything. But jokes aside, that was one of the better speedruns we've seen so far in PAL 2020 fall. And I have to agree with you guys. It felt like Checkmate were napping They weren't hitting the shots. At Sigma, they came in ready, Dinko.
Yeah, they did, and I think this overall match was just impressive from the Thai side. You know, coming in, it was never really a match where you felt like they were uncomfortable. There was always they were always in control, and that was kind of a strange one for me, honestly. Coming into this, I was expecting a bit more of a fight from Checkmate, but Sigma just very comfortable on Mirage, and we see why they constantly pick it, because it was a bit of a hindrance at times in terms of them picking this map. I always feel like they could have went towards a different one, because every time they picked it against some of the teams that were really, really solid on it. So we got to see flashes, we got to see their weaknesses, and here against Checkmate, clearly just the better team overall. And I'm impressed, honestly. Sigma are a very impressive team when they're all showing up like this, and it gives me faith going into the rest of the series. I think coming into this, Checkmate definitely still the favorites, but Sigma are going to bring a fight to them across this.
Do you still believe, I'm going to give this one your way, Mitch, do you still believe that it is going to be Checkmate? Because here's the thing, Inferno's a map that they're very comfortable on, they're very, very solid on, but it's a map almost every team who plays professional Counter-Strike at any level are going to be decently well versed on. And especially for Sigma, when the individuals popping up, like players like Just Cause, like Reality Jesus, having a game like that, do you feel, you know, do you think Checkmate's going to have time to kind of mentally reset and come back on map number 2?
I mean, Play, you were the one that thought they'd win 2-0, so you're their biggest fan. But no, for me, I can never, ever side with the team that just played the way Checkmate did. I wouldn't care if this was Tyloo. That was ridiculous. They played terribly individually in terms of, you know, hitting their shots. It's a very basic form of Counter-Strike. But then even the decision-making, when they got advantages, they were so quick to throw them away. Now, maybe because they were so far behind, I don't know how they deal with that mentally. Maybe that's where they do just descend into chaos and go, hey, 2v2, bombs planted, 20 seconds left. Oh, just wide swing. Take fights one at a time. Like, maybe that's how, specifically because they were losing by so much. But I don't care about excuses at this point. There is no way you could stick with a Checkmate prediction coming into it, even if it was a map Sigma had never played before and Checkmate had practiced for 6 months. I'd still favor Sigma just because they played better Counter-Strike on a map that both teams are comfortable with.
So a little bit of flip-flop happening over here. Interesting. Tom, you be also going to be changing your predictions? No? I like that. No. I can appreciate a man just sticking by his guns, Tom. Yeah, you're a real man, unlike Mitch. Look at the flip-flopping. Like looking down in shame. It's like, yeah, well, I'm going to go with Sigma now. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a very quick break, and we'll be back with map number 2. Can Sigma close it out 2-0 and kind of stave off getting disqualified, or rather not disqualified, rather getting knocked out of the tournament? We're going to be finding out, but that's going to be after this short break.
In and out, nice and quick. That's what I appreciate. It's like the fast food joint of Asian Counter-Strike. A very swift map, Tom. And now we look into one more. Inferno coming up. Now, Sigma looked better on Mirage. Yep, every single way. I think the only thing they did poorly was losing rounds. And when I look over towards the Checkmate side, there was a lot to be desired. We talked a little bit about it on the desk there, Tom, about which team you might favor coming into this one. And you decided to stick with your Checkmate pick. Well,
Yeah.
explain.
I think they're a much better Inferno team than they are a Mirage team. The problems they had on Mirage seemed like a slow start to the day. They've had a little bit of time to try and get themselves back into things, and this is a map they feel much more comfortable on. Obviously, they're starting on the T side as well, so get a little bit of a chance to sort of warm up into this one. I think they can still bring it back, and I'm also not someone who flip-flops my predictions. I don't like to sit on the fence. I stick to my guns. I'm not a coward. You get where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I get where you're going. Vlad's a coward for swapping over his vote from 2-0.
Yeah, for sure.
But Vlad might not believe in the 2-0 for Checkmate anymore, down to the, statistical fact, or the empirical fact that it's not possible. But in this game, at least they might be able to come through and win the map. Now, a little bit of a whiff from Niffy. He has had oh my god. Niffy's had a really rough time. Really rough series for himself. The upside is that the rest of his team hasn't. And he's also not really been needed. Now, in that round right there, see, if you're 1 for 8, I think, at one point, but your team are leading 10-1, I don't care. I'm not gonna harp on about you. But in rounds like this, where you might be needed, like, he is the beholder. Obviously, we're not seeing the replay because it was atrocious, but you're the beholder. You've got to be delivering some damage. He had the opportunity. He caught players off guard and didn't hit any shots. We cannot see that. If that's what we can expect from your dedicated B player, well, I think Checkmate will go B a lot.
I wouldn't be overly surprised. They're going to buy into this one off the back of the bomb plant, and it's not a bad start for Techno. He gets a trade with the MAC-10, gives his teammates banana control, but the rest are still lurking around the other side of the map. Lots of noise being made, though. I assume that's intentional, although the bomb is being dragged in that direction, so a little bit of a peculiar decision to make this much noise if you are going to go towards that side of the map. They're going to gather up, though, and maybe they fake the sounds, almost like, oh, we're making so much noise, you must think that we're going in the other direction. But with both players still sat towards the back at the B site, rotation will take a very long time. And Just Cause, alongside Rolex, they're going to have a pretty big task on their hands. Now, Just Cause was incredible in that first map. Someone to pretty much rely on from beginning to end. They're going to need that once again. And the wraparound already coming back in. The 2 Galils from the Arch side. It's not the best of starts, though, as Rolex already managed 1 kill. Just Cause is going to clear out another, and they are making this hold work. The crossfire between the 2 of them makes it look all too easy. And Checkmate, that should have at least been a 2-for-2 trade. The fact you get nothing done is poor.
I mean, Checkmate in general, though, at the moment, they're in this spot where it's grim from start to finish, really. I like the opening. That was probably the only part of this round that I did like. The trade onto Niffy. So that push by Techno straight up towards top banana. He hid behind the smoke. He heard Niffy spray away. And then immediately swung through and took him down when he was out of ammo. Look at the confidence Sigma have got. They're pushing banana. They're pushing apps. They're pushing mid. There's literally not one part of the map they're not pushing. They are pushing everywhere. And just pincering in. Now, Tom, versus Deagles, versus this kind of buy. Oh, Techno. He's so clean, man. But you don't push. Not versus this kind of buy. This is just confidence. This is Sigma just going 0 to 100 on their asses and showing, like, we don't care. We do not respect you. We are the better team. And in a way, look, is it a good strategy to rush versus this kind of buy? No. If you know that your opponents are on the Nico in matchmaking, are you going to make this call? Maybe if you're a silly person, but you shouldn't, is the point. But in this instance, I don't mind it. Context. First map, you dominate them. Second map, you come in, close enough pistol. Second round's not really close at all. And then you come through and just go, let's rush. And this This one looked better for Checkmate than the previous did, Tom. And in the previous, they found a 1-for-1 opening trade on Banana and left a solo B defender. So, you know, that was a really good early round start. And somehow, Just Eagles ended up in a better position. That's upsetting for Checkmate. I think there's a lot of pressure on them now. They will put a lot of pressure on themselves because they've got that early deficit, especially with how the previous map went, to get rounds on the board now. And that can play really negatively into your mentality.
He's gonna repeat this. That's silly. That's such an aggressive play. Just Cause though, that's huge. He's gonna spray down 3 players as they make their way through into middle. He has been the rock of this squad, the star player today at least. While Techno and Rue, after what was such a solid start getting that opening pick, they got a lot of work to do. PP overdose is too quick on the trigger, and Rue now left 1 versus 3. That's the first kill. Now, he does have the bomb in his hands. The other player on the site, there's not much of a crossfire here because the players within the library, he would have to wide peek out. Rue can't really clear this back corner of the site, and unfortunately, he's throwing the Molotov into the wrong place. Going to leave him without too much information. Smoke going to be going over, which will give him a chance for a 1v1 duel, but he has to try and clear out this player within the corner, and the push might be coming through the smoke. It won't be needed anyway. Rolex finds the final frag, and Sigma are going to get a 4-0 start.
4-0. Jeez. I mean, this is just looking ridiculous. And as I said, you know, Tom, I do feel like players are going to put a lot of pressure on themselves if you're Checkmate to really bounce back into this one. And the fact that they're going down 4-0 and now presumably 5 because they've got pistols again. The confidence on display from Sigma, the individual ability. Well, I'm really not feeling good for Checkmate. I think this is somewhere that any... Oh, Techno, he's... What was that? What? Tom? Why did he... Oh, that was beautiful.
Okay. Tech9's back.
If only they didn't have a man already dead from just... what's it, Sabuku? Self-immolation, anyways. Bloke just set himself on fire. He just ran through that Molotov. Oh, what was that?
Oh dear, and Hawk's not doing any better. They'll have an opportunity here, especially now that Rue has managed to retrieve a rifle. That's just going to make a play through the smoke. The player's low. A wide peek from Just Cause. He's on 1 HP. Eventually, he gets traded out. Got a smoke as well. Niffy just trying to hold at the back of the site. They've actually still managed to walk through that Molotov, so it hasn't exactly gone too well. But Rue again steps up when needed. The remaining players a little bit further away, so they'll get a bomb plant. Extra money made, but at this point, they're looking to try and win the round. And back face to Banana. That might have just put the nail in the coffin. That's where Rue will survive, at least for now. 25 seconds up and coming on the clock, but they have kits. They have the HP advantage. And ultimately, they have the round. It is going to be a 5th for Sigma, but a little bit too close for comfort. Now, their money is not amazing, considering they've won 5 rounds in a row. It's not like it's off the charts. So if Checkmate can still win this one, they could break back into this map.
Gonna be a long road if we are really gonna see a lot or anything from Checkmate. I'm losing my faith. You could say that's me in the spotlight because I'm losing my religion, my faith over in the Checkmate side. I was a big fan of these guys, but this series, it's not their day. It definitely isn't. At least I found the opening duel here, though. Spam and Banana, they don't know this player's closer. And again, look how aggressive Sigma are playing. They've gone up in their faces in Banana. Reality Jesus pushed into apartments, and this is important because they only have a 2-man A hold. They 3-man stacked B and lost a player, so they still have 2 in Banana. So the aggressive A play is very risky. But it pays off for 1 kill. Jesus goes down, but Rolex, oh well, he sat in the corner, and he's only able to get 1, but a team kill comes through from Techno. They've gotten in their way. Gotten in their own way. Oh, he didn't get any. That was Techno's team.
It was
kill.
just
Oh.
the team kill.
Oh,
So
never
it's
mind.
actually not that bad. That's a 1-for-1.
That's
Techno's taking this round into his own hands, and well, Blitz is going to help out in the end. And really, that was a position where potentially Sigma should have thought about a save. Like, sure, it's easy to say now that the round is definitely done, but they don't have much cash going into the next round. Minimum loss bonus is going to put them in a pretty awkward spot. Just Cause should be saving this. I'm not really sure what the plan is. I guess maybe to try and kill some players within the pit, but they're waiting for him. I get that they're feeling confident, for sure, but to just throw your economy down the toilet for an attempted single kill doesn't seem worth it.
no, I don't think it is. Definitely just looking at the spot for checkmate, though. I mean, that round comes very close. There's a lot of things, like they relied on an opening duel, which was a spam up banana, first of all. They weren't able to shut down the play on apartments. Oh, this could get risky. Those pistols have gotten close. I mean, the drop down into an AK is never really going to go well for you. And the push onto T-ramp then's minus a man, so luckily it's only PP overdose and should be cleaned up, but they do lose 2 weapons. I mean, all in all, this is a pretty decent round for Sigma. If PP finds any more, well, then he's going to be going huge. It'll be a massive round for Sigma if they can do it. Oh my god. How did he get that? He's 17 HP.
Yeah, definitely still too costly for checkmate. At least they're managing to get themselves around on the board now. We're seeing some of the performance that we don't normally see go quiet be like deadly quiet. Like Blitz is someone who's had some great performances throughout the tournament. Kaz, even Hawk to an extent, and they really have not been on form so far today. But they've had a couple of rounds brought up now. But even still, this won't be enough. They need to drag out a little bit more. AWP back into play. Wow. Like previously, we've seen them make that play, but with flashbangs. To just wide peek out like that, well, I'm going to bank on the AWP almost every single time. Sure, a whiff will happen eventually, but yeah, that's not a risk worth taking. And Kaz has just handed his life away within the first 20 seconds of the round.
It was definitely a very risky play. I think at the same time, Kaz maybe just wasn't expecting that. He had teammates that were decently close to him to try and get a trade. So reality, Jesus was that little bit too quick. And he's too quick in the head as well, because he's making the right read. They have no control. Look at the position on A. I just want you to look at that hold. A player in pit, a player on site. They have no control over middle. CT is completely open. They have a complete read on what checkmate are going to do. And they're completely right. Smokes are coming over. They've gambled on B. And Sigma have definitely hit what they want. Oh, that's a very wide. And of course he gets away with it. Wide stance, through the smoke, catches Rue, and then fades back.
No, the trades is all they really need at this point. Nice shots from Techno. It's been a couple of rounds where he's been able to bring things back. Oh, it's actually a miss. That looked like a chance for Reality Jesus to basically nail this round. Techno's realized there's no one coming from CT. He's wrapped round behind them. Blitz has found one. Blitz has got a second as well. And Techno looking to close this, but Just Cause was ready for him. Blitz is already tagged relatively low. Jimmy sticking this bomb, looks for the face, but Blitz will close it out. As said, he had a quiet start to this game. But finding a triple kill in this round has put them back into the match. And what was looking like a very worrying scenario, it's the young gun alongside Blitz to turn it around.
Yeah, I will say a little bit risky there by Techno. If you just watch what he did, he actually ran while he was in there. So it was like it came down to the 2v1. They definitely weren't defusing, and he started running. So Just Cause knew he was coming up behind. I think that was actually a little bit of greed as he was looking to get the kill, as opposed to trying to close out the round, and that very nearly went away from them because Blitz, as you saw, it was only a couple whiffed shots because he wide swung. That was all that gave him the round in that 1v1. It was very close to a loss.
Blitz is only 19 years old as well. So this is a fairly, like the two players that have been performing so far, the youngest two on the team. And then the other player who's done all right is Rue, who's only 20. So at a very young average age of the squad. The remaining 2 players, 24 and 23. So still a lot of time for this Checkmate roster to improve over the next few years. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Rue, this is quite risky. He's got him first, trying to find those frags. He has a few players behind him. They're pushing into what was just a couple of players with pistols, and well, it doesn't really matter in the end. They've won this round. PP Overdose is going to get wrecked as well, and I think you can see the confidence starting to build in some of these players. Rue is not facing the right way, though. He will eventually go down. That was a bit uncomfortable for Techno. 1 HP he survives on. But it is 5-4, and after the initial start, Sigma have not shown too much. They got a lot of opening picks in the last buy round, but still managed to throw that one away. And I think that's the thing. They closed that round down. They're probably looking at what, like 7 rounds on the board already. We're talking about how they're confidently winning this map as well. Instead, that slight slip up has put the win back into the sails of Checkmate, and they've got to be careful not to let that get out of control.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to leave Checkmate in a position where they're getting any confidence back, because, you know, you really have your foot on their neck. And then just to allow them to stand back up and start the brawl again is not the way to go. But this, well, they might not have any say in it, really. They've left the bomb. I'm going to go back and get it, but the op is watching it. This is, oh, the timing, but he still hits it. And he's jumping away and somehow dodging those bullets as well. Is this the Matrix? What's going on?
That was not a good smoke. They've also just smoked off the bomb. I think that was meant to go much deeper than that. Instead, they're going to have to run through their own smoke. Oh, you're so lucky to get away with that, Techno. He has got the bomb and he's got away. This round almost should have been going to Zigma at this point. And maybe it will be Kaz. An important shot. A rotation from Just Cause. And they know that Reality Jesus was in mid somewhere. So they don't really need to take any sort of overface. You can also see that Hawk's still lurking him from behind. And at this point, I think Reality Jesus is just trying to save his AWP.
In bloody close, though. You won't be able to save it either, but that was ridiculous. The swing by Reality Jesus. He finds the kill bottom mid, and then it's the bunny hop up on top of the, I don't even know what you call that, like the little stairs. That was gorgeous. That was absolutely gorgeous. I don't know how he survived that. I really don't. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. As Sigma, well, they've tried so hard, but they've lost it all. And the lead going out of their hands, I guess, it's a very disappointing scenario for them. I talked about how you wanted to see, or Checkmate will have felt the pressure to get some rounds on, but now the pressure's completely alleviated. Even if they were to finish with 5 rounds, it's already a decent half. But they're going to look for, obviously, a little bit more. You don't want to allow the momentum to switch back over into your opponent's favor either. I think this is where they stand the chance of actually winning the mental battle as well. If they can manage to just clock up a couple more of these rounds, Sigma are going to realize that they have thrown away a very early on winning opportunity.
Hawk, there is a very real chance he gets overwhelmed here. 2 players waiting, but that is all too easy. Transitions onto the remaining 2. Reality Jesus, that's 1. Manages to get an AK as well. Now, he doesn't have any armor, so the 5.7 might even be better in this case. And, well, 1 by 1, we witnessed the fall of Sigma. They've not been able to do too much in the last few anti-eco rounds. And as you can see, the money really building up for Checkmate. I think they definitely have got their confidence back. Like, some of the peaks they're taking are definitely risky, but they're winning them once again. And, well, in the initial rounds, it was a little bit worrying, especially after the last map. It was very much possible that things got out of control. But a couple of big plays, both Blitz and Techno, winning them around off their back. And we start to see the rest of the team perform as well. EP Overdose, just looking, he wants to try and steal a rifle away, but they don't really need to push this far forward. They could have just opted to just sit back in the apartments. The bomb wouldn't have reached them from there, but instead, they'll close out the final kill. Now, well, 6-5. Checkmate taking the lead, and well, correct me if I'm wrong, that's 6 rounds in a row, right?
Yeah, it was 5-0. They're definitely looking much, much better. You know, we saw the confidence from Sigma in some of the previous rounds where they were rushing banana, mid, apps all at once. Now, though, I think we're tending towards a more default setup from them. They're having their wings clipped a little bit. They flew too close to the sun. And they're getting punished. But now we got back to normal Counter-Strike. We see what they can do. Reality, Jesus, he has been so damn good on that op. But it might not be enough. The swing out by Hawk. Again, some horror movie stuff right there. That was like in Slender Man. The dude just ran after him. And a 2v2 retake all of a sudden. I mean, this round started out so well for Sigma. And now they're on the back foot.
Well, tough situation. Flashbang going out, nades being expended to try and clear some of these angles. Rue has already closed out one, and Hawk will close the second. 7 rounds on the board for Checkmate. Well, it is worth mentioning that although when they played Tyloo it was very, very close, they did manage to get more rounds, 8 rounds on the CT side versus Tyloo. And that's the other thing that I think we failed to mention to maybe some of the audience at home. There are only 2 teams that have beaten Tyloo on Inferno over the last 3 months. One of them is Vici in overtime. The other is Checkmate. So they are a good Inferno team. It's not like the predictions we made were based off very little. Like they are a solid team on this map. And they're starting to show it once again. And the thing is, I actually like their CT side more than their T side. Yeah. I think that this is one of the maps where I've been really impressed with Techno. I think his B site hold is fantastic, and Kaz not checking his angles, but there's plenty of players to make up for that. Nice shot from Nifty. He's gonna get a second as well. Again, a very slow start from him in this map. Just 1 kill in the first 12 rounds, but in round number 13, he's doubled up. And we sort of saw in the last map, he didn't really do anything until he was called upon to clutch. The one thing I will say, that I don't know the in-game leading situation of this squad. If it is not Niffy, I do start to question whether or not he's worth having within the team.
I have a question that maybe PGL can answer. I don't know how easy this stat is going to be to get, or these 2 stats, but I would like to see Deagle versus AK first bullet accuracy on average for players in this tournament. I just thought of this, right? I feel like we see a lot more headshots with the Deagle than with the AK, and I wonder if the sense of security with the AK makes people a little bit less maybe you start your spray
I guess
early.
It depends though, because it's like if people don't hit the headshots with the Deagle, I guess most of the time it's probably because they missed.
True also, yeah, and then
so
with
like
the AK you're gonna
comparatively
spam as well.
Yeah, comparatively, you're more likely to have a lot more body shots on an AK anyway.
Yeah, I think you actually, you don't check that stat actually, because first bullet accuracy with a Deagle, yeah, if it hits. If you're going for a headshot, probably 80% of the time that you don't hit the headshot, you miss them completely, as opposed to tagging them. So, I guess that would be you'd have to visually...
It would only work for up close, yeah.
You'd have to watch a demo. You wouldn't be... I don't think you'd be able to get that statistically. You have to go watch all the games again. I don't think anybody deserves to watch all those games again, I'll be honest.
I don't know, you can always hire Mihao, but he seems to love watching demos.
Yeah, I don't think he'd ever watch another demo, honestly, if we made him do that.
Ooh. Okay, they've got the boost in play. It's normally good for 1. Can they clear PP overdose? Oh, he's run out of ammo! But luckily, there's no smoke down. So, you know, they've peeked into that cross. There is a player going on the other side of the map, though. Hawk. He's going to get the entry onto A. This leaves the A site completely open. They gamble rotated everybody. Of course they did. The whole push should come in. And this lurker has actually set them up to get a bomb plant. For the T's, money, not really a problem. So the bomb plant is irrelevant. They've got enough money to buy into the next round anyway. The only thing that matters in this case is the round, or how much damage they do to their opponent's economy. As a win here would really hurt actually Sigma's economy more than their opponents. Hawk in a good position. He holds the cross. His teammate's still hiding, but he may not be needed at all. Eventually, it's going to come down to Blitz. Does he have any idea where he is? He doesn't! And Blitz is going to close that out. A huge round from Hawk. I mentioned him having a quiet performance. Was he? No, he can't. I feel like he was like 1-7 or 1-9. Surely that can't be right. I feel like he was doing really poorly in the early stages of this map. The only way I can work that out is by counting, isn't it?
Yeah, go back through the round history. What he was, you were saying how Blitz was pretty quiet. I didn't actually check his kills. I kind of just
think it was
took your word
Hawk.
for it.
Hawk. Blitz was quiet as well, but Hawk was the one who was doing really poorly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for 9 consecutive rounds, I think Checkmate are back. They're looking good, and this was my concern. This is why I flip-flopped, right? You cannot see a team. You cannot favor a team. Apparently Tom can, but I cannot, who looked so flat as they did on Mirage. I don't care.
Can you
what
not
map it is.
favor a team on Inferno who beat Tyloo?
Not after the first map, Tom. I
Well,
don't care.
clearly you can.
I don't care who you are. That's I'm never going to side with you. But it's just because I why would I believe in a team bouncing back like that? It's almost a biblical return, and yet, like the prodigal son, their skills have returned. Their ability to shoot, aim, and play together has all of a sudden been enabled on the server. CL_team play, or MP underscore, I suppose, because it was map dependent. Team play 1. Sigma, well, they're coming through with quite a lot of kills. Just Cause with a double. Reality Jesus holding down and just being that thorn in the side with the MP9. Flashes out, he's baiting Kaz, so his teammate would be there. I really like that play.
He was 1-6 from what I've seen, and then he started getting a few extra kills. Even then, I think he went like 2-8, 2-9. Yeah, so Hawk had a really bad start to this game. So I think he was 2-9, and then in the last round, he was 12-9. So not a bad resurgence from Hawk whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good recovery. I think everybody was having a pretty rough time coming into those first couple of rounds, but now we're seeing them back up there. 9 rounds in a row by Checkmate. Sigma get into the final one eventually, but that was their CT side. Now they're on the tougher of the T, and the pistol is going to matter a lot. If they want to get back into this game, they've got to either get a bomb plant or pick this round up, and Blitz is just being blitzed.
All A, all A.
You can see the rotates. They've got that call. The spams are good. But now they're focusing on the CT players. They've changed direction, but they don't know about Rue. Rue is the one that can get this done. He's going to come back out just in time, but he's being caught, and so has Blitz. Oh, what a disaster of a round. Kaz last alive. He might get this on to Just Cause. Yeah, there you go, eventually, but a 1v3 still and a B plant.
It is an ace, so I'm not going to say I'm much of a believer. He's dead. Yeah, PB overdose waiting. Smart play from him, and it will be another pistol coming up for the side of Sigma. So they've won both pistols in this map so far. I don't remember if... Well, I imagine they won the ones in the last map, considering the scoreline. But yeah, nice pistols from them at least, but... Wow, if they win both pistols and lose the map, that is a very, very bad sign, especially considering they were 5-0 up. And taking them a long time to get back onto the board. There is going to be a reinvestment here from the CT side. Blitz is feeling confident as he has gone aggressive into middle.
C'est magnifique, Tom. J'adore votre français.
Which I do love. I mean, have you watched the Noddy theme? I know this is random.
That
you know,
is very
obviously
random.
you know the show
Yeah, I know
Noddy. Have
Noddy,
you watched
yeah.
it in French?
No?
Beautiful. Make way for wee wee. Wee wee. Ah, it's the greatest thing.
Oh, I'm looking it up.
That is the legit Noddy theme.
The French.
French. Beautiful. Make way for wee wee.
wee.
Fantastic. Obviously, it's not make way. I don't know what it is in French, but I am a child, and hearing someone say wee wee over and over again makes me laugh. Nice work from Kaz. He's only going to get one, though, and it's the solo defender of this A site. That should be round done, unless there's some catastrophic error where the T's don't check the A site at all. There shouldn't be any way they lose this round. Just Cause this is a chance for him to farm up some kills. He's going to get 2, but that It's a decent trade, but he's just given them an AK. I'm not a fan of the Lurker having an AK in a round where you know your opponents don't have one. So Hawk's just going to have the chance to save that, and they might send Ruin to potentially do a little bit of extra damage, but I'd rather he just saved his Deeg.
Make way fell, wee wee. I just watched it there. So jolly. For Checkmate, you know, they get their AK, they get their Scout. It's not too terrible. Coming to the next round, they can get a pretty decent buy because they've got their Scout, they've got their AK, they'll drop 2 Deagles as well. An Inferno, that can be all you need. Oh, Hawk needs to save this, though. And he gets the kill on Niffy. That's a confirmed, except for that wide swing on the bridge. But, I mean, in a way, that was the right move because he's trying to get away. He doesn't know if there's another player about to come around the corner, right? Creating the distance. But that would have been very unfortunate if the player in Apps had been still looking out balcony.
Oh. Scout has been kept. The Eagles have been dropped over, and all in all, for a round where they basically just saved some extra weaponry, this doesn't actually look that bad for Checkmate. A chance as a minimum to do some damage. Blitz, however, is already dead. I really don't want to see this peek into mid. Like, use the AK properly. Like, I get being aggressive. Be aggressive in smart positions. This is not one of them. This is a position that doesn't benefit you at all. That is a huge waste. A huge waste from Hawk. And I would have rather seen him try and fight Banana than that. That's just like a lose-lose play. As same spot as last round. Surprisingly, he's going to be checked. And yeah, there was a good chance for them to do some damage in this round, but by the looks of it, there isn't going to be any. Techno. Oh, he's not helping out your headshot percentage. He's not landed a single shot. Eventually, he does some damage to PP Overdose, but they keep that flawless. And that is an example of how not to use an AK-47 in a round where you are the only player with an AK-47.
Yeah. It's like you are in a very advantageous spot over your teammates, so you cannot throw that advantage completely away. But unfortunately, that's
There's only one way I would have liked to see them peak mid. If they want to go for a mid play, send 2 players running down Banana, 2 players running down mid, and have the AK wait on top middle and take fights like that. Because at least then there's a massive distraction. Instead, you're just like, maybe they're not watching mid. No, of course they're watching mid. So you're just waiting, not even a 50-50 duel because he's playing a headshot angle. So I would put that down to like a 70-30 duel, and that's being kind. This round, though, I like the aggression into the apartments. They've taken the initiative. They've got up in the faces of their opponent. The remaining players, well, 2 of them at least, are trying to push into B. PP Overdose with the bomb is edging around apartments. Now, bear in mind they push this. They are not there. Obviously, we can see that. He doesn't know that. So this is silly. Like, this is a solo play with the bomb into a position of the map that you know that they took aggressively. Now, sure, there's a decent chance that they've fallen back at this point, but why would you take that risk with the bomb? That just doesn't make any sense. Oh, dear.
Kaz has died to the molly. He's been caught off, wrecked. Hawk as well, spotted out. They know where he is, but PP's lit down to 20 HP. It's all down to Reality Jesus to make a play. He opens up CT. Still so many more kills to find. They can split towards the B side if they want to, but PP, big play. He gets right up in Hawk's face and takes him down. They don't know about Blitz, though. This should be a free kill if Overdose pushes out. And, oh, he's done him. He's absolutely wrecked. How did he not headshot him? He could only see the tip of that man's head, and it was neither a wallbang nor a headshot. And it's a 1 versus 2, though, either way. And, you know, I don't think this
have a smoke.
Can physically go his way. He would have to swing on CT straight away. Yeah, he's going to do it. If he hits his headshot, maybe. Oh, come on.
Is Rue sleeping?
He's 20 HP, Rue. Open your eyes.
Well, PP Overdose, this is a round that I never expected him to even have a chance in, especially with how low he was tagged in the initial duel, but he's now got this into a 1 versus 1. Blitz doesn't have a kit. He needs this kill as fast as possible. PP Overdose goes for the wide peak, and he's going to take it home. That could be the beginning of a resurgence for Sigma. They'll take the lead. They've done more damage onto the economy of Checkmate. I'd have to say there's a few plays in that which were huge. Reality Jesus in a good spot. I think also Hawk, he got completely baited. So I think it was PP Overdose started running back through the apartments, and then Shift walks in and then just waits and he pushes through a smoke. Why? You have a man advantage. You don't need to make that play, especially with, I think you only had 3 HP. So like, I don't understand what you're doing there. And
So-
there's been a few situations like that today.
I get it though, right? They'd lost CT control. There was one player B by himself. Hawk couldn't necessarily push through CT because it's likely that player is going to be waiting. And I think from his perspective, hell, from my perspective, I expected that full rotate to the B site for Overdose to just make the run through app. So he wanted to get an early push on bottom mid, but also confirm that they weren't still in the apartments. And I think Overdose just read that so perfectly. A lot of the time, he would have ended up going back out to the site and just getting wrecked by Hawk. So all in all,
Every
don't-
gamble stack they make is wrong.
I don't necessarily disagree with Hawk's play. I think I can see why he went for it. But in this round, yeah, this is unfortunate. At the same time, though, Tom, you know, if they save over well, you don't really care about saving the scout, but if you can get that AK, I would not like to see them go for the retake with the AK, but the other 3 players can go in and maybe find an extra rifle or 2.
Yeah, that's true. The only thing I will say about that last round is if you're in a 3 versus 2
Yep.
and your player is low HP, I don't know why you're just sacrificing him and basically, like, because if there is anybody there, you're dead.
Yeah.
Like, it's a risk that's not worth taking when you already have a man advantage. Like, you can just play the retake, play the advantages. Instead, it ends up in a 1v1 and they lose.
It was definitely flawed as well because, so let's think about it. I said obviously he was looking for information, right? Well, look at where his teammates were. One was in CT and one was on B site. They lost CT control, so it was
They're
like
going
library.
to take some
Oh
serious
my
damage here. Is he
God.
going to die to the bomb?
Yeah, he is.
That is not bad at all. So Rue saves the AK. The rest of the team, they lose a lot of members. Now, for Zigma, it's not the end of the world. They do have the cash, but considering at some point I'm expecting there to be a breakback from Checkmate, that's a lot of money that's just gone down the drain. So, not a bad round, but obviously they're in the lead. That's all that really matters for Zigma. They've got a good buy going into this round, and this is when we need to see Checkmate step up. I said, like, I prefer their CT side normally to the T side, but they've been making some serious mistakes today, some risky plays, which we haven't necessarily seen from them in the past. I don't know if that's overconfidence or overcompensating. And Techno's just been wrecked. A rundown banana, the counter flashbang out does at least leave things even. But that's normally going to benefit the T side, especially on a map like Inferno, where you're going to have a lot of gamble rotations, a lot of ground to cover. And they've pulled a member over to this B site, an extra player, which will leave just 2 here. It's going to be Blitz. He's had a good resurgence in this map. He's got Hawk alongside him, who you can say the same. Actually, the push can be coming out apartments. Now, the nades are going to be important. They've got 1 HE. The incendiary, it's a little bit late, so it's not actually going to do that much. But the spray from Blitz is clinical. Hawk alongside him. Close out 1 more. And now it's left all on to Mr. Overdose himself, looking for a big PP play.
Well, unfortunately, it's not going to go his way.
It's cold
So-
outside, you know? It's cold outside.
Exactly. That's
Oh, the
the
man's some
problem.
slack.
That's the problem. It's always cold in Ireland, so that's my excuse. The position
Constant shrinkage.
yeah, 11 to 10, not terrible. I think both of these teams have been Zigma more so. They've gotten streaks of rounds, right? They've been the ones to just connect multiple in a row, and I think that speaks quite well about Checkmate's ability. The fact that they're able to keep themselves in it, first of all, mentally, they're obviously a solid team from that aspect, but also then coming into the map itself. You know, they haven't won the first pistol round. I can't even remember this half. Did they win the pistol round in this one? Or is that going to refresh the page? There we go. Okay. So, yeah, they lost what? They went down 5-0 in the first half. They went down 4-0 in this half. Like, it's been pretty rough for them. And so, like, they've literally lost 9 rounds off the initial half. And yet they're up here on 10. Like, they've definitely looked like the better team.
Oh, this is starting to get scary. Well, I say starting. They've lost this round. That's a slip up. That was mostly pistols invested into that round, and Oh, I don't know what's happened to Checkmate in this one. They had a nice crossfire in the last round, facing off against Rifles. This time, PP Overdose again with a couple of entries. And now Kaz, he's trying to save this AWP, re-peeking to maybe pad those stats, maybe cause a few extra bits of cost. But the fact is, it was only the pistol facing. And with the amount of money that's still there for Sigma, they're going to have enough to comfortably buy into the next round, especially with the victory money. So they can afford to try and hunt this down. He himself cannot.
Well, that's unfortunate. Down goes the AWP into the hands of the T's, and that is a big loss for the CT side. You know, I wanted to shout out Checkmate for completely contradicting the point I made. You know, Checkmate looked like the better team. Gets overrun by pistols. And that's an issue you're going to face a lot if you turtle versus pistols. You give them the space, they will capitalize. They will punish. Especially in the capable hands of these guys like Sigma. This is not the result that we were thinking we'd see, and at the moment, as we said, Sigma have been a streak team. They've been winning a number of rounds in a row whenever they've gotten some. And so we'll see now if they're going to be capable of doing just the same again. Checkmate, weaker buy. They've got an SMG in play off the back of losing that AWP in the previous round. It has had its impact. And it'll be an eco if they lose this 14-10. There's the opening at least going their way. The flash wasn't quite there to allow the peek around the corner. And with that, I think the CTs are just going to fall back. Techno even upgrades to an AK.
Seems like the T's have spotted how many players are on this side, though, and Blitz. He just wide peeks out. It's individual duels, and the T's are winning all of them. It leaves Hawk alone. These are mistakes we didn't see previously. Hawk, he's going to hold on for now, but he can't quite get the second kill into Rolex. And although the support has finally arrived, it's too little too late. Bomb's going to go down. Okay, Just Cause comes in from behind as well. And that's going to be the kill through the smoke for Niffy. 13-10, Checkmate. Again, they're throwing this away. And sure, Sigma are capitalizing on a lot of the mistakes. PP Overdose and Just Cause have been impeccable. You do have to sort of wonder what happened to this squad. Because, yeah, their CT side of Inferno, when we saw them versus Tyloo, it was fantastic. When we saw them play earlier in the tournament, they look really good. And this has been poor.
Yeah. It is, it has been a little bit dodgy from Checkmate. I haven't really got words to describe that kind of fall off that they have as well. Like the reality is Sigma shouldn't be anywhere near this scoreline. Again, they found 9 rounds from the early half, from winning the pistol, winning the first buy round where they had a little bit of an upside. For Checkmate, when it came to buy rounds, they've looked better. Oh, not again. Don't make that same play. The rush, they're very committed towards the banana play, Tom, and the early round banana play hasn't really gotten them anything so far. I don't know why they commit to it so often. Luckily, the utility pushed them back, but if the util didn't come in, there would have been 3 pistols versus 1 rifle on that opening pick. And we saw the previous round there was no flash that at least connected. So I'm really not a fan of that.
Well, gravity of this match for Sigma is obviously massive. This is one of their last 2 games, and they have a chance, a very small chance. If they win both, they could get into a playoffs position. Nice work off the pistols, though. They're actually going to check the boost, but jumping and shooting may not be the way to do it. And Kaz and Blitz are going to clean things up. It's 3 kills from Blitz. It's like, it's so bittersweet. It's like I always want people to check the boost, but not while jumping. Like, check it maybe while jumping, but just...
Know what you want to see. What I don't understand about this, Tom, I don't understand at all, is they play slow to B. They go up and out of, they're spotted, and they slowly take that control back. They wait, and then they just rush into B. You know they're going to have rotated at that point. We saw a 2-man rotate over towards that B site. They have a 4-man stack. Oh, Kaz. He's alright. He's gotten out healthy at least. Those tags were just up through the wall. 13-11, this is a very important round for Checkmate. If they want to be winning this map, they need to win this here. Because if they lose, they're down to an eco, and Sigma will take 15-11 more than likely, although not judging by the last one, but never mind. Really what the last round is a bump in the road for Sigma. It's not the end of anything. Yeah, it basically means they take the bye round now and the eco after, as opposed to the eco they should have won just there. Only gives them one shot, though, to maintain this kind of lead. That's the downside to it. We're going to see them with a heavy commitment towards the A site.
And once again, they've made almost a smoke tunnel to run through. Kaz, please don't do it. Oh, he's just going to try and go through the smoke, and they are just getting slaughtered. It's been this A site. That's what it's been. And it's been so poor defensively. There's been 1 or 2 rounds where they managed to at least achieve something, but that was way too easy for Sigma. They, as I said, they basically created a smoke tunnel, which they just ran through, which I'm not sure if that was intentional or if they just expected one of their smokes to fade a little bit earlier. And then just getting the entries on the site, Kaz running through smokes. It's just not been good from Checkmate today. But it's unfortunate because although their playoffs position is still alive, you have to remember that in terms of matches they've got coming up, this was probably the easiest one. This was the one that we expected them to take. If they beat Sigma and after, they're pretty much guaranteed through with, I think it was 5 wins. Now they might have to beat Vici, which I'm not a believer in at all, especially if they're going to play like this. And Sigma, individually, even as a squad, just as a unit running into the sites, have been much better. Sure, there have been some mistakes themselves. I'm not going to sit here and say they're the best team in the tournament because they're not even close. But Just Cause and PP Overdose have been great. We've had some big moments from Reality Jesus as well. And sure, the remaining 2 players have been a little bit more quiet. They're in the lead, and it's not taking anything too complex, just aggressive pushes. Again, though, Techno starts it off. Honestly, at this point, Mitch, I would just go A every round. Like, they go towards Banana, they go and pressure B, they struggle. The A site, it's not been hard.
Especially against these pistols. I don't understand it. Or not pistols, but the weaker weapons like the SMGs, the FAMAS. Like, why, when they know that Checkmate are either going to be taking an eco to have a really strong full buy? You can see immediately, like, look at the utility on Checkmate. There's almost none coming into the last minute of the round.
This position is so bold.
Old, I would have went with bad, but, oh, well, that would be why. And Rue gets flashed, round's over.
What are they doing?
What? Oh, Blitz
maybe not.
Spray down while he's blind. Molly kill. It's a 3v2. They cut the man advantage back. That is highway robbery.
Oh, that makes me so uncomfortable. He's spotted PP Overdose, who's going to make his way back onto the site. Don't have a kit available. Oh, no, they do. Blitz has got a kit. Hawk's going to go down. Rolex being able to win that individual duel. No trade. No one there to trade that kill. Again, no opportunity. A quick shot from PP Overdose. And now it's left all onto Blitz. He's got 24 kills. And it's going to have to come down to him again. He does have the kit available, but the time is ticking. He's got to try and bait the man in. And I think this round is over. He's just got to stick it and hope that he doesn't hit the shots. And, well, that's not something he's ever going to believe in. Rolex is going to even up his scoreline, but it's actually Niffy alongside him that help win the round. And I think that's the difference in a lot of these is that, sure, you've got the likes of Blitz matching up to Just Cause. Sure, you have like Hawk up there as well, maybe alongside a Reality Jesus. But the difference is the players who are sort of underperforming, for example, Kaz, who's been quite quiet, they're not winning rounds. Whereas Niffy, okay, he's not necessarily putting up the numbers, but the couple of rounds he does is normally a victory. And then that's the difference. And Sigma are getting things over the line in clutch situations. And the fact is, like, in terms of like pistol wins and sort of BS rounds, I would say that Checkmate have actually won more of them. Sigma, at least in the second half, have just looked like the better team. And considering Checkmate have managed just 2 rounds, I don't know, there's not really anything to argue against that. And one of those rounds, I'm sure of, was pistols as well.
I mean, Checkmate did just play that in probably the most brain-dead Counter-Strike I've seen so far. 3v2. Like, well, sure, we've seen some seriously brain-dead. Yeah, we've seen
Come
some
on.
really brain dead Counter-Strike, but like you think about the context of that situation. Blitz has just pulled you back into that round. Like you got wrecked on the B push. Both players died from just silly positions, first of all. Then Blitz gets killed spraying down while blind. Then he gets a molly frag. You've got a man advantage, and they just swing one at a time. This isn't bad, right? Kaz and Blitz, they're overextended, but they found kills for it. Blitz comes through with another, and now it's Reality Jesus and Rolex trying to recover this. They've got the site, but that's a worthwhile trade-off. Please, for the love of God, don't let me see these players peeking one at a time. Now already Blitz is doing that. He went up through long. He peeked into short. His teammate was on mid behind a smoke. His other one was coming through CT. That was stupid. He didn't get punished though. Now peeking out on short. Luckily not getting domed by that AK and delivering a couple headshots instead. Checkmate are going to look to push into this side in through apartments. Blitz is getting the kills. Here's Rolex trying to win the 1v3. Already one on the board, but they're closing in the distance.
Oh
and he's
my
managing
God.
to shut them down. A flash around the wall. He is delaying as much time as he physically can. 8 seconds left. The player is sticking it and he shuts them down. A 4K from Rolex. A round win. A map win. And the series goes to Sigma.
Yeah, no, Sigma are going to take it in a 2-0. You were maybe right to flip-flop there, Mitch. It might be against all my morals at least, but you've snaked your way through to a correct prediction. And the rest of us are wrong by the looks of it. But honestly, that performance from Checkmate on the CT side was the worst performance I think we've seen from them overall. Like that was awful.
That was awful. I gave each and every one of you opportunities to, at the beginning itself. I don't know if you guys remember this.
I would
I'm like,
never
guys,
do it.
anyone want to go with Sigma? I asked that. I asked
You know,
Inko. I asked Mitch.
well,
But you
I asked
didn't do
Tom.
it either.
Well, I mean, I gave you the opportunities.
Wait, we
no
know
one took it.
It's
You
impossible.
said 2-0 Checkmate. You're the most wrong.
Yeah, you're the most wrong for sure, Blood. But the thing,
Oh, shut up.
the thing
Yeah,
is, when you
Dinko,
commit
go
to
ahead.
this, you cannot actually predict against Checkmate, right? Based on what we've seen from them and how inconsistent Sigma have
Map
been.
off Tyloo.
Yeah, see that there's so much going for Checkmate in comparison to Sigma, so we have to take a look at what we know and predict. Like, obviously, Sigma have a lot of individuals, and they don't always show up. Today they did, and that's important for them. This first half, again, Sigma get off to a pretty good start in Inferno. Checkmate start to come back into it. I was thinking it's going to be a close affair. Checkmate probably close it out, but towards the second half, started to realize that's not going to happen. Checkmate going over to the CT side were incapable of doing anything. They were on a tear on their T side, but over on that second half, they were completely useless. And that's weird because this team have been pretty solid on the CT side of Inferno. This is one of the sides I think they've looked best on throughout the tournament. You know, Kaz having big moments, you know, really looking solid across the board. Blitz has even had some hero performances on this side. So, yeah, I was a little disappointed coming in here for Checkmate. I think this is a good win for Sigma, though. You know, it's a good confidence boost as well moving forward for the team. Started to feel like they were getting into a bit of a rut. I think this team definitely has some individuals. You know, the Reality is a good player. PP Overdose has been sick. But Just Cause on this map, this is not the kind of performance you expect from him, right? This is a huge overperformance.
Yeah, it is, and I feel like even for the side of Checkmate, like we were talking about how they seemed kind of asleep on map number 1. Excuse me, but I feel like even on Inferno, like yeah, Blitz had a hell of a showing, but there was that one round, I forgot who it was. It was a 1v2. The player's in like what, less than 20 HP, runs
overdose.
towards B bombs. PP overdose, right? Wide swing, big PP play. That's the only option he had. He had no utility, and Ro misses each and every one of his bullets. I mean,
Did he even shoot?
Listen, he didn't shoot.
I don't know. I didn't hear any shot. I didn't see him shoot. That's what I thought he was actually asleep. I was going to say DC, and then I saw him move in the next round. And I was like, oh no, he's just not good.
Listen, I mean, I played a retake game like a few days ago after months of not like
how's this
playing
comparison
CS.
gonna
I was bad.
I'm ready
I
to
was
play on
bad.
Checkmate. Is this where it's
I was bad, but I wasn't that bad. I'm just saying. All right, PP Overdose, the man with the, you know, well, I think that joke's just been done to death right now. PP Overdose stepping it up, the MVP of the match, but I feel like it was a very inspired performance. I felt like from Sigma in the second half. There were some moments, yeah, sure. It was, of course, Checkmate kind of completely crumbling on its CD side, but you can't take it away from Sigma, Tom. They did show up to play, especially in the second half.
Yeah, for sure. No, I was impressed that like a lot of their individual players performed. Like you had the likes of Just Cause, PP Overdose. So there wasn't really a weak link. And even though Niffy wasn't like the top performer statistically, he had some high impact rounds. So I don't want to take anything away from them. I just don't think that we saw the Checkmate we normally see. On the first map, though, Sigma were incredible. And And as I said, they're in survival mode. Like obviously making it to the playoffs for them is going to be very, very difficult. But they've now equaled in terms of like victories and losses. They've matched up with like the likes of Bren and obviously Checkmate. Unfortunately, I think they played slightly more matches than some of the other teams, so that might make things a little bit harder when it comes to actually getting through. Like they've played 8 games. In fact, they played the most games of anybody in the tournament. So chance of them getting through are slim to none. But they can at least ruin some other people's days, which is
Yeah,
well,
that's
it's
always
one of the
fun.
reasons I was put on this planet. So someone else might as well join in.
That's the biggest smile I've ever seen in Tom's face.
Ruin
And he's
people's
like, that's why I've
days.
been put on this planet, to ruin everyone.
Finally found a purpose.
You know what, Tom? It's good. It's good you're living up to your country's, reputation. I'm proud about that. I think you should embrace it. All of us should embrace it. I am. Look at me eating all the spicy food and just being generally a wonderful human being. Stereotypical? I don't know what you're talking about, Dinka. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a very quick break. It's going to be a little bit of a longer break because that game was quicker than expected. I won't lie. I thought it would be a little bit longer than that. I didn't even get a chance to take a nap in between the maps. So we're going to be taking a break, and we'll be back with game number 2. It's going to be After Gaming from China facing off against the Pinoy powerhouse in the form of Bren. That's coming up after the short break.
Coming up next.
Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win. We play to win. Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We play to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We play to win. And if you need the proof, then check stats. I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone, to Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition, as we are now heading into the second game of the day, of day 12 of what has been a pretty long week, long weeks of some Asian Counter-Strike action. My name is Blair, and once again, joining me are going to be these three lovely gentlemen. We have, of course, Tom, we got Dinko, and of course, we have Mitch. Now, heading into game number 2, gentlemen, we did see a bit of an upset. Sigma taking down I'm sorry, not after gaming, but Checkmate in the 2-0 fashion, which I guess none of us predicted. But heading into the next game, this one's again kind of one-sided, right? You look at these two teams. You're looking at Bren. They just beat Invictus yesterday, and they're going to be facing off against After Gaming, a team who, well, it's Mitch's favorite. Mitch, your thoughts on this? Like, do you think After Gaming have, or rather, do you think Bren takes what it has to take down the giants that are After Gaming?
I pulled
the
the
Mitch.
play on that one.
No, I like how he's
It's
trying
a
to
Mitch.
switch it up. It's a Mitch. Mitch, just let it go.
Yeah, so I'm not as much of a fan of After as my man Tom is. He absolutely loves this team. Nothing
True.
Yeah, actually, he was saying to me that he doesn't mind swapping with one of you and casting this game because he loves them so much.
Definitely. If they'll take
alright.
8 series in return, I will make that deal.
He loves this team nearly as much as he loves Destroyer, and that's saying something.
He especially
no.
loves Sakai.
I know that you're trying to be sarcastic. I genuinely do like Destroyer more than this team.
That is, without context, you're like, oh, okay, that's fine, I guess. With context, that's something. But Tom, let's talk about After Gaming, right? They have had some rough results. They have been looking like the worst, which is kind of weird. Even though they have a couple of wins under their belt, they've looked worse off than Huatsai, who haven't won a single game so far.
Yeah, the thing is, I think Huatsai are one of those teams that genuinely have just been thrown together for this tournament. So I feel like it gives them a little bit more leniency where I go, that's probably just a mixed team that's just here for a bit of banter. Whereas, like, I feel like some of the players that we have on this roster, there's actually some genuine, like, history behind them. Like, we look at players like Oi, like Marek, like they've been around for a while. And so the fact that this team then plays to that level is infuriating. I think that's more of what it is. Like, going into this, you kind of go, oh, Oi's not a bad player. He came from that Invictus roster. We weren't sure too much what to expect from them. And versus Invictus, they actually look pretty good. Maybe should have even taken that series. So I think they've been a little bit better. It's just those initial days, like some of those matches that we watched were truly awful. And it was painful. So yeah, I'm not a particularly big fan of this team. Brent, on the other hand, they've kind of just done what they needed to do. Like, they've beaten the teams that were worse than them. They've given some decent matches versus the teams that were better than them, even taking a match versus Invictus, which is fairly impressive. The losses they've had are to Beyond, Tai Lu. I believe they lost to Vici as well, right? Or have they played Vici yet?
They have played Vici.
They have, yeah, they did. They lost 2-0 to Vici. So again, all expected. If they win their last 2 games versus After and Sigma, as they should, they're in a pretty good spot to get to the playoffs. So I don't mind this team. Like, as said, they've lost the teams I expected them to lose against. They've beaten the teams I expected them to beat. Now, they've definitely got some holes within this team. Obviously, bringing in Micro, they've had some sort of questions recently about whether or not he's actually going to be the final form. But I've been a big fan of Derek. We've seen some good plays from Papi Chulo. And ultimately, I expect them to win this. So they'll probably lose.
I love it, Tom. I love it. But let's dig a little into the side of Bren Dinka. I mean, I'm just looking at the table right now, the group standings as it is, and Bren have played 7 games. Right, they are right now in the top 6. If they win against AFTA and Sigma later on, I think they're pretty much solidified a placing, right? They should be qualified.
Yeah, and that's goodbye beyond at that point, right? And that's a little bit scary. But yeah, Checkmate losing today kind of helps out Bren's case, right? Because if Checkmate go on to win today, that puts them pretty high up. But now Sigma kind of take it over. It's a little bit of a strange one. This mid-table is actually quite interesting. I think a couple of the teams in here we didn't really expect. We didn't know much about Checkmate from the first couple of weeks. Kind of expected Sigma to be down there in the bottom 4. But this mid-table is actually very exciting. And to be honest, I hope we stick with this format if we do more of these, because this one was way better than the first time around. We knew who the last 2 teams are going to be a couple of weeks in, right? We knew Bren, we knew what Maslow were going to be at the bottom, and that's pretty much what happened. And right now, we only expected Huatsai, and so it's been pretty fun, and it's still up in the air in these last couple of games.
Let's dig into the individuals, Mitch. When you talk about Bren, right? Like obviously Derek, he's a fine. The guy is a star for this team. Yeah. If he doesn't perform, which really doesn't seem to take place, he always seems to step up even when he doesn't need to. The team's looking good. But when it comes to the other individuals, like it's all over the place, isn't it? You look at someone like, okay, maybe Poppy's a little bit more consistent compared to the rest of them, but you look at Wits, you look at even Micro and Pro as well. It's sometimes they just don't show up at all, even on the map they're going to be comfortable on, or they're going to be the guys top fragging carrying the team. Now, this level of inconsistency, it doesn't paint a pretty picture for this team.
No, and it's not like they've got massive tactical prowess to fall back on either. I think a team like AFTA are going to be a big challenge for them, as anyone would be, really. Bren at the moment, they haven't really impressed me, and the thing that concerns me the most is you're saying the inconsistency of some of these players, like your Pappy, your Derek, they're pretty reliable. The rest of the team, Wits on the AWP, I've always been pretty critical of. Micro is new in the role, so I can't be too critical of him, really, because you don't know how he's fitting in with the team, how he's having to adjust to that. I think we got to wait a little while before fully judging him, even from the first couple of days. I mean, he was trash on the first game that we saw him in. Like, he got a couple of kills. Like, it was terrible. But then he's already started to warm up into that role that he's playing. So it's better. Pro as well, up and down like crazy. This guy, he can get 30 kills in one map and 4 in the next. It's really, really hard to predict really what kind of Bren's going to show up map to map, never mind series to series. But at the same time, after they've been this really weird team in that they've got so much potential. This is something that I'm scratching my head all the time. Tom's second favorite player after Destroyer of Sakai is in here. But then other than him, they're actually pretty good. Like Wang is solid. Bingo, he's really impressed me. Oi and Marek are definitely experienced and confidently, I would say that they're players that should be leading the charge when it comes down to fragging, and yet they're just a terrible team, and I don't know how they've managed it with such a good lineup, with the exception of Sakai.
Well, I mean that is indeed a conundrum. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with a straight face, which is putting up there. I don't know if it's biting his cheeks or what, but there we go. A little bit of a smile.
No, I'm completely serious. This man, ever since he got there, I've not liked him.
Yeah, right. He's done that a few times.
It's day 12, and today's the day we lost Mitch. There we go. It took a while, ladies and gentlemen, but we finally lost Mitch. Tom, just try and break down what the maps might be before we see the map veto here.
Well, that's where things get difficult, because with After Gaming, we really don't have much data other than what we've seen in this tournament. They played a lot of Mirage, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mirage come out, especially because Bren aren't particularly good at it. The fact is, though, Bren are looking really good at Dust 2, and I don't know if After are going to be willing to ban a Dust 2. I don't think they would. If anything, they've been banning Overpass a fair few times. It hasn't been played. So maybe a Mirage, a Dust 2, and then an Inferno to finish, fairly standard for what we've seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah,
it's on the screen. I was looking somewhere else. Inferno,
it just came out right now.
Okay.
It just came out right now. It's enough. Fine, yeah. Inferno, a map that they're very happy with. The first 2 bans are kind of expected. Yeah, I expected Dust 2 to come out here, Dinka, for the side of Bren.
Yeah, as a pick, probably not very comfortable with a pick, right? I don't know. I think a lot of teams kind of stray away from that, at least the team. And I agree with it. I don't think Dust 2 is a great pick. But I think against After, I would still favor Bren, even if they were to pick Dust 2. But then again, After have good individuals. Mitch was just talking about the fact that they do have firepower. It's just putting it in the right place they struggle with. Honestly, I think this could be a 2-0 for Bren if everything kind of aligns for them. I think they should be able to perform on both of the first two maps. And if they show up today and they have the same performance as they did yesterday in terms of not just being Derek showing up, if you have Wits, if you have Papachulo having his impact moments, this should be enough for Bren to get it over the line in the first two. It'll have to be an Inferno win, I have to say, from after. If we go to map number 3, I don't see them winning Train. So yeah, this is going to get be very messy. But I know on the second map, we're going to get to see Sakai push Pop Dog again. So that's going to be thrilling.
That's going to be really thrilling. I'm going to be giving a lot of shout outs to Tom, obviously. Well, gentlemen, I do believe we have the game almost ready to go live. So, Tom, let's start with you. After gaming, 2-1? Yeah?
Always 2-0 against After Gaming.
After
So it's going to be Bren 2-0.
Well, wow, look at you just breaking a lot of hearts out there in China. Mitch, what about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. I'm a side against the Chinese team because this is Bren. I'm not a massive fan of them, but come on, after just being too terrible in a lot of the games that we've seen them in.
Yeah, they have struggled quite a bit. And Dinko, let's go with you now.
Yeah, I'll go. Just to spice it up a little bit. I think after we'll probably take a map just because Brenner is so inconsistent, and I want to account for that.
I'm going to go with After Gaming because why the hell not? I think After's going to take us 2-1. There we go. Chinese guys watching out there can follow me on my Twitter.
Blad's really on a roll here of just being the most wrong out of all of us.
Listen, for a change, I'm not the one wearing an
Go
analyst
2-0.
hat. I'm the host. I can say whatever I want. After Gaming's going to take this 2-1. But Tom, Mitch, thank you for joining me once more, and I'll see you guys after this map. Now, Dinko, After Gaming. Oh boy,
what a thrilling experience is going to be. We get Train in the veto. We get Train coming up for After Gaming, which means we get to see Sakai play on Train yet again. And what an experience that has been from the beginning of this tournament. Is being probably the most mind-boggling experience you could ever go under as a human being. But this is going to be a real messy affair. I think we've got ourselves a scrappy game of Counter-Strike right from the get-go. Inferno, I feel like this is a map where we've seen Bren win it against Invictus. How much are we going to read into that? We know Invictus have a lot of skill, but Inferno is a map that Invictus have kind of been trash out over the past couple of weeks. So you can't really look at that too much. We have to sort of get some sort of consistent results out of Bren. Then they decided to go with a Train pick. Now, they did this against Invictus yesterday, and to be honest, Bren looked pretty crap. I mean, they just did. They looked okay in the first half, and then they fell flat in the second. So this is going to be a game of Counter-Strike that's going to be whoever makes the least mistakes comes out on top. And I feel like Bren have just been together that bit longer. They're an actual team, so hopefully it all aligns and they make less mistakes.
I like how you're going with the logical route, Dinko, but as we clearly know, Nation CS logic and just
it's
get
gone.
tossed
It doesn't
out
exist.
the window
It's
at
just
times.
not. It's just not a thing.
Apart from Vici, who does try to give us some faith in
They
logic
try,
in the
but
region.
then they can't even beat any of the teams, right? So like
They
any
lost
of the
to
top
Tiger,
teams,
right?
Yeah, they lost to Tiger. They've lost to Tyloo. They barely.
I mean,
beat
losing to
Invictus.
Tyloo is kind of like death taxes and Vici losing to
Exactly.
Tyloo. 13 series in a row right now. It's ludicrous. I do hear word that the game's about to go live. Still waiting on a couple of players to join in before we jump in. I'm taking a look at the recent results. This is the last game they played against Invictus. 2-1, they lost. And Bren beat Invictus 2-1. So,
I mean, it's transitive property, right? It's going to work out.
is it though, Vinko? Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, I've predicted against the Chinese side, as have Mitch and Tom. I think we haven't seen enough from After. Like, we've seen decent plays from them. I don't think they're as bad as we let on, right? They're not as bad as everybody says. I think coming into this, they are bad, but they're not completely dreadful. They have moments of brilliance in terms of the individuals showing up. Wang's a very talented player.
Indeed.
Just thank God that we're casting this and it's not Mitch again to make all his Wang jokes. But yeah, he is a very talented individual
they did
player.
have PP overdose.
They
So
did.
I guess they've overdosed on the PP jokes for the day. So
And here it begins. Now, yeah, we got After, and they're a team that like Mitch said, they're confusing because they have got individuals that can show up. They should be better than they are. But I think they're kind of trying to go down the mentality of every other Chinese team apart from Vici, and that's just we can headshot, and that's it. That's all they have. And unfortunately, they don't even do that a whole lot either, right? They get kills, but it's not even like convincing individual performances. There's too many mistakes coming in that just one kill and then they're down. There needs to be a more cohesive approach to this game from this team because, yes, okay, you can talk about them having individual skill, but they don't have enough of it to beat the rest of the top teams who also have heaps of that and also make less mistakes. So after have a lot of work to do if this team's going to stick together after this tournament. I would probably say if they go out and lose here, they probably won't stick together with this 5. I think they probably will get a couple of changes. Always been a decent addition to this team. I think you can agree on that. I think he was always going to come in as one of the more tenured players and really lift this team up a good bit. But yeah, they should be doing a little bit more than they are right now. And unfortunately, it doesn't really look like that's going to change.
Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate truth, and I feel like it's kind of telling if you look at the brackets as well, or not the brackets rather, the group standings as it is right now. If you look at the bottom 4, the surprises for me personally are going to be Beyond and Sigma, 2 teams who've been together for a while, right? They have North behind them, and they're in the bottom 4. That's rough, but
I think Sigma moved up, right? So.
Oh yeah, they've kind of moved up a little bit, but it's still, I think, the 7th position. Brent should still be above them right now. I think they have a 3-4 win record.
I think from looking at the standings, Brent were actually, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong. I think Sigma are actually above Brent right now. With obviously, Brent have a game coming up here, so we'll see.
We'll see how that plays out. But if you look at After and Huatzai in particular, like these are 2 teams. After, I believe they just came together just for this tournament, just for this qualifier, and that's where they are right now. I don't think they really have an org behind them at the moment. And then if you look at the side of Huatzai, I'm not too sure if they have a org behind them, but I do know that this team is basically, a bunch of the old boot Dreamscape players who, they had to go for their army service and whatnot. It's not like a full-fledged team. They've only very recently started playing together as a team, but we can hypothesize about these lineups and orgs later on because we're going to be jumping in straight into the pistol round. It is going to be Inferno, the pick coming in from After Gaming, and it is going to be Brent opting to start on the CT side. Wits with a kit and a smoke.
Yeah.
An early aggression from our man Derek himself towards the apartment.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching Brent on Inferno yesterday. This is the exact same video that played out against Invictus. Maybe the third map slightly different, but can't quite recall. But the first 2 maps at least are the exact same. Starting on Inferno.
It was Dust 2.
Oh yeah, it was correct. Yeah, Dust 2 was the final map. A little bit different now, but we're gonna see Brent sit back here, Micro behind the smoke. A couple of shots trying to rattle on through. Sakai with a headshot right through the smoke. Micro going down. It's a 4 versus 5. The man advantage in play for the Chinese side as they get that bomb planted. They'll be looking to hold on to it as well. Brand attempting the retake. Now, they were playing proper Counter-Strike yesterday. Every decision was calculated. The retakes were solid, but not right now. They've lost Papachulo, and now they're another man down here. Finally, a headshot coming in from Pro, who had a terrible performance on Inferno, but for the final 2 maps, delivered. And well, we'll see if he can show up from the get-go here in the series. That would be definitely a helpful addition to the roster here for Brent, who generally lacked firepower. And well, Derek trying to get away. The lost pissed around here after just taking every single kill pretty much. And well, Derek gets a couple on the exit, but the round is won. And it's After Gaming who will be taking the piss around win to get a good start in Inferno. And it's Sakai, Mitch Storm's favorite player, taking 2 kills on the board.
I think it's going to be a good day for Sakai. He is the first player in the server to get a kill as well in drawing first blood. Nice attempt from not really a really nice attempt. I felt like they got a little unfortunately gushed initially. The player playing towards Banana. We saw Derek also taking a long time to make his way down, make his way up Banana on the retake. So despite getting a couple of exits in the end, it was not going to be good enough. But we had the Deagles coming out, Dinko. The pistols, 4 Deagles, and the CZ in the hands of Wits, 4 Deagles.
Yeah.
Always perfect number.
That's it. All right, that's the magic number.
They're going to win this.
What was he Pro? Into the boiler. I mean, it's a pretty realistic chance. I mean, look at the weapons they're going up against, right? It's 4 SMGs. There's a lot of SMGs brought into this one. And against the Deagles at long range, probably going to favor the hand cannon. So, bingo. Oh, good read. Was ready for that aggression from Papachulo. Thought the distraction up in the bedroom was going to be enough to take him down, but Pro trying to fight down mid. He's got a couple of opportunities, not landing anything.
A few whiff shots coming out, but his constant re-aggression could be dangerous. Wits! Oh no! It deals so much damage, Dinko. Almost catching out Oi Saber, but getting saved by his teammate there. Good work from Wang. And looks like the curse of the 4 Deagles will finally be...
It's not over yet.
You're a believer, aren't you?
Yep, let's go.
Oh.
Pro with the first. He's going to be flanked with apartments, though, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. And also, the MAC-10 just swinging on by. But Derek in the pit. Derek's alive. Anything can happen. He's a miracle worker. He's hit the first, and oh, God, never
How?
mind. It's actually a miracle that he's doesn't get a kill there. And Micro, a 1v4. He's going to have to go huge here if this is going to work out. And maybe we'll just attest this to the 4 Deagle Chinese team law, right? It only works out if it's a Chinese team.
Yeah, it's if you're any other nationality, yeah, I guess it doesn't work out. I like how we're continuing to build a storyline of the 4 Deagles, the curse or the blessing of the 4 Deagles as it carries on.
It's actually a scientific investigation. Or, yeah,
Well,
Micro. Not going to get anything. He's going to run away. They don't go hunting. They realize, okay, we just got to keep every player alive here. We haven't really got good money right now. And they do keep every player alive.
I was wondered about like with the entire ESIC investigation going on with the coach cams and everything, why no Asian teams have come up, and I was like, yeah, because they don't have any coaches.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't have any coaches. The other thing is, surely they couldn't be this bad. And ESIC don't want to embarrass them that bad, you know? It's like, oh, I can't really do that to them. They haven't been able to win games anyway.
Yeah, just to quote my like a shameless Twitter shout out for myself would be, if VG's coach was using the bug, they wouldn't have lost so many games at Tyloo. Because at one point, imagine you lose like 9 or 10 best of 3s. You're gonna be like, screw it, I'm just gonna use the bug. But VG still haven't beaten Tyloo in 13 series, Dinko. It's getting ludicrous.
fair,
13 series.
The Chinese team, the Asian team, should I say, probably don't even actually know that the bug existed, right?
Because they don't have a coach.
Yeah, that, and they probably don't figure that kind of stuff out, because it feels like everything that kind of is in Counter-Strike kind of eventually gets to Asia, but they pick up strats that were used in 2016 and use those. Like, it's got a little bit of a delay. They'll figure it out in a couple of years' time.
Which is such a tragedy, because I remember in 2016, I think it was 2016, when it was Luminosity who was still the team, and when Tyloo came and played the DreamHack Masters in Malmo, however you pronounce it. You know what I mean.
Malmo.
You know what? You did a better job than I did. Nice 4K for Wang there on the Eco Mob, but yeah. They had some really interesting, I wouldn't say strats per se, but a very unique approach to the game, especially in the CD side, where they were not like looking for information, and basically they would just turtle up on the bomb sites with these crossfires. We're just shredding apart the T sides from a lot of the teams, especially in Cobblestone, if memory serves me right. I feel like that was the last time we saw any full-fledged tactical approach to a unique tactical approach to Counter-Strike from an Asian team. Just like 4 years ago.
I feel like that was when Tyloo were like, okay, we just beat one of the best teams in the world. Now we can just sit back, relax. We're Tyloo. That's when the mentality was born. And well, Wits is going to catch up Marek crossing to middle. And that advantage in play here for Bren. And a good start. Wits needs to show up here. I feel like he needs to deliver to grab these few rounds for Bren. If you let a few more slide here after, can start to get into a comfortable position on the T side. It's on to Bren to shut them down and out of this one. It is kind of like a little baby brother style Counter-Strike match here with After just playing Invictus yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel bad for Roy. Gets removed from After Gaming. He joins his team, and you can kind of see the storyline being written in his head. It's like, yeah.
I mean, that was such a close game for so much of it, right? It was like After beat them on Inferno, 19-17 in overtime. They lost 16-13 on Train, then went, unfortunately, on to lose on Mirage, but they played them close enough. There was a respectable performance.
Yeah, but loss is a loss. Also, this round is atrocious from After Gaming. I mean, they've just been picked apart one by one by one. 2 of them crossing over, getting taken down. Wang looking to maybe pad the stats a little bit, but Poppy's going to deny it. Nice 3K from Pappy. If you look at the highlights, the replay of the kills which Bren got over here, After Gaming looked clueless, especially the first couple of kills. First player just jumping across Banana without a flashbang. Of course, it's going to be a free kill for Wits with the AWP, which you should be seeing here, right here. Like, I mean, what is this cross? It is so high risk and unnecessary. Repeat comes out. Peeks alone, Sakai gets taken down, and then we see Poppy to take out the first player who was caught crossing running into Banana with no smoke top of mid, no one marking that angle. It was just a round to forget, I might say, for the side of After. At least they have money.
As
though.
are
They have money
many
to
of
buy.
the after rounds, actually. But yeah, definitely. I think it's an important round for Brighton to win, though. It's good that they got it under their belt. You know, if it was just a good start from after, if they continued to win round after round, they could be in a real comfortable position on their T side. And for some reason, it feels like in Asian Counter-Strike so far, Blair, teams find it very difficult to get back into matches until the late stages, and then they make their last hurrah, right? But sometimes it's a little too late. I think that's the worry I had going into the previous series. You've seen Sigma go off to such a good start, and even if the boys over on Checkmate were to pull it back or at least start their comeback, they were already at an immediate huge disadvantage, right? They went on a tear, they got it back, but they had already lost 5 rounds at the beginning of the map. And that kind of gave a nice buffer for Sigma to play with. And you could see once they get into the second half, they were comfortable. They just closed it quickly. And so I feel like it's very important for both teams to get off to a pretty equal start if you're going to get a good game.
Well, Wang feeling free. What? No, oi. Please don't repeat. Please don't repeat Wits. Thank you. I'm not a fan of how Wits is playing. Look at how far away he's from the rest of his teammates, Jinka. He's got an AWP as well. Okay, Poppy's at least walking up right now towards Apps, but it was a little too late. There was a window there where Wits could potentially have been taken out, but this aggression might be actually panning out in the favor of the Filipino side. They have a lot of control. Rotation's going to be taking place, and the one person you don't want to face off against is, of course, going to be Derek. Now, they still have a little doubt that someone might be still floating towards mid, but Wits peering down all the way down mid, not finding anyone. This should be an easy mob. A Pro is going to find one. Micro, not checked, but survives. It's a 5v3. They still have a Molotov and a smoke to work with, with Bingo taking a lot of damage through the smoke. And this is looking, well, very, very rough indeed. Bomb will be planted, but they're getting shredded through the smoke, and Bingo's left alone. Denko, 1v5. Let's go.
Yeah,
never mind.
it's not worked out too well there. Kind of falls apart immediately, Blair. And some could say it was your fault. So any after fans out there, you know, lie on Twitter. All right,
Yeah, just
official.
make sure to follow me before, you know,
Yeah,
dropping
hit the follow,
your DMs.
like a couple of his tweets, and then send them your
Then drop me
your
the
thoughts.
DMs. Yeah, yeah.
And they'll go right
Slide
to
into
the
the DMs.
requested section, never be opened.
What? What's wrong? I replied to every one of my DMs.
Ah.
I'll let you know.
Even
the ones which asked me for feed pictures.
Oh, sounds like quite a lucrative business.
Hey, you know what? I have this nice Hobbit feed, and some people really into the Lord of the Rings, you know?
Well, that's true. There's people out there that are into everything. And well, Wits, this is risky. He's completely exposed. There's multiple different angles, and well, there's a player to his right side. He picks the first off, and well, he's got a Molotov in it. Oh God, Wits, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is so dumb. Oi, he's got the easy kill. He'll go back for more towards top middle, but luckily Pat Pachulo's there. But he only gets the one kill. Sakai's able to take him down, and Bren, why are you doing this? This is just dumb. Well, luckily they still have 3 players alive, 2 of which have AK-47s, but Micro. I mean, you can't.
stupid.
You can't really
They're dumb.
get too much done off of that. That's a good position from Marek, but the aggression through Banana, costing Micro, and now Pro and Derek have to do everything. If there's 2 players, especially with Pro's performance yesterday, you want a live, it would be these
Can't
2. But
believe
Pro
this.
just dives off, jumps into the open, gives Sakai a free kill, and Bren, you have thrown this one away. It begins.
I don't need. I don't need. Like Tom's. I mean, look, everything's going wrong, man. Like the first thing, Bren literally. That's just one of the biggest throwdowns I've ever seen. That's like so brain dead from Wang. Like, well, sorry, not from Wang. What am I even saying? From Wits. They're both oppers and they both start with W. So pardon my mistake there. That is so stupid. You've broken the money. You don't have the pistols. You got the 1 kill. Good job. Why the re-aggression? They have pistols. Do the risk analysis. I mean, there are risk analysis classes in college, I know, but you don't need to go to college to figure this out. This is just some dumb, basic common sense. Derek, a little slow on the reaction there, and well, what a garbage round from Bren. What absolute garbage. At the same time, I'm getting DMs from Tom asking me how much I'm charging for my feed pics. For you, Tom, it's free.
I would charge Tom for that luxury, to be honest.
No, I'll charge Mitch. he seems to be one of the guys who would probably
He is a hobbit,
be
though.
into. Yeah, exactly. So he'd be looking for hobbit feet like mine, hairy, nicely shaped feet.
Get me out of here. Forward to. This is not what I signed up for in the early morning.
Which is a liability right now. What is this?
He's
What is he
being-
doing?
Dumb. That's it right now. He's being QQ a couple of weeks ago. And well, he's gonna push up. He gets a double kill. That's a good start to the
Brilliant.
round, and this is done again. This is gonna be a 5th round for After Gaming. I mean, you called it, Blood. You said After gonna be winning this. Brenna giving him every opportunity to make you look like a genius.
Thanks, Brian.
Oh, Papachulo. Oh, that's a big play. That's the bomb going down, and Papachulo, the veteran of the team, stepping up, dropping that bomb, and giving Derek a chance into this 1v2. He has to go forward. He's going to rotate over to this B bomb site. He's a little bit lit to the party, so they've got good post-plant positions. They've also got that man advantage, but Derek has pretty much got full utility. He's been spotted. The nade goes up. Does he check this close corner? They're smart.
No.
They'll double peek. He's not going to check the tree, surely, at this point. Molotov, he's fully focused on the site. He's going to walk right into this. Oh, oi, what a round from him. 2 huge entry kills up towards top banana. And then he follows up with the final kill as well. A nice try from Papachulo, trying to be the hero. But Wits, man, what are you doing?
Oh, Woods, my boy. Wake up. Someone just smack him in the back of the head. Whoever the in-game leader is.
It's all cattle prod. You know, that's where we need to get Tom out. It's the problem with his cattle prod.
Thomas of cattle prod.
Yeah, we've discussed this as an idea on how we stop the aggression from somebody. It's like he has the dead man switch idea, which kind of ruins the W key, you know, like stops working. And then also, it's like anybody who gets aggressive, you just poke them with a cattle prod.
Oh yeah, like we've had different solutions, right? We had the kill switch for the W key, a cattle prod coming in. And honestly, at this point, I'm just gonna DM or tweet at Sir Scoots requesting his DNP bat, and he's got that baseball bat with do not peek,
You just
like literally
tap
have
it in your
that
hand.
with spikes on top of it. And oh my, that should have been a free kill for Poppy. He does 0 damage. Oh, he actually got the push at the end there, the dink at the end.
It's off. But look at this Wits. Oh, he's gonna go down. He started off the round well. I mean, he gets 1 kill, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. I have to turn it around. But yeah, I feel like that do not peak baseball bat sounds like a pretty good idea. Also, been loving the content they've been doing in multiple different games. It's been entertaining. I'm loving that.
Yeah, I really want to get one of the shows. Like the Valoranting has bound to be one of my.
Oh, that's a really good one. Yeah, for sure. They did the previous episode was really good. Or the one before that, where they interviewed head sports strategist. That's pretty good.
I mean, when you have a couple of veterans behind the scenes, that's the sort of content you can expect. As we have the hit coming in here, there could be some damage being dealt by Micro, but they're gonna check. Yeah, there we go. So a couple of tags. They know exactly what Derek is, but it is Derek Dinko, the man, the myth, the Derek. And this time around, it's just going to fade away. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to hold on to his Desert Eagle because there is a flank incoming. It is Bingo. It was on 14 HP, but it's going to be Wang who's going to steal it away.
Yeah, out of there, 6-2 After Gaming. Well, this is a pretty good start for the T side. They'll be feeling very happy about this performance. They'll be feeling incredibly comfortable. And Bren, they have thrown away their opportunities at the start of this map. And while they have got themselves a chance to call this tack pause and talk over what they want to do going into this next round so they can curb this aggression, stop this from happening. And it's going to be the full rifle setup. Wits has gone to the A1S. I'm just having flashbacks of Urcast just killing everybody with that gun.
That was yesterday's performance from Urcast and Dust 2 is one of those legendary games of Asian CS. Going to remember, it's kind of like reminiscent of how Bent it was just basically farming everyone, right? You have those games where you just drop like over 30 kills and make it look almost like he was nigh unkillable. It was very similar to that. Right now, someone who is completely opposite of nigh unkillable is Micro, who's on 005. Not yet at the level of Mr. Bond, but getting there. Was Sean Bean 009 or 005? Or 006, I forget. In GoldenEye.
That's too old for me.
Come on, 97? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't even born. I wasn't even alive
I'm gonna
for
actually,
another
you know what,
3 years, blood.
It's actually no, it's 95.
Yep, I was alive for another half a
You weren't
decade.
even you weren't even an idea in your parents' minds.
My parents,
My
yeah,
lord.
my parents were probably young at that point. Well, nonetheless, it's gonna be.
Wow, thanks for making me feel ancient.
Well, Wits catching out Wang. It's a good kill coming through, and a second picked up as well. It's a round for Brand. Finally, they only lose to one player.
Lose just to one player, good resurgence. But again, like the way they are kind of just throwing some of those rounds, it hurts me. And it was a round which kind of broke the money, right? Like they were kind of mounting this, I wouldn't say comeback, so to speak, but they're winning the rifle rounds and they're broken After Gaming's money. They lost that, and ever since then, After Gaming just going on a streak. Again, some incredible entries going the way of someone like Oi. But Wits, I would really like him to just rein in his aggression a tad little bit. Hopefully he's learned his lesson by now, Denko. Hopefully that is the case. But I keep saying that about a lot of teams, a lot of players in Asia, but never seems to be the case. It was 006. So Sean Bean's character in the movie was called Alec Trevelyan, or Trevelyan. I don't know how to pronounce his name. But he was Agent 006. So maybe if someone hits a 006, we call him a Sean Bean.
Just dying all the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna.
I mean,
make
it works in multiple different ways, right?
I know. It's got layers to this. It's better than James Bond, who never dies. Oh, opening from Wang.
He's gonna be looking for another one here. Flashbang up in towards apartments. Bananas, one kill. On towards Oi. And now 4v4. Papachulo. Oh, nearly gets caught out of position, but he does. He cannot spray away. Sakai with a headshot. Man advantage back in play here for the T side, and Pro tries to catch them through the smoke. I am a fan of that play, even though generally we discourage walking through the smokes. He could have got it done, and he doesn't get anything, unfortunately. But there was high reward to the risk there, and they desperately needed that. You know, if that's the only play he can really make at that point. And it's Wits and Micro having to save the weapons on the other side of the map. It's 7-3. What a start it's been from After Gaming. This is not the brand we seen yesterday. And I said, Blood, if we see the brand that we seen against Invictus in their previous matchup, this will be a series win for Bren in quite convincing fashion. Although if they go back to being Bren, like the normal Bren that we're used to seeing, this is going to be a long affair. And that's the case right now. Bren are looking pretty off.
Yeah, which is so weird, because the rounds that have won, the 3 rounds that have won so far, have been very convincing. Very, very convincing. Just catching After Gaming, looking like headless chickens, but then the moment After Gaming don't make the mistakes, it's Bren who are making the mistakes. So again, it's the same old tale as old as time. It's about which team makes the lesser mistakes, wins the round. More than any crazy plays. We have the double up setup coming out, though, for the side of Bren. Wits and Pro. Shown that he is capable of wielding the Zoom Banger, but they got to contend with Wang and his big green gun, which has been getting a lot of these opening picks. Okay, what was he even moving when that hit? Oh, Wang, R.I.P. Just completely just shredded, decapitated, headless.
Not a bad start. Taking the head right off the Wang, and what? Gonna be Wits taking a peek down in towards Banana. Marek out of that. Follow-up kill for Brent. Good start into round number 11. One that they desperately need to win here as well. They also can't afford to just go on to lose the next round after this, right, Blood? That's the most important part here for Brent, is the fact that they have an opportunity now to step up and get a few rounds under the belt, to win some consecutive rounds. They can't afford to slip up on that opportunity. They have to get this under the belt. They have to continue to compete in this first half. Otherwise, After going to be looking pretty damn comfortable. And here comes the attack into the A-bomb side. 3 players trying to recover, but it's Pro with a good kill. Bingo's going to take down Derek. And he'd be looking for another kill here. He's going to catch out Pro, and they're just giving them fights. Papachulo goes down, and it's a 2v2. 40 seconds on that timer. Bomb.
Four v2, Dinko. 4v2.
Well, they're frozen on the mini map. I thought they were going to save it. I was like, okay, why have they done this? Well, Bit of a defeatist mentality, but luckily they are fighters and they will be going for this one. Bingo, it's got a good position in towards Graveyard. Oi on the side itself. He's got an AWP though, so not exactly the best spot for this gun, but they're both coming in together from short. So if it comes down to the timing, he can focus this and get at least one. He's going to miss the shot, and now he needs two. Bingo doesn't get anything. He could have just hit it. He could have just stayed, hit it, and well, it's going to work out for one kill from Oi, but that's not going to be enough. They go back for the defuse. There's going to be enough time. And yeah,
Fire.
after...
Oi didn't shoot the shot. Can we get a replay of that, please? Like when it was scoped in and didn't shoot.
Seemed like he took the shot, right? He just missed it.
I think he quick switch. Can we please have a replay of that? Maybe after this round. It tends to happen, right? Like when you're opping, you think you've taken a shot, but then you quick switch. Okay, let's take a look.
Yeah.
Not this one. Like here, he hits the shot. The one where it was scoped in. When the CTs were just coming in.
The initial attack was coming
through.
through.
Yeah. From short. Maybe we'll take a look at it later on. But, well, Brenda survived the scare. I think it was a 4v2. And, okay, that just works out perfectly for Poppy. But not for long. Oi will trade. Rifle retrieved. Oh, nice nade there. Oi down to 38. Fair trade so far. I like the aggressive hole here towards apps. You know, the weaponry isn't that great. They've doubled up towards apartments. They've opted to leave mid kind of open, although they have Wits now. It's crept his way back towards Arch with the AWP, and now it's going to be all down to Micro Dinko. He's all by his lonesome. He uses up the smoke he has. He has one flash to work with, but he's going to need backup real quickly because nothing against the lad, but I don't think he has what it takes to hold the site all by his lonesome here. That smoke's actually going to favor him if he plays this right.
Well, smoke under the bomb site. Micro is going to be under a good bit of pressure. A Molotov going down to deploy in front of the approaching players, and it's Sakai with a good kill. Micro going down. Wits holding the gap on the cross. Pro comes up through Banana and catches out the back of Marek. He wants a little bit more to add to this collection, though. Pro's not done with his massacre. He wants more, but it's not going to go his way. Bingo comes in, eradicates Pro, and we've got ourselves a 3v2 favoring After as they sink themselves deep into the post plant. Smoke causes problems on Banana here for Derek, and he might just flee away. Gonna carry that M4 deeper into Banana. I think they realize winning this round is now impossible. And this was the problem that I brought up in the previous round. I said, Brand not only need to win this round, but they need to go into the next one and pick it up as well. If they fail to do that, and now they've lost the AWP, well, now they're going to be in a position where they don't have the money for the next few, and we're likely looking at 9 rounds on the board for After. They don't have anything.
Absolutely.
They just don't have anything in the next round now. Literally nothing.
So I don't get this. This has just been terrible from Bren. Great openings from After, although you can clearly see so many mistakes being made. You saw the massive gap in the smoke there. How does Micro just die without doing any damage? He was just running around, gets caught out, just jumping across towards the back of the site. 5 USBs, flash in hand. Yeah. It's not like After have tried anything too crazy, Dinko. It's just that they've just been fed. Just being fed by Bren. And Bren like, yeah, you want to run around? There we go. Take it.
Ooh, well, After are absolutely dominating right now. You know, Brandon kept winning a couple of rounds here and there, but I think it's mainly been those early kills from Wits and Pro following up. Derek's actually been pretty quiet so far in this map, which is definitely kind of scary for Bren. Because he's usually the player we talk about always being there for the Bren roster. Micro having another classic quiet performance, 2 kills right now to his name. And yeah, this has just been an underperformance or just a really mediocre performance coming in from Bren. And After have not really approached this with great Counter-Strike or anything, it's just been a much better teamwork out of them in terms of just being able to get the kills, playing very basic Counter-Strike, not really making as many mistakes as Bren. And that's what I was talking about. This game's going to come down to who's making more mistakes, and right now it's actually Bren.
More is an understatement. I feel they've just been looking so very lost so far. Individual decision making has been kind of abysmal, non-existent, some people might say. Flashbang out. Wits whiffs each and every one of his bullets. Playing up close with M4A1, not necessarily the best gun to play with in my personal opinion, but yeah, what do I know. Nice double kill from Micro there to at least trade it back. But now, Bingo. Oh, he's going to be expecting... Whoa, they almost lined it for him. He finds one. Now it's a 2v2. Bomb just getting planted. Sakai and Marek. and Poppy. They know where Poppy is. Poppy's looking desperately for something. Dinko is looking for the smoke. There we go. They have 2 smokes. They have a flash and a Molotov. A Molotov in Sakai's position would be perfection, but it is going to be towards first oranges, and both the players on the side. Oh no, actually they have another one. It's going to be tossed in a little too late, though. Sakai is going to find both of them even before the incendiary leaves the hand of Derek. And after gaming 10-4, this has been domination.
This has been absolutely dominating from the T side. They're not having any problems. You know, Bren win a round here and there, but they never go on to win it consistently. You know, the 4 rounds that Bren have on the scoreboard could very easily be gone, right? This could be an even more dominant half from after. It's looking like it's going to be 11-4. Bren, they don't really even have all that much to work with coming into this last round of the half. So this could be another round added to the tally. And I'm loving that after aren't making any straight up aggression decisions, right? They're not going straight towards Banana early on into the rounds. They're not throwing away their lives early on. You can see in this round, too often do we see teams just decide, okay, we're just going to go full rush Banana in the last round randomly against SMGs. And there's none of that from after right now. They're actually approaching Inferno the right way. It's going to be 11-4 at the half out of the T side. And I don't know if that's enough at all for Brand to come back into this. This feels like it could be over.
You know what they say, like that movie, never say never, Dinko. Anything could happen. Pro, MP9, they are walking into the stack here. This could be a problem. They might not be expecting a second player, but doesn't matter. Wang's there. And he's gonna have no trouble finding Pro. Leaving it all in Derek. He's got to get the ace, Dinko. He's got to get the 1v4 clutch ace, which... There's a reason why it's mythical. You don't see those sort of clutches that often, especially with a Deagle. The bomb down against a full buy, it's not going to happen. It's going to be 11-4 here for After Gaming. And what a showing it's been from them. Can't really blame them. Yeah, a few of the rounds which they gave up felt like they were looking a little too overeager, a little discombobulated. But apart from that, everyone has been popping off. You saw Sakai having his moments, Oi opening up bomb sites on his own, Bingo looking solid, Wang opening up sites single-handedly with the AWP. And for the side of Bren, look, we know it's a map pick from After Gaming, but this has got to be perhaps one of the worst sides, at least the worst CT side I've seen from Bren. And I've seen some rough ones from them in the past. And I think one of the biggest culprits has to be Wits. I mean...
Definitely. I mean, he's the player performing the best individually in terms of kills, but he is also the player to give away so many advantages. Well, Sakai is going to start chasing them down in towards Banana. He's looking for these opening kills, and it goes down in towards T-Stats, but look at this confidence from after. Oi peeking forward, getting a double. It's a 3v3, and the ball planted on the B-bomb site. Brennan going to be looking for the post-plant position, setting up their crossfires. This looks like a pistol round they can win.
Oh, Wits. Oh, he just sticks around a little too long. Now, Pro, they know the 2 players there. The question is, what is the other CT? Oh my lord, Marek just comes running and dismantles Pro. Derek, he's got a Molotov, Dinko. That could be clutch, but they have a smoke as well. He's going to show where he is. Smoke on the bombs and the Molotov is going to be ineffective. They're going to peek him together. Marek takes him down. 10 seconds, but they don't have a kit. Oh, this is going to be very close.
Oh,
I don't think they do.
It's beeping far
No.
too fast in my eyes.
Yeah.
2.34 ball, not enough time at all, really, there to get the defuse. It was very far off. So, yeah, it's going to be 11-5. Bren right now, they're going to be picking up that AK straight away. It's not a whole lot to work with at all here over on the CT side. Sakai went for the force buy there, so I believe we're just going to see the full force come out from after, get the pistols out. They have rounds to play with, so if they win this,
I would have liked if one of them just stuck it. It was a 1v3,
yeah,
right?
for sure. You gotta just at least try that, because if you don't get on the bomb, you're gonna lose the round anyway. So might as well try it. 4 Deagles though, Chinese team, scout and play. Let's see.
Yeah, 4 deals for the Chinese team, Dinko. The curse.
Yeah,
the
if
curse
they
of the
lose
4
this, then we're
deals.
gonna talk about, you know, it's only the top Chinese teams. Then eventually we'll whittle it down to just Tyloo.
And Invictus, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens here. They have 3 players towards B. And Brent, they've showed presence towards the brackets area. They haven't quite relinquished that particular part of the map yet. And Wits is just trying to sell a fake, but it looks at things. It looks like they're going to be heading towards A, where they're going to come exploding out. And it's going to be Sakai, Tom's favorite player, get wrapped around Dinko. And he's going to be found out. And that's 1 Deagle out. 4 players stacked towards the the B bomb site, and they're going to be going for the save. There's no point going for this retake, especially with the scout and the 3 digs. Hold on to it for the next round, and it's going to be round number 6 for Bren. Maybe the curse isn't real. Maybe it's just Invictus, Dinka. Maybe it's just Invictus. I need to oil the hinges of my microphone.
That's your microphone. I thought it was your chair.
Oh no, it's not. It's a microphone.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see. I broke one of those recently and I had to get a new one. And what? Oi, he's found the head of Wits Pro. Replying, that's a decent enough kill, and this is kind of expensive for Bren. I mean, don't throw away AKs. Come on, guys. There's no need to do this. Please don't make me lose my mind. This reminds me of that song. Well, 11-6. It is, yeah, at least they save the AKs. At least they don't get rid of those. But yeah, that's a little bit messy towards the end there from Bren. Definitely could have been a scenario in which I would have just probably given up. But 11-6 after gaming, they've got themselves again a couple of D by a Mag 10 for Bingo. And a scout in the hands of Wang. Bren given a good chance to get a few more rounds under their belt as we go into the second half. But after, we'll still be in the lead going into the first gun round. So it's on to Bren to show us what they can do in that one. There'll be a quick play towards top banana from Wits. Oh, right.
Oh, he's outside. He's boosted.
I was so confused. It looked like he was staying. I was like, huh? This is so early
It's like
in the morning.
some invisibility
Yeah, it's
mod.
like-
Yeah.
He's got Harry Potter's cloak. He survives. And, you know, he's on the other side of the wall. That makes sense.
Imagine if Counter-Strike had active camouflage. That would be...
Do they not have that in one Danger Zone or something? Or something like that. Probably not Danger Zone. So there's some game mode at least that has it.
The Eagles, Dinko.
Eagles, yes, but not really working out too much. Just, yeah, that was the important kill. And unfortunately for Marek, Pro is good. And well, why? Getting one on the scout. You'll pick up an AK.
This is actually smartly played. It's actually very smartly played. Wang? Oh, he waited for a bit and he's like, oh, wait. He's confused. 19 HP. Yeah, best to go for the save. AK retrieved. That AK is going to be real handy in the hands of someone, let's say, like Oi or even a Bingo. Plus with the one headshot, one bullet headshot capability. So, well played. Overall, from Brent, considering what a scare that was. The problem for them is going to be Dinka, that the money, they've hemorrhaged quite a bit, considering what the investment was from Bren, and from After Gaming the past couple of rounds. But 7-11 score, you know what? It's looking a little bit more comfortable for Bren here.
Yeah, it definitely is. And over here for After Gaming, well, this is the first sort of test, right? They finally got the money out. They finally get the buy and play. And this is the first test for Bren, right? Coming into the second half. Will they be able to get over this hump? Will they be able to take on the buy of After on the CT side? Now, we've seen teams play well on the T side, can completely throw us a curveball by going onto the defensive side and being absolutely terrible, right? So it's all about how After perform coming into the second half. Will they be able to keep up the level of performance they had in the first half of this map? But that's yet to be seen. Good bit of damage down on the Papachulo. He's down to 65. Playing on the edge of the smoke, he'll go into logs. And a slower approach from Brad. No one dying yet on the server. And immediately, I like the approach from After better, right? They play a little bit more passive. It does starve them of information a little bit, but at least they're putting a couple of players over towards Banana early on, right? This is important. If you play passive on both bomb sites, then you kind of starve yourself of too much information. And that's a really sick play for Marek. They expose...
Yeah, and Wits, Crosser was on point, but not able to rattle out the bullets in time, and Micro's left alone. And he's stuck in the middle of no man's land, Dinko. I'm not too sure why Oi's just left B. Why? It's a 1v5. Why are you leaving one guy alone at B? Why are you even allowing the possibility of a free bomb plant? It just boggles my mind, but Micro is going to be running straight to his death. He's blinded. They know exactly where he is. The hunt is on. There's no way he's going to survive. Oi is going to just completely wreck him. Flawless round from After Gaming. And
That's
yeah,
pretty
they lose
good
a pistol.
Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah.
They didn't make any mistakes. I feel like it was just a good setup overall. You know, they were passive on the A bomb site and aggressive on B. Either we see two things, Blood, from Asian Counter-Strike. It's they play passive on both bomb sites, have zero map control, zero information, and then they get absolutely wrecked because they can't make a rotation or haven't bid on a utility of the T side or found any info at all. Or they go aggressive on both bomb sites and lose too many players and then lose the round.
Well,
that was good.
Yeah, that was 100% good. I love the aggression towards Banana. It was controlled. It wasn't just them wildly peeking down. They had a smoke towards bottom Banana, the Molotov, forcing out a player from tree. Of course, a little lucky for Marek to get the kill through the smoke, but hey, you know what? Miss every shot you don't take. It is going to be a waterfall down from the apartments by the looks of it, but the nade from Micro is going to keep them at bay for a while, and that actually might have dispelled that attempt from the T's. 2 AKs, Tech 9s, and Sakai, he's left the pit area, which is such a smart play from him, avoiding getting washed away in the flood of players dropping down. But Derek's going to find Sakai. You know, Bingo's position, it's not known yet. And Oi's going to strike Bingo, going for the wide swing, finds another kill, and it's all on Pro in a 1v3. Goes for the pre-fire, but Bingo's too good. 13-7 after gaming. They are looking like they want to just close this out real quickly. Dinko, money's looking grim for Bren. This should be a 14 round for after gaming, and what a game it's been from them.
Yeah, I feel like they've probably done enough now to take it over the line, because okay, you could always say it's not over yet, but the problem is Bren haven't shown us anything across this entire map. They've only been able to string a few rounds together in the second half, and that was against a couple of pistols. You know, this has not exactly been a good performance by any means from Bren. No one's showing up, no one's having a good game right now. This is terrible. And I did say coming into this that I didn't think after gaming we're going to be able to win trade. That was based on a performance yesterday from Brent. You know, they still lost the map, yeah, okay, but they were at least showing up on an individual level, and what I've seen from after gaming on train just isn't enough. If they were playing against Brent yesterday, even though they still lost to Invictus. But now I kind of changed that thought. I kind of think now I really put a lot more pressure on the mistakes that were being made on train for Brent. They got a few more rounds on the board because of the individual showing up. They don't have anybody showing up right now, Blood. They don't have anybody, not even Derek, really. And so now we're in a situation where we go on to train. I can definitely see a world in which after take it, based on them actually playing the map before, they actually like to play. They're willing to keep it in the map pool. May not be the best team on it, but right now they're playing better Counter-Strike overall. So there's a world in which after could 2-0 this.
Yeah, also I don't know why Pros punched himself in a family jeweled and bought an AK-47. He's not just punched himself, he's punched the entire team, because look at the eco, it's a full eco. Pros bought it for himself. Sure is going to get $2,400 the next round with the $300 he has in the bank right now. It's going to be 27. Enough for one AK, nothing else. And that is assuming he doesn't get any kills. He could still find a couple, but still it's not going to be good enough. Again, under the assumption they lose this round, which is very likely, because 4 of his teammates have just Glocks, Dingo. So what? Why? His name is Pro, and he's definitely not playing like a pro right now. Marek,
get out of there.
In a bit of a pickle.
Papachula runs to the smoke while reloading, and Wang is going to catch the crossing player. He'll look for a second, but that was going to be a very difficult shot to hit. AK-47 looking to swing, but there's so many players here. Bingo taking down Pro. It's Wits falling next, and Derek as well. Really nice stuff there from Oi. 14-7. A bomb plant, yes, it is secured. So Bren will have money going into this next round. We'll take a look at their buy, and it'll be very solid with the loss bonus.
Not for Pro.
And the bomb plant on top, but it's no, not for Pro, but the rest of the team definitely looking good. So after gaming, they could get map point here, and if they win this map, win this round, should be winning the map.
I come from an old school approach when it comes to Counter-Strike, where I call it boring CS or whatever, but I call it playing the numbers, playing the percentages, right? And when you break how that round played out, they got very lucky to get the bomb down. Mara getting caught with his pants down over there. If they hadn't got the bomb down, Pro would have had $2,700, and it would have been a full buy of the rest of his team. He would have had to go for he wouldn't have enough money. He would have had enough money for Galil and Kevlar, Dinko, and $50 remaining. Maybe he could buy a decoy grenade for himself. That's about it. And imagine a scenario where it comes down to 1v1 or something, and he doesn't have the weaponry, or maybe he doesn't even buy the Galil, it just goes to the utility. You get what I'm getting to, right? Like where you could be the weak link in a must-win round for your team. And that hero Ikebai, it just doesn't make any sense in any way, which is what I just hate. I'm not a big fan of that sort of play. And Pro, unfortunately, doesn't live up to his name. Nice flashbang. Wang will get the hell out of there just in the nick of time. And it's actually going to rotate back all the way over to B. At least the opening kill will go the way of Bren, but gotta say, this has been the best looking after gaming we've seen in forever, and probably the worst we've seen from Bren in a long time. Nice check from Papi Chulo. There was no chance for Marek to do anything, and Papi, he's taking matters into his own hands, Dinko. Opens up the A bomb site, and that's going to be round number 8 for Bren.
They needed it, and it's clean and clinical. And when you need him the most, Papachulo steps up. Like, when Brad are desperately needing rounds, you just look up to the sky and you see the Batman symbol, but it's actually Papachulo's face. He comes in, he saves the day. Wang. Down, it's now going to be Oi. Stuck versus 5, and he'll get 1 kill, but it's toppled. And Bren, I love how they have the balls to go for the hunt there, buddy on the ropes. But they get it done. They take down every player. They only lose Pro after gaming. Still in a comfortable position though. They're going to be able to buy going into this next round. This was just a good round from Papachulo, finding very important jewels on that A-bomb site. Wits winning a couple of fights towards the end here as well. There's 14-8, 2 away for victory here for After Gaming. They have another buy coming into this one. They lose this though, they're down to the eco, and Bren probably get themselves a more respectable scoreline. And Wits, oh, this is aggressive, right through the fire. Okay, a lot of risk involved in that, but it's worked out. Oh, Sakai. Oh, Sakai. You strange player. This decision making is like, I don't think there is decision making. That's the problem. He doesn't think about it. But that's all jokes aside. I mean, when you take a look at what he did there, I mean, obviously it's not the correct play, right? When you look at it fundamentally, but you can definitely at least give him reasoning as to why he wanted to do that, right? You're a man down, you're feeling confident, you can swing top mid, try and catch off the Opera. Maybe you get a 4v4, but the risk involved in that is just incredible. The likelihood of you being able to take a kill is pretty low. The likelihood of you trying to take a kill and then falling back alive is next to impossible. So why are you doing that? Bingo. Good couple of kills towards the end here. He'll look for a third. He'll pull out the USP. We'll get it as well. And oh my god. Marek. Ooh, Marek, here's another one. They've lost so much money here, Blood, but, you know, the only player that's actually struggling is Pro.
I wonder why. Well, After Gaming, good job saving all those 3 guns, and I like the restraint being shown by the Chinese side over here. They're not going for the full investment. They're like, listen, guys, we're 14-9, we're good. We're gonna be feeling. How does Pro lose that duel? That's so insane. You know, CZ, Deagle, and the 3 rifles, and yeah, I feel like for Bren right now, it's just about delaying the inevitable. Oh, great nade usage. Wits down at 25 HP. And an unnecessary bit of aggression from Wang, taking a page out of Wits' book. Not a big fan. Sakai, probably going to try his luck, being spotted out, and he shouldn't be sticking around much longer here. That op is a lost cause. And now Marek has everything to do. He's going to get taken down. This save has not really worked out for After. 3 rifles down to just the M4 in the hands of Oi. He's blinded as well. He's going to try and go for a hero play. This might work out. He's going to find 1. He's going to find 2. Pro does reply back. But suddenly he's made this, if not winnable, at least something within the realms of possibility here for After Gaming. But with the op retrieved in a 2v3, bomb should be planted, and considering how far away they are, I guess the save should be the right call here for the Chinese side.
It's all starting to crumble now for After Gaming, at least in this round as well. We move into the next one, 14 to 10, shall I say. And like I said, Brian can make this scoreline a little bit more respectable, build up some momentum, maybe hit some individual performance strides that you head into the third map with a bit more, the second map with a bit more confidence. Hopefully show up on train and put up a better fight going into your map pick. But right now, After, they want to close it. They want to close as quickly as possible to prevent that from happening. They still feel like they were in the driver's seat throughout this. Oi is having such a good performance alongside Bingo right now. 24 kills for both of them. But I want to see After Gaming just continue to focus. They've been playing good Counter-Strike throughout play. They've been limiting the mistakes. They've definitely not been the After of old. And they started to slip up in a couple previous rounds now. A couple of decisions have been a little bit rough. So hopefully they can figure it out. They're going to go for their first tactical pause, called in round number 25. 14 to 10. 2 away from victory, and they want to make sure that they get it done here.
Yeah, Bren have mounted a bit of a resurgence here, right? Showing some signs of life, a little bit of fire, a little bit of gas in the tank, which is good considering it's still just the best, the first match, the first map of the day for these two teams. Yeah, honestly, heading into this matchup, like Bren were the big favorites, are a team who have a real chance of qualifying for the playoffs while knocking out the likes of a Beyond, of a Sigma, and yeah, this wasn't the start we were expecting. But this is going to be the start that After we'll be looking for. Opening kill for Oi, like you said, Dinko, he's been looking fantastic so far. Bren, oh, rounds off a bullet. That's a dead giveaway of his position, and he will have to fall on back. Luckily for him, he got Sakai inside of the pit to fire off a few bullets. It's a few points of health away from Wits. A 5v4, man advantage. Wits and Pro kind of whittled away health-wise as well. This is looking a little grim, Dinko. Now, I'm not a big fan of the setup from After, primarily because how they've left Oi alone towards B, and especially his position. But if they're going to keep getting kills like this, I guess it doesn't really matter.
This is such a good start for them in terms of the kills, and another one followed up as well. Marek taking down Micro. It's Wits and Pro stuck at the apartments. 44 seconds left. Absolutely nothing you could do at this point. No matter where you turn, you're going to be facing a disadvantage. They're going to be sending that one player aggressive towards car. That's Oi over towards B, getting that early information in towards the banana position, so they know they have to commit to A right now, so they can just hold 4 players towards this side of the map. 21 seconds. Now they commit out. That's the bomb going out of the balcony, and Bingo shuts down the last 2. 26 and 10. Huge performance from him. And it's 15-10 for After Gaming.
Yeah, 51 kills between Oi and Bingo combined. It's just been a phenomenal showing from the two Chinese players. And, well, things have gone very wrong indeed for the side of Bren here. Now, the caveat being, everyone's probably going to be asking, but this is a map pick from After Gaming. They should be winning this. But that's the thing. After have looked shockingly mediocre this entire tournament. They're a team who people would rate right above Wadzai, barely any, but this is it, I feel like, as Marek's getting hunted down, but he's got a teammate, and Marek, well, just good for 2. Oi gets taken down. A little bit of a chance, a glimmer of a hope for Bren to prolong this game a bit further. But Micro, he's getting pushed by Wang. And Wang, well, the Flames are going to keep him... Okay, never mind. Flames kept him at bay, Dinko. It's not going to be enough. There's a big gap in the smoke. Bomb's not going to be planted. Derek has everything to do. The man, the hero. He knows where both the players are, but Wang comes running out like a madman. Finishes it off. 18 kills for him to close it out. And there you go. After Gaming take map number 1. Pretty convincingly. Tom,
Yeah.
Mitch, let's get you back on board here. That was a one-sided affair, but my oh my, that CD side from Bren was just mistakes after mistakes after mistakes. And Wits, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tom, any answers?
No, not really. And,
Okay,
and the
good.
worst thing is with him is he was probably their best performer,
Yeah,
which kind
that was
of paints the picture. I think we found another map that Micro has not been properly implemented into this team. Like
They're running out of maps in that
yeah, it's
case.
every
Yeah,
map.
exactly.
It's
it
every
gets
single
to the
map.
point where you kind of look at it and go, "Well,
not
does
this
he
map,
fit
it's
this
him.
roster at all?" Because it's not looked good. Sure, they haven't had a huge amount of time to sort of fix everything, but he seems to have rough performances too regularly for a team that are looking to try and actually get into the playoff stage. On the other side, I guess the positives are that Oi and Bingo have looked really good, and like Oi has been someone within this roster that, well, we kind of looked at him as maybe the player that's slightly out of place in terms of the fact that the roster he was in previously is far, well, beyond the likes of the team we currently see. And I think he's almost showing that, considering that he's one of the more experienced players. It seems that in a lot of these matches, he's able to step up. And a lot of the time, he takes the space of some of the younger stars who, well, should be there in his place, I guess.
And for the side of Brenda, let's look at a few of the negatives, Mitch. Just the over-aggression, the individual play, the lack of respect coming out from Brent initially in the CD side. Look, if you're Ty Lu, you're allowed to do so. If you're Tiger, maybe Vici, you're allowed to do so, even Invictus. But when you're a team right now who are battling to qualify for the playoffs, where it's not even confirmed yet, depending on the results from teams like Sigma or beyond, there is a chance you might not even make it to the playoffs. And having such a sloppy CT side where people are just peeking out individually, going for plays, I mean, there is a thin line between being, aggressively confident and being just dumb as hell. Right.
I mean, success is that line, right? And I think it's also a matter of, if you do it and it doesn't work, learn from that. Don't keep doing it. And sometimes some of these teams, they're not picking up on that. It's like they have. I understand. So I've had a couple discussions in the past with some coaches, with some players, where I'm kind of saying, listen, I'm watching you. I'm analyzing your demos. This doesn't make sense. Why'd you do it? Statistically, you made the wrong call. And they make the statement that sometimes you have so much confidence in a play that you don't care whether you're on pistols, whether the team you're against is better. You don't think about the position you're in. You just have so much confidence in the game plan that you say, to hell with it. Let's do it. Let's get it out there and try it. That's fine. You can have those kind of confident plays. But if it doesn't work, don't do it again. Draw the line in the sand and say, okay, now we go back to what we should be doing. And it seems like a lot of the time, like Wits, he's going out for a lot of these opening duels. He's getting involved, and that's great to see. And it was working until it wasn't. And it felt like, it's almost like that rock star trying to get back to his glory days. He's like, well, but earlier on, I was getting those early frags. Like, yeah, but not anymore. They've adapted. So stop.
Which is so painful if you're a Bren fan or if you're from Bren themselves. Like, you lose 16-10, and that round which they lost, it led to the side of Aftergaming going on a little bit of a streak over there, right? This could have been way more closer. This could have been 16-30. Could have even gone potentially to overtime. It could have been any scoreline, is what I'm trying to make a point of over here. So yeah, Bren, they only have themselves to blame for it. But you know what? We're going to be heading into Train, where we have seen Aftergaming have had a few struggles there, especially in the CD side, especially in that Pop Dog area, especially this one guy called Sakai. And it is, of course, my regret that it's not going to be Tom and Mitch casting that map. It's going to be myself and Dinko.
Unless they
but
want
we're going to
to.
be going to a very, very quick break, and we'll be back with more action here. Map number 2 is about to get underway. Before that, a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to more action here at Perfect World Asia League Fall 2020. My name is Blair, and as usual, we got a lovely Dinko to my left? To my left, or to your right. Doesn't really matter. Directions don't matter, because, of course, it can swing either way depending on which team's playing, on what day, on what map, Dinko. And Inferno it was, where after gaming, what in a very convincing fashion, heading to Train, it's a map pick from Bren. They like playing Train. They look good on Train. After look terrible on Train. So it should be Bren taking this map.
I mean, yeah, it should be, right? We look at the performance yesterday, though, from Bren against Invictus, and we started to have a couple of questions beside them. But, yeah, I think coming into today, Bren actually looked worse than yesterday. So I'm starting to get a little bit worried for them. I said it towards the end of Inferno. Coming into today, I was steadfast that Bren are going to win Train. There's no way they don't. But now, well, unfortunately, they look terrible, and that's a big problem. At least the Wits was hitting some shots, which is going to be important on Train. That their AWP shows up, but the problem I had with Bren was Derek wasn't even there. Derek wasn't having performances. Pro was making some dumb decisions, wasn't really playing well, and he was so important for them back yesterday in that series against Invictus. So I feel like he needs to show up as well here on Train. He did yesterday. He had a quiet first map on Inferno, and he went on to dominate in the last two maps of the series. So I'm kind of hoping we have that same performance, that same storyline play out for Pro. I have to see Derek show up, and I have to see Wits making less mistakes. If Bren are going to win this, that's what it's going to require. Over on the other side of things, they've also got to hope that After don't put in a performance like they did on Inferno, because there was not that many mistakes coming in from After, right? There was a couple of questionable pushes, obviously, from Sakai. But other than that, I feel like for the most part, it's pretty good Counter-Strike being played by After. So they got to keep that up coming into this map. If Samara can show up, it's going to be fun.
And even for After, the two Train games that seem to have played so far has been at this event itself. It was against Tiger and Invictus. And this is against two teams who like playing Train. Like Invictus like playing Train. Tiger definitely enjoyed playing the map as well. And the scorelines were pretty close. It was 16-13, 16-12. So yes, they might have a 0% win rate on Train. They've only played it twice. But they have shown that they have what it takes to at least get a double digits at the very minimum against some of the better teams in this tournament. So I don't think it's going to be necessarily that easy for Bren.
Not at all.
But I feel like they have the right protocols. I feel like the only weakness for Bren is going to be on their on the CT side. I feel like T side though, I feel it's going to be a little easier, because I feel like After Gaming is too individualistic the way they approach a CT side defense.
No, I actually think I'm going to disagree with you on that one, because yesterday Brian kind of looked terrible on the T side, to be honest. Even they really annoyed me with how they were playing. So I'm kind of hoping that when we get over here, this is I feel like it can be a little bit still. I think After we're playing quite well on the CT side of Inferno. Hopefully that can translate well over to Train. I think, honestly, the Bren are going to struggle in this first half. They need to get off to a good start if they're going to do anything. And while Derek charging out towards the bottom side, he's the front man in. He looks up towards Heaven. He's fully aware of this. And well, this is so far so good for Bren. I mean, they've got a good bit of map control. They've really isolated the players, but it doesn't even matter. Sakai and Wang taking the kills. Papachulo trying his best to be the hero yet again for Bren. He always has to be that player, doesn't he? Well, it's working out. And eventually, it'll be After Gaming walking with the pistol win under their belt.
It looked good initially, but there's two quick kills going the way of After Gaming as opening frags go the way of the Chinese side. Yeah, good attempt from Poppy. Poppy has been kind of I feel like the standout player apart from Derek, right, in all the games we've seen from him so far. But yeah, you're going to require Derek to put up his MVP performance, which he does almost every single time. It was unfortunately absent for him in that on Inferno. But right now, the worrying thing for the side of Bren is we talk about teamwork, we talk about individuals, and individually speaking, After Gaming seem warmed up. It's like they put in some hours in the deathmatch, whatever aimbots, whatever they do. They seem ready to click heads. While for Bren, it's kind of quiet today.
Yeah, I feel like the individual skill is always there for After. Like, it should always be there. We know these guys have some incredible players. Bingo and Wang are the two players for me to watch on this team, but we've seen Oi step up at an individual level over in the previous map. So if that can continue, I think Bren are going to have a couple of problems, because we generally talk about this team having a firepower weakness. Yesterday was a bit of an outlier. And while it's going to be a couple of kills coming in across the board here from After, they'll look for more. And there's the cleanup, 2-0 from After Gaming.
It was just to one player as well, and that was, of course, the full ego for Bren, so they're not going to be too worried about that. Don't get the bomb down at all, meaning it's going to be AK-47s. Everyone's got helmets and Kevlar, and the Galil in the mix in the hands of Derek. Guys, come on, just give him the AK. Give Derek an AK, come on. Why is he wielding a Galil? Well, maybe he's that good, Dinko. He doesn't need an AK-47, because it's Derek.
Perhaps that's the mentality behind it. Oh, well, Sakai getting the 1 kill. He loves to rush a little bit of Pop Dog. He gets 1. But that's an answer to a question we may have had going into this. Will Sakai be pushing Pop Dog? The answer?
Yes.
Yes.
As long as he doesn't go up climbing the ladder in like a 5v5, I'm okay.
Yeah, I remember just kind of looking at him and was like, Sakai, don't go up the ladder. Sakai, don't go up the ladder. Like, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. No, don't go. It goes up the ladder.
He does like to tease a bit, doesn't he? Marek holding the angle with the FAMAS. Not a really big fan of the weaponry he's holding for this battle in particular.
That's 1. Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. But the rest of the kills keep coming in for Brent. Micro with a double. I feel like they just completely forgot about Pop Dog, or at least their attentions were drawn over towards Ivy. And the defense was spread thin, so they couldn't actually focus down on that Pop Dog exit. They had to fully focus, in fact, on Ivy. So that's the good timing. Micro plays that one well. And that's going to be the round for Brent. They win the first gun round.
That was terrible positioning, I feel like, in that 4v4 from both Marek and Oi. Okay, so Marek holding that angle with the FAMAS, like we said, he was out wide in the open, right? So he can't just like take a duel and fall to safety. He had to commit to that full spray, and he just good for 1. And then the positioning from Oi, like you said, they seem to have forgotten there was no one in Pop Dog out in the open, and it was a free kill for Micro coming out from Pop Dog, getting that kill. If he had played a little bit closer to the bomb train, it would have been a 3v3. He could have maybe got another kill, made it a 2v2, bought a little bit of time for his teammates to arrive. So many options available. So bit of a misplay from After Gaming, and Brent punished them for it. As we do see, the buy should be coming in for After, though. And Sakai with the auto shotty. I wonder, Dinko, where he's going to be going with that gun.
Well, it's pretty obvious, and I'm not against it because it's probably the only place he can actually bring this gun and make it viable. And he's going to go aggressive in towards Pop Dog. In case you didn't know.
I think it was positioned very, very early.
Yeah, he's got up the ladder as well. Oh, there's an incendiary grenade up here.
He's a genius.
Sakai! And he gets back down. Okay. Sakai, you are mad. That must be what's going on in your brain right now. Just flames, right? He's just no idea what's going on. Well, Brent, they're about to come into the B-bomb site. Sakai could actually get the timing if he gets behind them now. So, at this point, Sakai, go up the ladder.
No, I mean, there's still 5 players alive, right? So common sense dictates it's just going to be someone marking. I don't blame Sakai.
Oh, definitely not. He's going to go eventually. Here he goes. Here he goes. Up the ladder he goes. You can see into the X-ray, but the attack coming into the lower bomb site. It's Papachulo with 1. Sakai's got behind him. They seem to turn their attentions back, knowing the timing could be good for this flank. He's going to have a chance here, but Micro with the headshot shuts him down, gets him out of there, and that's sad.
40 seconds, man advantage, bit of a stalemate. Oi finds Derek. Oi finds another. Well, Wang though caught out, and Oi's doing everything on his own, Dinko. 3k for him. They should know where Pro is. They know where Pro is. They're going to peek him together, and Pro's going to take a battle on 2 fronts. He finds one, but Marek's there to save the day for After Gaming. And that was all Oi, Dinko. It was a 3v4. I like how Brent slowed things down a little bit there, but Oi, hope we get to see that replay from his POV. He got some 3 sick kills. 1 onto Derek, just as smoke dissipates. Wits caught just while scratching his head, wondering what happened there. Great work from Oi. And then, yeah, Pro, not enough to get the kill. Sakai's going to stick with the auto shotty. Why not?
Yeah, it's, he also has enough money for a kit, Sakai. That would have been nice. But, they're going to just have the 1. And they're going down into T-Con. Ooh, nice shot. Wang taking down Derek. 3-1 up here for After. They'll be happy about winning that last round. I could have went... Well, it did look like it was going to go in favor of Bren if it wasn't a couple of big step-ups. And now Marek off the left side of Ivy.
I hate when teams just like go for the dry peaks. It's so risky, Dinko.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against some of these teams, right? The fact that they have such good individuals on the deagles, you can just lose your head as soon as you go around that corner. So... yeah, that's an example. Bingo going down, now another peak, but this time with a flashbang. What is the point? What is the point in taking these fights? There's literally no need to do it. Sakai pushes up the ladder. Luckily, he's going to catch out Papachulo.
That was good comms, though. The moment Papi got the kill towards Inner, and they're like, oh, there are 3 guys towards Ivy. Well, there's no one on top of Pop Dog then. So, right comms, right timing in the peak from Sakai, a player who we have been critical of time and time again, but so far he hasn't made too many mistakes. Still sticking around with the auto shotty. He could head back towards Cons and pick up a gun from his teammate, as Wang's going to get the perfect timing on the flank. The bomb, is it going to get planted? No, it's not. Oi is going to ensure that no bonus money from the bomb plant, and Pro is going to be left alone. He should want to die before the time runs out, and Wang will give him his wish. 4-1.
Well, 4-1 up on the board after gaming. I'm going to pull out the XM in the hands of Sakai. M4A1S AK-47s. Pretty good buy again here from after. Sakai just keeping that XM. I love it. But only, you could buy a kit here. One could also buy a kit. I don't know how I feel about just having 1 kit, but you got 2 now, actually. Bingo has 1. A third one picked up on
3.
Wang, and there we go. That's better. Now you can live with that.
So could Sakai if he wants to.
Yeah, he could. And he didn't buy a kit in the last round either. He just doesn't need it.
Yeah, 3
I ain't going to be alive towards the end of the round.
He's all alone. He's got to stick the bomb, and there's no kits nearby. It's always that way, isn't it? Like the one guy doesn't have a kit, and
yeah, but as I was saying or alluding to, the fact that Sakai just probably won't be alive to defuse the bomb anyways. He's just going to run up the ladder at the start of the round.
Although I'm going to say Sakai
it has been good so far, really good. Yeah,
hasn't made any mistakes yet so far. Even that Molotov play from him, it was he climbed up, just middle of Molotov, it's not really spreading on top of him. Here we go again. It's a lined up throw. It's such a risky play though. Such a risky play. He's gonna do the same thing. Is he climbed up? I'm 100% sure he's up. Can we see his POV? No. Maybe he's dropped down. Well, he uses up incendiary early. Not really gathering much information, but that's okay. He's pushed up close. This auto shot at his range could just completely dismantle anyone dropping on down. Even if it's a double drop, Dinko, it could be quite deadly indeed. I haven't been a fan of how Marek's been playing Ivy.
No, it's been really, really rough and risky, but yeah, I feel like he's gone for some of these dry peaks, some of the positions he's had. He probably should be playing a slightly different angle, but boy, he catches out Wits. That's another opening given away as Wits becomes the B.
Those of you probably wondering what this means. 006, Sean Bean's character in GoldenEye. Now, can he turn into a Bond?
It actually becomes less impressive, actually, the more you go on here.
Bean to the Bond. Who's 008 then? I don't know. Maybe someone who's well versed with the Bond lore.
Oh.
Timing on this pick is brilliant from Oi. He's continuing to take the fight. He gets 4 of them. How does he even get Poppy? I didn't even notice. And, well, Sakai, please don't
14
peek.
seconds. 14 seconds. Just hide. You cannot win this round. Derek cannot win it. So just everybody hide. No panics. And there we go. Wang runs him down. 5-1 on the board. After gaming, off to a flawless start here on the CT side of Trin. And that's what I was talking about yesterday. Brian just looked so lost on the T side. Like, you have no idea what they're doing. And that's why I just have the problem with this. I just feel like they're not going to do anything. And that's why I always have the issue with them picking Trin, because then they end up on the T side, and then they get off to a terrible start. And after gaming just looked good.
Sakai is still on the auto shot.
Has he even
picked
died?
up the rifle. No, he picked up the rifle. I don't think he's died. No, he died once. He died once. Once or twice. He picked up the rifle from, I think, from Derek, after Derek died. And he dropped it over the AK-47. And now he's still with the auto shot, which is completely viable. I mean, it's a very viable weapon in this position. But... Bro! Oh, Sakai, you lunatic. I love him and I hate him. Is he going to go up? Please don't go up. They don't have guns. Oh, thank God. You know what? He's going to catch a kill at one point. They haven't figured out what he's been up to. I like what he's doing here, Sakai. I mean, we've had criticisms of him when it comes to Pop Dog, but Brent haven't been able to do much to counter what he's been doing over here with his auto shotty. And I feel like before this half is done, Dinko, we're going to have a highlight moment coming out from Sakai, and it's going to make Tom such a happy man.
As long as he doesn't get flashbang and still does it, then I guess we can forgive him for everything that he does. You know, even if he makes a mistake, because he has been fantastic at the start of this one. 30 seconds left, and Brent have still not done anything. Here comes the final attack. I don't know what they're hoping to get out of this. You know, you got 30 seconds, you got the pistols, you got to hope for some crazy madness towards the end, and that's exactly what's happening here. Papachulo with the opening kill, a follow-up from Derek, but Bingo on the double. I mean, you've given yourself this much, or this little time, should I say, to work with. You better hope there's zero mistakes or zero obstacles in your way. And of course, the bomb goes down, and they got to realize that they have to pick it up, and they walk back, and Bingo, I mean, he has been the savior in the round here. 4 kills, he needs to stay alive inside of the smoke. 1 second left on the timer. Derek, oh, what a terrible round that was from start to finish. And if it wasn't for Bingo, that round probably would have gone in favor of Brent. So thank you, Bingo. You've done nothing up until this point, but there we go.
Well, I think Wits...
It's the bomb that goes down here. You can see it's caught in the open, and then they don't even try to pick it up till there's 9 seconds on the clock. Then they'd eventually run back to try and pick it up, and it's just too late. It's just too late at that point. You've given yourself 4 seconds to collect that bomb, get it back to the site. When you've got Bingo just standing there, it's not going to work out for Brent.
Look, this was all tactical because Derek picked up the auto shotty from Sakai and it ran out of bullets at the worst time possible. Everything was planned out, Dinko. Telling you, Sakai is a genius.
He knew it.
We haven't figured
I'm
out.
going to empty the XM. It's like one of the Sherlock Holmes. You ever seen the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yeah.
The opening scene when he's having the fights, calculating everything in his head. And then it plays out exactly how he's envisioned it. It's like Sakai. I will shoot the bullets out of the gun. I will leave it on the floor. He will come over. He will pick it up in the last few seconds. We will win the round. 1 minute left. The round has virtually just begun. And no! That Oi. He's going to pull his knife. He goes down, and Marek up on top of the green train gets 1. A second kill being picked up. He goes for a third, but it's Sakai elsewhere with a headshot. He goes up the ladder, comes back down, and if he peeks into the open, I was going to lose it, but he goes back up the ladder again. He's going to go to the B-bomb site, yeah. This is smart.
Also, 008, Agent 008, his name is Bill Timothy. That's what Tom messaged us. So it's 006 is Bean, 007 is Bond, and 008 is Bill.
BBB.
Oh.
Bingo!
Oh!
How have you done that? Now it's on Sakai. No kit. Why does he not buy kits, Blair? Why does he not buy kits?
But he didn't have any money, though.
Okay, that's true. He has the kill. That makes sense. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
And well, he has got to look for the final kills here. This one into his hell. He's going to peek to the right side. This good kill into Wits now. 1 versus 1. He might not even need a kit. If he can get on this bomb quickly, he's going to run back and...
No time.
Yeah. A chance there to still win that round, but yeah, just a bit unfortunate. He's found a kit here towards the back lines. It's on him, but the round will be lost. A round for Bren. I think it, for the most part, it probably should have gone in favor of After Gaming. Still, I feel like they edged it out in terms of just looking a bit better across the board. It's just, I feel like Oi just going down here, the bad timing and in terms of pulling out that gun is just a little rough for him. But Sakai, another good round from him.
Yeah, I guess they weren't expecting him to. Sorry, he wasn't expecting them to just push out through the smoke. But like you said, the timing was so very close there. That was going to be. It was a very. I guess it really wasn't worth it. Maybe he was trying to retrieve the AWP, trying to deny it. But you know what? Round will be won by Bren. Hard fought round, but they managed to clinch it. And now we have the aggression from Oi. Deagle in hand, and the Deagle will go the way. The Deagle duel's going the way of Derek, and it's in a bomb site. Taken over. Now, unless Sakai pulled off something truly miraculous, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. That's a call for the save. There's no point going for this. Wang is an AWP, one of the most expensive guns in the game. And it's should be another eco dinko. It should be just USPs coming out here. Maybe a couple of PT50s being purchased. That's about it. And Brent should get to round number 4.
Yeah, small recovery for themselves. You know, it could have been an absolute nightmare scenario if these rounds continued to be won by after. It may have come in not so much of the cleanest situations. You know, some of the rounds that they've been able to pick up haven't been the greatest. But Bren will take anything they can get at this point, because if it continues this way, then after are going to be in a very comfortable position. But like you said, this should be a 4th round for Bren. Then we'll get to see the buyout again from after. They won't be able to get the AWP out for Wang, most likely going into this next round. So you kind of want to save that over if you can here on Wang, if possible. Obviously, we'll have to see how the round plays out, but you know, if it comes to it, you definitely want to try and get that AWP into the next one. Wang going to try and deliver for the round win, though, if possible. Bingo going down early on into the round. Bit of a problem, and now Derek through the lower ramparts onto the B-bomb site. It's 1 kill for him. We're looking for another. After don't really have the weaponry to hold this off, and while Derek a little bit labored on the spray, but it will eventually get his kill, and his AWP looks to go down. It's going to be Pro with a headshot. AWP picked up in the hands of Marek now, and this has to be the safe call. You have to carry that AWP to the next one. You won't be able to afford it otherwise, and the only player that probably could even get close to getting it under his belt is probably Marek, and even then at that point he would have to sacrifice a good bit of utility to get that gun out. So yeah, you want to definitely carry this AWP over, keep the money high on the CT side, and try your best to win this next round, because if you can get it done, if you can pick this up, well, you might just be back into the driver's seat and being able to dominate this half. Oh, I don't think he's gonna get it. Oh, he goes down. Good play there from Wits to come at them. He finds the AWP of his own, carries it over. 6-4. And yeah, the money is it's not fantastic for the CT side, but it's enough to get the buyout.
It is. For me, it's going to be like, you did bring up that Brent's CT side was a problem, right? Was it against Invictus? I forget.
I think both halves in general from Brent were just not that great against Invictus, unfortunately. But when we take a look at their previous match, we'll see how many rounds they won. I can't remember off the top of my head on which side it was. But they won 6 rounds CT on... Right, they won 4 rounds on CT side here, it says, and 10 on T side, so yeah. But I honestly think even on that T side, like, even though they won 10 rounds, they still look... It was more the weaknesses of Invictus, I feel like, than the strengths of Bren. I still feel like Bren looked uncomfortable on the T side, but was just still winning rounds for some reason. I think that kind of speaks to how uncomfortable Invictus are on the CT side for some reason.
Which is so strange, right? Considering some of the players in this team. Well, goodbye coming in. Marek with the glass cannon, the only WP. They're giving up a lot of control here to Bren, and with Pro leading the way, they're going to be pushing it together. You know, there's a player towards inside of Pop Dog, but he's been neutralized with the smoke. Marek has been spotted out. He's going to get hunted down here. It's a headshot angle, and Micros is going to be pushing on in. What a beautiful flashbang. And it's just been picked apart, Dinko. Absolutely ripped apart. His defense has just fallen apart. Not a single kill, not a single casualty for Bren. And after gaming, they're going to be feeling that round.
This is better.
For a while.
This is much better from Bren.
Also, a very, very passive setup from After Gaming. There was no control. Apart from Sakai in Pop Dog, which is kind of a given right now. No IV control. No aggression towards teammate. Forget aggression. You don't need to push into teammates every single time, but at least force Bren to kind of explode out or use a little bit more utility. They were just playing on the sides, and that it wasn't really even a crossfire. They got picked apart. The first player drops. Sakai smoked off towards Pop Dog. No trade possible. We have Marek with the op on a bomb train falling back towards the old 1.6 bomb train, where with a beautiful flashbang he gets taken down. Yeah, it's just like untradeable positions and some great teamwork coming out from Bren.
Well, Derek peeking out on towards the A bomb site. It's gonna be a good kill for Papachulo. Sakai going down. And this should just be an easy round. Bren walk over 6 rounds T side. Okay, that's nice from Wine, just diving off, perfectly lining up the kill, gets a second on the picked up AK. That's nice from Wine. A little flashy around that for him, but it will be 6-6. Tied up. Bren have done a pretty good job actually recovering from this poor first half. And it was definitely looking rough for them at the start of the T side, but they pull it back. We get to see this again, just diving off. Taking down Derek, gets the kill on the AK as well. It was so well done, so smooth.
What's your best impression of the Zeus kill sound?
Not doing it.
Come on. Shoot for the memes, Dinka.
No.
Damn it.
That's the Zeus right there.
No. That's not what it sounds like. What are you even talking about?
That's the Zeus. That's the noise the Zeus makes.
Isn't that how it goes?
That was pretty close. That was pretty close. That's exactly why I didn't want to do it. Right? We have Tom, we have Mitch. They're waiting on the sidelines. Well, mainly Tom. I don't know what Mitch is doing, but we've mainly got Tom here on the sidelines, just waiting for a moment that he can clip.
Yeah, just sitting there like, well, why am I even live? What is life? And then he just waits for these moments where it's like, yes, Clipper.xyz. Well, we did have a disconnect happening for After Gaming, but it looks like he's back. But good resurgence for Brent. What was it? 6-1 for After Gaming? And now we've had 5 in a row here for the side of Bren. The money's looking very solid as well. So yeah.
Yeah, they got 9 rounds in their T side. I think I said 10. I misread. That's what Invictus were able to pick up. They got 9 rounds T side. If you remember back though, that was mainly based on a good start from Bren. You know, they had a lot of rounds picked up early on, and Invictus came back into things if my memory serves me right. And I feel like Bren, they've done the opposite today, where they've had a bad start and they've got back into things. Wine has opened things up though. The blind op kill, and now I'm at advantage in play. Papachulo's like, all right, Sakai, have this. They trade Molotovs, and Papachulo is going to go back over towards the brown holes to gather with the rest of the forces. Bren making no secret to us, at least, they're going to be heading in towards this B-bomb site, and now no secret to the defense either. They continue to move forward. Wang's going to go down, a nice shot from Papachulo. Nearly flicks back and gets the second, but Bingo looking to be the hero, and he's stepping up again. It's Wits left alone. He'll try his best, but he's pulled a Molotov. Not exactly the best play, that. And he'll go down at range to Marek's op. 7-6 After Gaming. Back into the lead, shutting down Bren in that previous round, and Papachulo tries his best, but the round is a pretty solid one. That double op setup working out wonders. It's gone.
Yeah, and that Molotov was such a lifesaver there as well. That honestly looked like Bren almost had control that side, but great hole coming out from After. Just by losing a player there. 7-6. Now,
yeah.
If I'm Bren, look, you're a map down. You're battling for survival here. And for After Gaming, look, even they, I feel like, have a very slim chance, although I feel it's almost like a done deal for the side of After Gaming alongside Huatsai. But for Bren, I'm not going to be comfortable until I get both the final rounds here. Like, 8-7?
Yeah, you need both, yeah.
Yeah, you need both. Like, if After Gaming get to 9-6, I'm going to be still very worried for the side of Bren.
Yeah.
They have looked a little shaky.
Yeah, especially because when they get 9 rounds T side, which again, I still believe is an overperformance even on their attacking side yesterday against Invictus. I feel like going into the second half, the fact that they only won 4 rounds of the CT side is just kind of ridiculous. So I definitely side with you in agreeing that they need these last 2 to make this competitive. Or at least be comfortable. I don't want to say that they won't, because knowing Bren, as soon as you say anything about them, they do the opposite. And well, knew the play down towards the back lines. Wang standing on the bomb site. He's got a good angle. He should be good for 1 kill. Haven't got a flashbang here. They're going to smoke off the stairs. Oh, they can smoke off the close position, actually. And that will allow Micro to get on by. I was questioning. The way the smoke was thrown, I thought it was going down to CT stairs, but that made a whole lot more sense. And while Wang catching out Micro, Sakai on the double spray down, going for a third. What a performance it has been from Sakai. You know, he gets off to a fantastic start. He hasn't been making mistakes. Look at his... You know it's good when Sakai has more kills than deaths. You know he's playing well, Ben.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's been kind of a tale of redemption from Sakai.
He's like, listen, he's like, I've had enough of these guys. I'm gonna stop doing stupid stuff.
Just talking smack about me. I'll show you some. I'll show you what I can do. He's basically been playing with the auto shotty, playing in Pop Dog. It's almost like a Dragon Ball Z where you have Goku training with those anklets, those bracelets, where it's like super heavy and it's basically training at like super high gravity, basically handicapping himself so he plays better. And maybe that's what Sakai's been doing all this while. Dinko has just been going for the weird plays with the kind of crap weaponry, just so that when his power is unleashed, he can show what he's really made of. As Bingo and Wang, they're just going to smack them around. Wits does find Sakai, but the bomb's dropped and Wits is doing it all alone. The problem is the bomb is dropped and Micro has snuck his way in. This could be huge. He's going to get a free kill onto Wang. There's no way they expect his position here. Wang's going to be taken down. A little scared there for a second. And can Micro find another? Yes, he can. It's a 2v5, Dinko. And it's all gone wrong. But Oi is going to make contact. And it's a 1v1 Micro. 17 points of health against Oi. Ex-Invictus member, a player who has been trying to prove himself, show why kicking him from that lineup was a mistake for Invictus. And right now, he's in a desperate clutch scenario. He needs this round for his team. And it's all about timing. Looks away at the worst time possible. And Micro, he might have spotted him out. I think he has. He's on the hunt. And Oi might be caught looking the wrong way. Heads towards Connector. 27 seconds.
Way.
He's facing the wrong way completely. He's not expecting this play to come in. And he's going to get taken down by Micro. The 1v1, 17 HP over 100. And Micro, the patient, well, it pays out.
Yeah.
And Bren, they get his 7 rounds.
That's one of the weirdest clutches we've seen, isn't it? It's
2v5.
Yeah, that's just
2v5.
that's kind of ridiculous. And Micro's like an old granda getting up those boxes there, trying to make no noise. But Oi, just looking the wrong way. I mean, if you're Oi in that position, you don't really expect him to come from there, right? That's fair enough, but
I mean,
you should have been checking at least. You know where his last whereabouts are. You have to be thinking, okay. But he did take a lot of time, so you think maybe he's gone around CT, maybe he's going to come connector. But that's just kind of overthinking it, I think. Or he should probably have just held his ground. That's fully committing to one idea, and I'm not a big fan of that. But
yeah, it's in a 1v1, just completely leaving your left-hand side completely exposed in that scenario.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree with you. Bro, spots too many players. He's actually going to draw the rotation. Yeah, the 3 players waiting towards inner. There's 1 player on Pop Dog. Smoke's going to be raining on out. They're not going to be wasting any time. It's a full-fledged commitment, but Pro's going to snipe away Sakai. Long-range dual USB is going to come out on top. The bomb hasn't made its way, though. Derek's been spotted out. They're going to drop on down, trying to hunt him down here. And Derek holding the line. He's going to find one. That's a very prolonged fight, but Papi is way more precise. He's going to get the kill. Oi finding Wits in the meantime towards Ivy. It's a messy round, but it looks like Bren's going to come out on top. Oi is going to be mowed down by Pro. Papi and Pro. The hero of the pistol round. That was a messy one for both the teams. Now I'm feeling a little bit more confident for Bren, Dinko.
Yeah,
now I'm feeling a little bit more confident.
Yeah, definitely. They grabbed control of the last round of the half. I mean, that probably should have went After's way, 9-6 up. You got a little sour taste in your mouth going into the second half. If After win the pistol, then that's when problems arise. But Bren, they do everything required of them. They get the last round of the half. They get the pistol into the second, and now they win the follow-up cleanly. Bren are going to be into the lead, 9-8, and it feels like this is the first time they've been in the lead. Is it at all? Or is it just for the first time? It feels like at this point. It's just so long ago we've seen any success come in from Brad. It's been a rough showing for them here on their own map pick.
Let me take a look here. No, they've never been in the lead.
Yeah.
I think it was 6-1 for After. Then it was 6-5. And then it ended, 8-7. So yeah, they've never been in the lead. First time Brenner in the lead here on their map pick. Trailing by a map, and we have the buy coming in for After Gaming. Bren, it's kind of a little bit of a bonus round. 3 MP9s.
Krieg.
And hell yeah. Best first bullet accuracy in the game. Apart from the AWP.
That's about its only good statistic now.
Hey, if you're good, you wield it. And Wang is, he relies on hitting them one-taps. Does an op shot count as a one-tap? Because technically.
No.
No? Why? Why, Dinko?
Because the one tap refers to the quick, clean headshot, right? It's like the AWP, unless you're getting a no scope, and just tap him in the head.
Well, if you scope in and get a headshot with the AWP, it is technically.
It's not skillful. Not skillful. You got a big scope, and it's.
Are you saying you don't need skill to use the AWP, the Arctic Warfare Police Magnum 50 caliber rifle?
Not at all.
Is that what you're implying?
No.
Are you saying Kenny S is a noob?
Yeah, exactly. No.
Oh wow.
What I'm
okay.
saying is it does.
Clip it.
What I'm saying is it doesn't have the same satisfaction as if you were a Nora player. You know, getting the one tap with the AWP in comparison to the AK or the other rifles you've got available. And what it's gonna be Oi taking down Wits. He's gonna look for a spray down from top green trend. Oh my god, Derek, what is that? Well, man advantage and play for after. Pro? I should be getting this one. Sakai. Oh, he doesn't go around the corner. Good. He's tucked, and now Pro is going to move forward. Crouched in. Starting to wrap. He spotted the head of Wang there. Be Bingo with a headshot. Papachula going down, but Micro and Pro, they spring into action. But it's Wang on the Krieg doing a little bit of work. And Pro now into a 1 versus 2. He's got so much to look for, so much to find.
No kid.
And no kid is a big problem. And he's going to find, a chance on a Marek. With the low HP player, able to take him away. They tie things up. Bren, they may have gotten the lead for the first time in the previous round. But it's very short-lived. Blight is now after. Have a chance to break their economy down and send them to the bin. And take the lead right back.
I like some like those thrashy heavy metal riffs playing in the background during the replays. Add so much of oomph to it. As we do take a look at the ADR graph, it has been Oi who has been fantastic so far, top fragging for his team, and also I do believe top fragging in the server, closely followed by Mr. Micro, who's sitting pretty on 15 frags, top fragging for his side, for the Filipino side. The real test hasn't happened yet for Micro, though, I feel like. The B bomb side, Dinko. It has been a headache. It has been a migraine for Bren. And now, after losing that round, this buy, it's very important. They have kind of gathered whatever money they have remaining in the coffers to get this purchase. It's going to be 4 M4s, Derek, with the FAMAS. And a very important round for both the teams. Whoever loses this will have to go for an eco. And once more, it is going to be Micro playing towards the inner bomb site all by his lonesome Pro. Pushed up right below Pop Dog. Dangerous position. And Poppy, he's not leaving the youngster alone. He's sticking around with him. As I say that, though, he's going to peel away.
And Micro just jiggle peeking, spots them, he's going to throw that smoke down. And we often talk about him being not exactly the best player in these anchor situations. We'll see if he can do anything here on this B-bomb side of train. We've got Papachula over here helping him out. The most veteran player, the most experienced player on this team from their country. Looking to steer them in the right direction on this B-bomb site. 53 seconds left as the Chinese side continue to bombard this B-bomb site. It's Micro going down without a single kill. Papachulo has to do most of the heavy lifting now, pretty much all of it. And he's going to do it well. He's a beast. Oh, he's nearly done it all. Nearly 4 kills picked up there, but he's done enough to win the round. What a hero play from Papachulo. And Micro, that's how it's done.
Now Micro goes down, but Poppy, he had an inkling, Nick. I was saying how he's just been sticking around. It's like, Micro might need his daddy, or rather his Poppy, as you could say in Philippines, I guess. Is it Poppy? Is that how it's pronounced in the Philippines? I don't know. I'm culturally so dumb at times, but Poppy
no
is Papa in a lot of languages. One would assume, right?
In a lot of languages in Europe, probably. I don't know if it's the same in...
Isn't it more Spanish? Or Portuguese, I guess? Hey, Papi. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my butt right now. Sakai's going to get the kill. That is an M4A1 picked up. And a nice spray from Derek. And that's going to be a quick round. A quick eco mop-up for the side of Bren to lose the rifle. But they're not going to be too worried about it. And for After Gaming, it's going to be yet another buy. But the lead now... looking pretty decent. It's just 2 rounds, Dinko. But CD side train, your map pick, you should be favoring Bren right now.
Well, 11-9. I feel like this probably could have been the other way around, right? After 11-9 up, if it wasn't for Papachulo on that B-bomb side, he had an incredibly important round and an incredibly important step up for the team. And now Wits, he's got rid of Sakai. Marek doing his best as well, but he'll go down after 1 kill, and this is much better from Brian again. A man advantage with absolutely no problems really coming their way. I feel like now we start to question whether or not it was Brian's CT side that was weak, or it was Invictus's T side that was strong, because these rounds aren't looking too bad here for Brent. Yeah, I've got Wang now left to the 1 versus 3. The bomb down, and Derek swings out to the right side. 12-9. I'm starting to see a world in which we got that third map now. Brent have got themselves in a good spot.
Very good spot, especially with After Gaming having to deal with pistols right now, or rather having to work with pistols right now. And Bren have so far looked pretty solid in these anti-eco, anti-force spikes, at least in train. Good shots from coming out from Wits as well, and Derek is just such a beast, Dinko. I love this guy. He's like, he's a pick of amongst all the Filipino CS players.
Yeah, definitely. He's a very, very solid player. Had a bit of an underperformance at map number 1, I have to say.
He's human. He's human.
It's exactly right. That's the thing, and that's I was gonna say. And that's the only time I've kind of noticed one across this entire tournament. So, what an impressive player he is. Bingo, starting to move forward into the brown halls. We've got Wits here, waiting for the crossing player. Bingo. Be the player in question. His leg spotted. Tied down to 1 health point. Pro takes the kill, but Marek replies. A good shot from Micro. Pro doing a good bit of work in this round for them. A 3v3 somehow. An M4 picked up into the hands of Sakai. And After can make this a little bit more expensive than it needs to be for Bren.
They could. Of course, getting the win would be stretching it a little bit too much. I like the repositioning from Derek here. This is very, very brave. But all he has to do is just stay here. Like, it doesn't have to budge. They're trying to sell something over towards Dinko. And, of course, it is going to be... Wang. He's got the bomb, Dinko. And Derek, he's going to be wary of a potential flank coming in. But it's all about the timing. It's all about the timing. Derek... Oh no. Oh my. Oh, the timing is brilliant, but doesn't matter. Wang's still gonna win the deal. He didn't have any Kevlar, Dinko, and now he's gonna come charging out, but the spray from Poppy. Hey, Poppy finds 2K, 15 seconds on the clock. Oi has legged, and even if he manages to pick up the bomb and get it down, there's no time. There's no time remaining. 7 seconds, 6, 5, and he's just gonna get away with the AWP. What a play. What a play from Poppy Chula. He's just been a daddy of this entire map so far.
Yeah, he's single-handedly dragging them through so many rough times, and he, well, pretty much put them in a position where I just see them winning now. So, MVP performance from Papachulo. I have to say, coming into train, this is definitely the kind of performance they needed out of him. And he's generally that player, you know, if they really need a player or they call upon someone, it's generally Papachulo that answers the call. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can keep that up going forward into the third map if we need to go there. Right now, it's looking like we will be After going to have to come back in with a pretty much flawless CT, or TS side, should I say. And Derek is starting to light things up. A good headshot onto Sakai. Burning in the fire. Probably thinks better of that, and he gets away. But a man advantage picked up early on for Brian. It's looking real solid.
There's some Derek doing a smart thing, falling on back. Boy walks out. And Pro with the slightly aggressive off angle, catching him out. And yeah, this one should be it. I feel like the writing's clearly on the wall. Derek's just so good, isn't he? You know, there's another player towards team mid because there was a flashbang which came out. He's going to be playing a little bit more aggressively, spotting for anyone to push in from the pop dog area. It's all on Bingo. Well, he's got to come up with some really spicy plays here. And that looks... Ooh, nice shot into Derek, despite being dinked down. But it was a 1v5, bomb down, no man's land. That was going to be it. Do you know there's a brand of chips called Bingo in India?
Nope.
It's terrible.
All right. Nope. I guess that's why I've never heard of it. Hasn't really caught on anywhere I've ever been, so...
Yeah, it's atrociously bad.
What's so bad about them? Flavor, lack of flavor, texture.
No, it's just the combination of flavors just doesn't work for me. But then again, I mean, there are people who like weird things. I mean, I like eating Coast chili peppers, and people call me mad. So what do I know about tasting, Co? I'm also
Sure.
a Tyloo fanboy, so there we go. Well, we do of course have Bren now 2 rounds away from taking this map, taking us to map number 3, which is, I do believe, gonna be on everyone's favorite map of Mirage. A mainstay of Asian Counter-Strike, a mainstay of Asian CSGO. Once upon a time, a map where if you're an EU team facing off against Tyloo or even Vici, you're like, yeah, we're not picking Mirage. Many teams, many a top-tier team have learned that lesson, but that was a long time ago. And right now, Mirage, I feel, is a very 50-50 map, especially for these two teams. As we have After Gaming. Wang took a long time to try and get down without making a sound, but unfortunately it doesn't pan out. They're gonna just come, just brute forcing their way in, and Pro's gonna shut them down. Micro delivering death from above the train. Pro finally gets taken down, but Micro, he's holding on. 3K for him. He wants to end this one in style. And Oi Saber trying to be sneaky, trying to be a snake in the grass, but Wits will just take him out with his AWP. 15-9. Bren have, well, they've really shown up here in the CD side, and After Gaming, they've really got nothing. They really have shown nothing so far.
Yeah.
And Bren, all the money in the world, Inko. I feel like this is it. If you look at the cash for After Gaming, it's max loss bonus, but honestly, yeah.
Yeah, we usually, when we're talking about European Counter-Strike or North American or CIS even in that respect, we talk about how the T side of train is probably the most difficult half within Counter-Strike, right, to get rounds on the board. We don't really say that too much about Asian Counter-Strike because nothing really makes sense, right? Nothing really goes the way you expect it. So we're finally starting to see how the T side is difficult. After Gaming have looked good throughout the entire first half, right? They look like they should have been taking a bit more of a convincing lead at the half. I've gone over to this attacking side and looked dire, like absolutely terrible. They've had a few moments where they probably should have won a few more rounds. Papachulo definitely saving Brand's ass, but they definitely could have got a little bit more on the attacking side. But 15-9, it feels like Brand are destined to send us to that third map. And it's completely up in the air. I mean, it's Mirage coming up. Honestly, I don't know. I think I might actually even favor After going into that one. But we'll see.
So guy's not done yet, though. Micro is gonna fall, and Micro's had some good moments, I won't lie, but it's just been far and few in between, especially when you're kind of like the dedicated B-side holder. But I feel like there's been a switch up here this time around, right? We've seen Pro or Poppy being present more often than not, and the timing on that peak from Mr. Wits. That's a wasted smoke. That's unfortunate. And whatever trying to sell over this not going to be working out. And Poppy taking the fight. Look at him. Look at him. He's just delivering. He's just delivering a death, pain, and destruction. And now it's a 2v2. Oi's going to be dropping onto the side. 28 points of health. He's going to try and get the bomb down. But he can't quite yet because there is a teammate who is coming on in. Pro getting a little too over-eager. And now it's all in the hands of Wits. He's got an AWP. He's got everything to work with, Dinko. He's got a Molotov. He's got a smoke. He's got a flash. He's got a kit. He doesn't, however, have any backup. And that could be the difference maker.
Wow, Wits coming into the site. He could close this here for Bren. He is alone, though. And winning a 1 versus 2 with an AWP in this position is extremely difficult. Goes towards the bomb, wanting to tap it. As soon as he does that, 2 players will come from 2 very different positions. So instead, he thinks about going for the fight. But as he does this, the time becomes limited, and his chance to win the round gone. It's 15-10. Another round picked up for the T side of After Gaming. At least 1 more. We'll see if they can get 6 in a row. It has to be 5 more on the board in perfect succession to just get it to overtime. And you can forgive me for believing that that is pretty unlikely to happen.
Yeah, I think it's going to require a failure of epic proportions, of gargantuan proportions for Brent to lose this one. I think they have their foot on the throat of After Gaming here, and just a little bit more pressure to be applied. And After Gaming, I feel like this could be it. Again, that one coming down to the 2v2. And you can kind of see how some of the players on Bren are starting to kind of grow in confidence, right? Like you saw the way Poppy was taking those duels over on top of Oil Train. You saw how we're going for these multi-kill rounds for many of these players. So, and a double up buy coming in. Interesting. Pro and Wits could work. Personally, I'm a big fan of Pro being on the rifles rather than AWP. But hey, you know, if it works, it works. It's Train after all. On the few maps in the entirety of CSGO's active map pool where a double up setup is very, very viable indeed on the CD side, and it's going to be Wits who's going to open things up, taking first blood off the round.
Yeah, and they're going to try and close it here. It's a good start to the round for Bren if they want to close it in round number 26. Close it as quickly as possible and shut down any possible comeback from after it and send us on to Mirage. Good so far from Bren that they haven't really given this up yet. Papachulo, he's going to be the player re-aggressing. And he's going to find himself Pop Dog. Now, he's not the kind of player I would expect to go for a peek up the top of the ladder, so he is just going to hold his ground. Here comes the Molotov. He's going to spread to him. No, not at the moment at least. So he has at the ready. Smoke goes on to it. 47 seconds in play. After sending the players to the brown hole, sending the forces, well, at least they were. Now they're pulling them back. Where are they going to go with this one? 37 seconds. Decisions to be made, and they have to be clean and clinical in them. No mistakes to be made right now. Bingo looking for the fight. Papachulo's had enough. He's trying to be the distraction, trying to hold them off, trying to take another kill, but it's Bingo that's pulled it back with one kill, but it's Wits who started the round that looks to end it. It's Bingo and Sakai that are going to pull it back, and a 2v3. The man advantage favoring the Chinese roster. It's a missed shot from Pro. Just barely, and the bomb looks to get planted. The Molotov goes forward, the bomb will go down, and it's a 3v2. And after Gaming have somehow turned this around, they somehow have got themselves into a position where they hold the advantage in the round, and looks like they have just done it. Micro grabbing the AWP, he's gonna get away.
I want to point two things out that round. Number one, the unnecessary aggression from Bren with the time remaining on the clock. I felt that was unnecessary. And number two, the patience from after. I won't lie, I was about to call that. I'm like, what are they waiting for? What are they waiting for Bren to be peeking in? Because it's a 5v4. It's looking very unlikely. Nice flick of the wrist from Micro there. But they made the mistake. They fell for it. They fell for it. The aggress, I think it was Poppy towards Pop Dog, making a very uncharacteristic mistake from him. You know, trying to go for the kill early on, trying to finish off the round, getting a little too overeager, and a perfect flashbang, the double drop down, then a second kill going the way. Nice smoke as well to isolate the player playing from Connector. And sure, Brennan able to save this 2 AWPs, but the money is in a very tricky spot right now for Bren. They need to, even if they lose this round, which should be the case considering the weaponry they have apart from the 2 AWPs, they need to try and hold on to his ops because the money's still not going to be great for the next round. And by that time, it could potentially be round number 13 for After Gaming. So mistakes being made, Dinko, by the Filipino side, getting a little ahead of themselves. It's not over till the fat lady sings. It's not over till they get the magic number of 16 in regulation. And how many times have you seen teams of a much higher caliber falling just shy of that 16 number, the number of 16, and, well, just kind of capitulating, kind of just falling apart after that.
Well, I'm just going to ask you. I know you've been positive in the past. Do you see overtime as a possibility here?
No.
Not yet? Not yet?
No.
You know, I would say I do. But I think right now that would be a little extreme. But it's going to be Pro and Derek trying their best. It'll be one kill here on the deagle onto Oi.
That was probably one of the easiest shots to hit for Wits. I mean, I say that, and I'd probably miss that shot like 5 times out of 10. Pretty bad, Dinko, but then again, I'm not a professional player. Derek is a professional Counter-Strike Global Offensive player for the professional Counter-Strike Global Offensive team, Bren, playing from the great nations of the Philippines. And clearly, the guy knows how to aim. Nice couple of digs. So, yeah, they lose the AWP, but they pick up an AK, which you know what? It's not that terrible a trade, considering they still have an AWP, and of course they have money to work with. Can Bren close it out though, Dinko? That's the question on everyone's lips.
They will try, but will they be able to get it over the line? That is the main question we're all asking. And while it's 15 to 12, 4 on the board for After Gaming is what they want. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So they're looking for the 3, should I say, to pull it to overtime. And Wang, I mean, he's been pretty impressive. You know, he has been. He's had some of these moments where he's definitely had some important shots. I have to say though, the player I've been most impressed by, it's not because he's having some hero performance or, you know, particularly playing amazingly. It is Sakai though. He's made less mistakes, and that's impressive. He's showing development, and I'm a big fan of that. Here we go, into round number 28. A couple more rounds left in regulation. Will After Gaming be able to collect all of them remaining? 3 left. And to pick up. Send us to overtime. And then they can once again fight for a chance to take this series 2-0. Bren. It's their map pick. They have a couple of chances to close it out. They haven't been able to do it. After Gaming fighting back. I believe this was it 15-9, blah? Memory serves correct. And yeah, starting to look a little better now for After Gaming.
3 in a row for After. They need 3 more. They need to have won 6 in a row to take it to overtime.
Oh, here comes the execute. This is going to execute straight into the B bomb site. Now, Pro's here. He's got the help of Micro.
Molotovs.
Those Molotovs are good. They do delay and splinter the attack, but they're going to continue to charge up. But Micro hears every single one of these footsteps above him, and he's just slowly backing up behind them, but he gets caught. Pro catches one. Oin Sakai with a double kill between them, and now it's Wits, Papachulo, and Derek trying to find a way back into this. But look at the flank from Bingo. He's got behind. They have no idea. They're not looking at this. They haven't figured it out just yet, and this AWP is going to go down. Oh, Bingo, he's been lured away, but this still might work. Derek pulls his knife. The AWP turns around. Wits goes down as well, and what a play from Bingo. He gets 2. Oi secures the 3rd, and it's 15 to 13 After Gaming. What a round from them.
Money's gone.
Yeah, and the money is gone. It's going to be 15 to 14. It's going to be right down to round number 30, where we will see Bren have their last chance to close it out, to see if they can pull it over the line and get a win in regulation to send us to map number 3, or will it be After Gaming? When their backs are against the ropes, when every opportunity is tossed away. You have to remember back in this half, there was moments where they could have already led away into 11 rounds to 9 themselves. You know, there's a turning point when Papachulo gets that big hold, the 3K into the B bomb site. Definitely a highlight moment. But now we're in a situation where Bren are on the back foot somehow in the momentum. This could be After sending us to overtime.
Could very well be the case, because with this buy, they are investing everything into the next round, which is going to be the final round of regulation. Round number 30, where Bren would be looking to try and just close this one out. But yeah, if it goes to overtime, honestly, I'm going to start favoring After Gaming. It's been looking rough here for Bren. But this flank from Micro, it's a 4v5. It's a double push on up, Dinko. Will it be in time to someone drop down? And he's hurt, but Wit's still able to steal away the kill. Micro is going for the long flank from T mains, but might be a little too late here. They have control of the bomb site. Bomb's going to be planted. And it is going to be, well, Oi is, spots him out. Yeah, nothing Wits can do. Just to 1 kill. Just to 1 consolation frag for Bren. 14 to 15. It was 15 to 9, as you pointed out earlier, Dinko. And that lead has crumbled away. Like a pack of cards. Or rather, a tower of cards. Or rather, a pyramid of cards. I don't know. I don't know what you call that. Like
House of cards.
Like a house of cards. It doesn't look like a house, though. It looks more like a triangle.
Ooh. Wine getting rid of Wits. I love how I could have saved you a very long time, Blood, but I just let you let's go through all the different variations of what cards can be arranged in. They could be on a pile on the floor as well.
Could be tower of cards as well. Yeah. I've seen towers being built. Yeah.
Seen lots of things.
Kind of like this towering lead that Bren had. It has fallen apart.
Yeah, and you have to remember back as well. In the first half, it was looking real solid for After, right? And then Bren had to come back into it themselves. Might not be enough now for them. Regulation comes to a close. We're here at round number 30. It's the last round in play. Either we see Bren take us to the third map here. And we will go to overtime. And they will compete for their chance. Yet again. Squandering so many map points. 6 of them, in fact, if they are to lose this. Molotovs being used up into the brown holes early on. After gaming, I'm sure they feel the pressure, the jitters a little bit, because you always feel that when you come into a round like this, where you've nearly secured the comeback, you start to think, oh god, we're about to do this. We're actually going to make it happen. All this hard work, the full focus. There is something always in the back of your head where you think, okay, we can't choke this. You've just got to silence that voice and focus on the round ahead. And Brent, they will do everything they can to try and close it in this one. Utility being used up. The B-bomb side has been successful for them time and time again, but look at the position from Sakai. He's pushed up. Bingo with an important kill. Witz is about to die. No way! Sakai, you've probably just fluffed it. Witz with a quick kill. The flick down shuts down Sakai, and it's 15-14. A man advantage in play for Bren into the retake, looking to try and close it in regulation. Wang, and what a hero this player is. He's taken a good kill. Witz blinded and peeks towards upper. Bren trying to source an avenue of approach back into this. Wang is taking damage to the smoke as now the 3 players move together in tandem. It'll be a quick kill for Marek though that shuts it down and brings it to 2 players.
Seconds.
Pro and Witz need to get on the bomb. They've only got a few to work with. They're on the defuse looking for the final kill, and it's overtime coming right up. Wang, what a hero. 3 kills secured, and you'll bring After Gaming right over the line. We go again.
You asked me, Dinko, you asked me, Bled, do you think it's going to go to overtime? I said no. I lied. Of course I knew it was going to go to overtime. This is After Gaming. We're talking about the Comeback Kings and how... And again, I want to point out one thing. Go back to the past 5 rounds, or 5 or 6 rounds they've won. How many times have they abused this inner bomb site, this B bomb site, where Bren have even kept 2 players there, and I keep switching it out. It's either Micro and Pro, or it's Micro and Wang, and yet it's not good enough. It's just not good enough. As I think a little bit of a technical issue there, so we're gonna have a little bit of a round restart coming in, but Bren, that was a chance to take it to map number 3, Dinko, Mirage. It was an opportunity for them. They were 15-9 in the lead. 15-9. CT side, Train. And majority of those rounds, they had weapons. They had weaponry. They had double ops, rifles galore. I think they had to eco only 1 round where they didn't have anything. Apart from that, they always had like a mixed buy or a forced buy or a full-fledged buy. And it's just... Oh. It's a rough day. It's a rough day for Bren in the office, because this is basically starting from scratch again. And you know what's even worse, Dinko? CD side, you lose the first 2 rounds, you don't save the weapons, your money's screwed. Because it's 10k overtime rule set. It's the Valve major rule set.
Yeah, 10k overtime, you know, it's awful, right? You know, money shouldn't be a factor when you head to overtime. It's all about finding the best team in the gun rounds. But if you've put yourself in a position where you're gonna have to eco, or someone had to save, and you can't even buy fully going into some of the last rounds of overtime, it sucks, right? And that's definitely not what we want to see from a competitive standpoint, and hopefully down the line that gets changed. But right now, that's the way it is. 10k. And there's a big problem for the CT side, especially. We always talk about the fact that it is a little bit more expensive to be on that CT side.
Well, a little bit of a pause coming in. I'm not too sure if it's like a technical timeout or a tactical timeout.
Yeah,
well, as Tom keeps saying, it doesn't matter, does it? A pause is a pause.
And pause is a pause, but you know, attack timeout takes a little shorter, so obviously it would have been a tech problem here. But 15-15, we head into the next one. It's going to be overtime, getting off to a good start. We'll see if After Gaming can continue their string of round wins on this T side, or if this pause disrupted that momentum. They can maybe take the foot off the gas a little bit here as well, because they know, okay, we have more rounds to play with. Obviously, you don't want to be thinking in that way, but your brain can't help it, right? You know, it's not exactly an ultimatum. You win this round or you're out, right? You kind of have a little bit of a comfort, a trampoline, a safety net below you, and that can affect how you play sometimes. A few mistakes can come through. We'll see if...
Trampolines are scary, Dinko.
You don't like trampolines?
I just feel
Oh my god, Derek!
What?
Doing his best Sakai impression right there.
That caught me off guard. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't break anyone's... Oh my... How is Marek there? What is going on? At least the trade does take place. Marek's already on that outer bomb side, and no one pushes in behind him. No one.
Oh no. This ain't good for Bren. Their defense is completely spread thin. Micro is out towards Ivy. He's trying to get a little bit of map control information back. They desperately need that, but he needs to be in a better spot right now. He's repositioned himself behind the green train, and this could work out for him. Smoke is down as he starts to move forward. He'll play from hell. 27 seconds. Not enough time to make a mistake here for after. They need to get the bomb down, and they need to get it down quickly without anybody from the CT side stopping them in their tracks. They get to the bomb site. They'll get that bomb down, and now they can play for the 4v3 post plan. It's looking good for the Chinese side player. It certainly is, but Micro is going to find a headshot. His patience paying off, and now we're right back into a 3 versus 3. Comes down to this ladder, Joe. I think this is the most important because the pop dog position is so strong, and Oi, he doesn't even react, barely does. And now Sakai needs to win the fight, and somehow they've done it. Bren are going to pull it back. Pro with a 3k, 4k overall, and that is going to be a 16th round for Bren. What just happened there for After Gaming? How did that all go so wrong?
I honestly, I don't know. Like, they were gifted a free kill by Derek, making a play which I wouldn't have expected from someone of his caliber. Then we have the second player. I think it was who was it? It was Poppy getting caught off guard towards the outer bomb site, and then after, like, when you have your teammate who's kind of got the opening kills towards outside, like, you just push up with him. Push up with him. That's when you press the W and just go full Furia. Instead, they held back. It was still a 4v3. They had the flank, but I feel like Oi, was it Oi? Completely whiffing that spray onto Pro, dropping in from Pop Dog. That was it. That was just like, come on, you need to win those. But great play from Pro. Patient, the timing was perfect, incredible aim as well. Like, everything going his way. He has been fantastic so far, alongside his compatriots in the form of Papi and Derek. Again, aggression coming out, early push towards inner, coming out from Pro. They're going to be giving up the bomb sites. The bomb's going to be planted, but there is still a snake amongst the grass. Derek floating around. I believe he's going to be double peaked here. There we go. Great peak coming out from After Gaming there.
Well, 2-man advantage. I think after they should have won the last round, but the fact that they come in with the tenacity to find the follow-up, you know, they don't fall down on their backs after losing the previous, then that's impressive. That kind of signals to me that I'm definitely going to be favoring them moving forward here. They figured out their attacking side. It was weak for them in the first few. Well, I would say the first half of the second half, if that makes sense. Like the third quarter of the game. It definitely was not in a good spot. They couldn't quite figure out what to do. Bren winning out the aim jewels on the bomb sides, coming out on top. And After Gaming eventually just kind of figured it out. And it was 15-9. They just decided, oh yeah, this is how you play a T side. 16-16. Things tied up. At least it won't be a flawless half coming in here against Bren.
Yeah, and fortunately for Bren, they won the first round, right? It was a scrappy fashion. It was, you know, After Gaming completely crapping the bed on the post plan. But since they won it, they have money. They have a full-fledged buy. So both the teams are going to be heading to the final round. You have the trading rounds. Just going to go into the lead. It's a question. Bren had 6 map points, Nico. 6 map points. And look at him just running out.
Look at this execute. It's so beautiful. This is such a nice execute coming in from after. They have a nice little wall of smokes, perfectly timed. They have every protocol ready. Allows space for Zakai to move over the top of the bomb site. He's going to find himself a kill, but it's not before Wits gets a double. So Wits has done a lot to put his team in a good spot right now. Papachula peeking out, taking one down. Marek taking another, and it's a 1 versus 1. Pro versus Wang. And Wang has been huge for them. And now he tries to get the round over the line, and he's going to miss a shot. How's he missed that? But he's still alive, barely alive, still clinging on in the server. The nade goes through. That could be it, but the flashbang's up, and it's Wang now being charged down. Pro gonna win the clutch. What a hero. What a terrible round there from Wang. That's not exactly what you see from him. He should have won that round. That should have been locked in. After gaming should be 17-16 up. Probably 15 up, to be honest. They threw 2 rounds in that first half of overtime, and that's a big choke.
Just incredible stuff coming out from Pro. But then, like you said, Wang, that's like 2-3 opportunities handed over to him, and he just fluffed everything. Nerves coming to play, Dinko. It's not looking clean at all for both the sides, but it's good to see that for the side of Bren, everyone's kind of stepping up to the plate, right? I think the kill spread is pretty even, pretty equal. I didn't have a chance to look at what exactly it is, but I think everyone's between the 20 to like 25 mark. As we head to the second half of the first overtime, Bren with a 1-round lead. They need to win 2 to take it to map number 3. And for after, they need to have a flawless half here to ensure they take the series 2-0.
This is painful. Just watching both of these teams come so close in a lot of these rounds, it's like there's never going to be a winner. It feels like at this point, Bren have had so many chances. After as well, how many rounds have they thrown on this in this game so far? There's 2 in overtime at least. 2 were on the in the second half as well. You know, they take the B bomb side. Probably should have been winning that round. I feel like there was just so many moments where after being ahead and just kind of drop the ball. And they can't afford to do that if they want to take this win against Bren.
Let's not forget the 2v5, which after lost.
Yeah, that's the most triggering round, yeah. Always going to get off to a good start, though, in this second half of overtime. They still have a chance to win this, but they have to have a flawless CT half. And they weren't bad on the CT side, I have to say. They look pretty good on it, but it's been a while since they were on the defensive side of things. Marek taking down Micro. Papachula finding one, but Bingo has been unchecked. That's denial of the bomb plant, and they cannot get back on time. They cannot get that bomb down. And Wang, why couldn't you have done that in the previous round? Why can't you hit the hot, easy shots? You hit the sick no-scopes, but you can't hit the clean shot on the Pro. But nonetheless, 17-17. We're all tied up again, Bly. It's all fine here on the server. It's all fine and dandy. We've been playing, what, an hour and 20 minutes, and we're still no further. Zero. This might as well be down to a couple of rounds at this point. After, we need 2 more. Go to Bren. They win 1. If they split rounds, we go again. We go to double OT. More Counter-Strike being delivered on the train yards.
I'm ready, Dinko. Oh, Marek.
Here he goes again. A repeat. Beautiful stuff from Marek, and he keeps going back. Is this somebody? And what? He's eventually going to go down a Micro. He's going to find a double. How you...
We've lost Dinko, ladies and gentlemen. We've lost Dinko. It's a 3v5. And just over-peaking and re-peaking, the down to a 2v3. Now, Bingo, he has been a rock, and it's Oi and Bingo. Having to bring this one back. How is it just... How they fumbled that, Dinko? How they... Is the table okay? Have you broken it?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine, Black.
Oh, Lord.
Well, Micro, he looks towards the back lines. He's got 2 incredible kills so far presented to him on a plate. Room service with absolutely no charge. And Oi, he peeks out. He started the round, and they've recovered it. It's now Wits into 1v2. Luckily, Oi is on the server right now, because this has been a dire round from after. Witz is going to go up to the top of the ladder. He can win this, you know. 1 versus 2. Low HP on the other play. He has no idea. Hello, goodbye. And well, he has a chance to win this. Drops down into the site, onto the bomb site itself, and it comes down to the peak here. Witz could win the clutch. He could do this for Brad. He peeks into the open, missed shot, and bingo, takes him down. 18-17. Map and series point coming right up here for After Gaming. Bren have a chance to send us to double OT to equip us with more bonus rounds, as they will be investing into the AKs, but their buy is shockingly bad.
It is shockingly bad, and despite the effort from Marek to kind of throw that round away, it is Bingo and Oi who bring this one. I love that peek from Bingo. He knew he had to go for it. He knew he had to go for it, because the moment the bomb goes down, the 1v1 and bomb down is definitely going to be favoring the T side. And like you said, Dingo, this buy is shocking. Deagle, a couple of Tech 9s, 2 AK-47s. It is not looking good at all, and that's the problem with this economy, Dinko. You lose 2 rounds back-to-back, and money is going to be garbage. Or equivalents of garbage, which is the case here. If I'm Sakai, if I'm After, I have a read on the money. I know the economy has changed. It's a little bit different from what we've been used to for the past, 15, 18 years in Counter-Strike, but it's overtime. It's easy to figure out. The money's kind of grim. Take the long-range deals. Use your utility. The utility is not going to be that great on the side of Bren. Take advantage of the fact that you have the M4s, you have the AWPs. Don't let the Tech 9s overrun you. Don't have to necessarily go for these close-range duels. The smokes are going to be coming out. Now, the CTs, they still have a couple of incendiaries remaining in the hands of Bingo and Wang. They're not going to use it quite yet. They're going to use the smokes. Kind of setting up these one-ways. Sakai hasn't spotted anyone out. Molotov's going to keep him at bay. Micro's going to find Marek, and Oisei, but burning alive. Still playing an angle at the edge of the smoke. No one's going to face him, though. But the perfect peek from Pro catches him off guard. Sakai coming in from behind. He could be the hero here. He could shut this all down on his own. He's going to find one. Looking for the second kill, which he will find. Doing such a great job. Just staying alive. Biding time. 3 kills for Sakai. It's all on Pro, Dinko. 1v2. But look at how low they are. 15 seconds. And so it's going to be Sakai, who's going to just come out of nowhere. 4K to seal the deal. And After Gaming, 15-9 down. 15-9 down, and they clawed their way to a 2-0 win. And Bren, oh Bren, what have you done? What have you done?
That's heartbreaking for Bren. A huge underperformance today, but what a comeback from After Gaming. I really thought they weren't going to do it. I thought Marek, despite his best intentions, was going to throw it away, but he didn't manage to do it. Luckily, his team stand tall, and they get the comeback. We've got Tom and Mitch on the sidelines. They're going to be well rested heading into their final map, but that was only a 2-0, but it felt like it was 3 maps.
Yeah, you know, it's not uncommon to hear Dinko being excited about Wang, but in this series in particular, it felt like he was there a little bit more. This guy was delivering when it came to the CT side hopping, and I don't get what's funny about that, Dinko. Maybe you can explain some other
time. When it came to Wang, Dinko was very hands-on, to be fair.
Absolutely. No, he was talking about him non-stop, and I mean, look, that's not anything different than I'd expect on the CT side. But Witz, when it came to CT side hopping as well, it wasn't quite as exciting, I think. Definitely didn't get Dinko going in the same way, but then again, not many things can, just like Wang. This guy, he's unbelievable. I really enjoyed watching him, but more so in those last couple of rounds, like the OT, the last few rounds of the second half. This guy came through massively, and I know certainly I didn't go on the edge of his seat from start to finish. I even heard Blag getting a little bit excited, and that was the first.
Oh, okay. I'm glad to surprise you once in a while, Mitch. But Tom, Sakai, the man of the hour, 4K to win the game, the best player in the server. Thoughts on that? No? Okay, cool. Good talk.
No, he wasn't the best player in the server, as you can see by the scoreboard, or just by having eyes. Like that works out.
I have to be fair to Sakai, though. He did play pretty well in that game. He didn't make anyone near the amount of mistakes he usually does. His aggression was actually timed in towards Pop Dog. He was using the information from his teammates a little bit more, which is actually impressive. Unlike Derek.
Didn't they almost lose a 3-on-5 towards the end?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
They also lost a 2v5 earlier, yeah.
So, like, there was one round there where I remember Dingo was like, oh, Sakai's been doing better. And then all of a sudden he jumped through a smoke and lost the man advantage. And I was like, yep, and never mind.
Wasn't he also like pushing up the ladder with an XM for half of the match?
Yeah, but
Yeah, but-
it worked out well.
But apart from all of the things we've just mentioned, he was the best player in the server, as
Of
we
course he
can
was.
see.
Listen. It's not the numbers usually lie. It's all about the feeling in Asian Counter Strike, Tom. But oi, he is going to be top frag. I love the kill spread for the side of After though. The lowest frag is 23, which is Bingo and Sakai, and if we have the top frag being Oi on 27, and I do believe he might be the MVP. I could be wrong. PGL, what do we have as the MVP? It is going to be a drum roll, please. It is going to be Oi after all. 27 kills for him, 4 opening kills, 7 multi-kill rounds. It was a team effort overall. And for After Gaming, what I find very curious, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that right now the brackets, sorry, not the brackets, the table, the group standings, I feel it's even more interesting. I think it's going to make things a little bit more chaotic. Confusing. Yes,
Yes.
that's the word. Considering Mitch is our resident numbers expert. Mitch, can you potentially just break down what we might be seeing here? I hope we have the graphics as well for you to probably talk over.
He can look on HLTV either way if we
Oh,
don't.
you patioche.org.
He is looking a little bit red in the face, so
Yeah,
maybe
he
he's a bit
is.
stuck.
So okay, when we look at where things are lying overall, I think it's fairly safe to say, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I feel like Tyloo are through. How are you guys settle on that? I feel
That's a
I
good
mean, chance, right?
gamble.
It's a bit risky.
Yeah.
I think it's just as risky as saying Huatsai aren't. But
Oh, I wouldn't go there.
I'll be willing
I
to say
wouldn't
that
go
as
there.
well.
They might get 3 wins. Who knows? No, they're not going to get any. But yeah, like at the moment, for me, the impact of today's games is basically that Checkmate are in a position now where they genuinely might not make it through. Like after losing to Zigma, it's the upcoming game for Zigma. Who's that against? Actually, they've got to play Bren. So real possibility Zigma actually overtake them and jump up in the leaderboards and end up knocking Checkmate out. That's depressing. You end up in a spot where like you have to basically sit there and watch someone else play and go, please lose, please. Like that is not nice. For like Bren, I don't think they're safe yet, right?
Definitely not.
I don't think
they're-
anyone's safe yet, apart from Tyloo, Invictus, and
No,
Vici.
no, Brenner on the same amount of points as Checkmate, Sigma.
No,
and
no,
now
because
After.
they just
Yeah, they have the same
you're
amount of
right.
points.
Yeah, sorry, yeah,
Bra-
you're right.
Brian
After
coming
it
into
bumped up.
this, we're like
And
we're
after,
the bottom 4, right? So
yeah, I think Zigma's out primarily because they've played 8 games. They only have 1 game remaining over here. But after they have 2 more opportunities, so do Checkmate, so do Bren. Yeah, this is really getting very, very interesting. And at this point, I feel like Beyond's out, right? They played 7
No,
games. They're only in 6 points.
yeah, they lost. So yeah,
There we go.
They just can't go through now at this point. Like
Yeah, Beyond's screwed.
That's
Oh my
ridiculous.
God.
That is ridiculous. Honestly, if you were to put money on any of these teams going out from the top, from the like top 5 that were in there, I guess you probably would have said Beyond. Like it would be between them and Invictus, and you probably go Beyond out of that. But if you were to tell me that a Checkmate or an After or a Zigma might make it through instead of them, I'd laugh in your face. Like that's ridiculous. And especially if you were to then come along and say, "Oh, Olivia's going to play really well all tournament long, and they're going to go out in second last." Like what?
Yeah, it has. It's been pretty topsy-turvy. I feel like the results, they might be switching up a little bit, like the placing-wise, but there is a real possibility that any of these teams, even after gaming, like you said, Checkmate, Bren, Zigma, they're going to be battling for survival over here. So the games are only going to get even more keenly contested as the days progress here. We still have 3 more days remaining of the group stage. We have 1 more game remaining for today. Let's take a look at the schedule of the day. We have had 2 best-of-3 series done and dusted, both of them going 2-0. The way 2-0 earlier, the way of Zigma, a 2-0 the way of After Gaming, in a shocking fashion, going all the way to overtime. A fantastic
Let's
game
go,
of Counter-Strike.
Huatsai.
And of course, we have Huatsai versus Tiger. Can today be the day where we see all the 3 2-0s?
Yes.
Tom.
Huatsai
Can someone
gonna
someone
win?
just punch him? Like, is anyone in Ukraine right now?
What's
Just like
2-0 win here?
I'll get Banks to head
Banks
over.
is-
Huatsai's going to win 2-0.
You know.
I'm calling it.
Ah,
I
Blair's also
already
lost
said
his
that.
mind. Yeah,
I lost
Yeah.
mine a long time ago.
Tom and Blair both on the loony bin.
I
train.
realize now why. So Blair was talking about Class A drugs yesterday. I thought he was saying that the Asian scene was like that. Evidently, he's taken some because he thinks Watsai are going to
I
win
don't,
a
know,
game.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I literally wake up
don't
every
know.
morning and
What you mean?
and I just snort my Tyloo t-shirt.
Better than what Dinko
okay.
does, I guess.
All right, time for a break, ladies and gentlemen.
All
Let's
right,
get this
on that
one
note,
over.
better than what Dinka does. On that note, we're going to be going for a little bit of an extended break, ladies and gentlemen. Grab something to eat, something to drink is coming up next.
Well played,
It is
Wang.
going to be Tiger against one side. Tom, stop it. All right, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Go, break.
Coming up next.
Welcome back once again, everyone, to Perfect World Asia League Fall 2020. We're now in day number 12 and down to the final best of 3 and what has been a very quick day of some Asian Counter-Strike. Coming up next, the final game of the day, it is going to be Tiger facing off against Huatzai. And to kind of tell you the tale of how this game is going to transpire, once again, I'm going to be joined by Tom. We got Dinko, and of course, we have Mitch as well. Everyone looking pretty fresh. It has been a very quick day, surprisingly, despite Tom trying to curse everyone. But hey, listen, when I say it, it usually does work out. But Huatzai versus Tiger. If you look at all the games we've had today so far, Mitch, this is the one game you'd be like, yeah, Tiger is just going to maul these Singaporeans. Is it going to be the case, though?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I've made dinner reservations for an hour and a half from now, so I'm guessing this is going to be done. Yeah, like honestly, if this takes longer than 2 hours, I'm gonna lose my mind. This should be quick. Get him in.
Are you gonna fly out to Mongolia and like try and
make them disband?
You can do it on like a round trip. You're gonna go see Tai Lu on the way back. You can go through Mongolia and have a go at Urkast.
I'd love to see that. Trip.
No,
just do it on a
like
motorcycle.
Urkast, you should have won that game.
What I'll do is I'll buy a dart gun. I'll book a round trip of the world, right? I'll first go to Mongolia first on the way to China.
Yes.
I don't know where
everything
is.
Yes,
so
it is.
We're gonna stop
it's between India and Russia, so yeah.
I don't know
Which
where those
I don't
places
think he
are.
even knows where that
so
is.
I'm gonna go to Mongolia first,
like
right?
Just hold onto a balloon. You'll probably end up there. Just
If you ask
floating away.
Mitch like the map of like a video game or something like
Skyrim,
GTA,
no problem.
Skyrim,
Exactly where all
he'll
that
know
stuff is.
exactly where you are.
I can bring you to the
real world,
Assassin's Lairs, no problem. We're straight in there. We're at the Mother Superior, no problem. But you asked me to go down the road to a street, a mile away? No idea. But what we're going to do, we're going to fly to Mongolia. I'm going to buy a dart gun along the way, bring a spare suitcase, and at land, I'm going to message Urkast and be like, yo, dude, can you give me a tour while I'm here? I'm just going to dart gun him straight away, whack him in the suitcase, lock it up, and I'm going to fly to China, to Tai Lu, teach them a lesson. I'll put some food in the suitcase so Urkast is all right. Then on the way back, instead of going all the way back to Ireland, I'm going to go to Australia and land, open the suitcase, just dump Urkast out on like Greyhound's door or something and be like, here.
Mitch,
get him arrested.
Good luck.
have you met
country.
Urkast? Do you know how big that lad is in real
That was the
life?
point
Dart
I was
gun.
making.
Dart gun. It's easy. It's easy.
How long's this dart gonna last?
All right.
Well, it doesn't matter if the suitcase
all
is
right, I
locked.
gotta bring this back. I might get fired. I'm the host. I'm trying to get this back to Counter-Strike. Guys, it's just spiral out of control. But let's talk about the game we have here. Let's take a look at today's schedule, actually, just to kind of like a quick refresher for everyone as to the games we've seen so far. We saw Sigma versus Checkmate. Sigma, kind of a mini upset. They're taking a Checkmate 2-0. Then we saw After Gaming 2-0ing Bren. No one expected to see those results. It has been, we expected 2-0s, but going the way of Checkmate and Bren, that didn't quite pan out. And now, Tom, we're going to be jumping into game number 3 of the day, which is going to be, of course, Huatzai, who have yet to get a single win under their belt. It's going to be a rough way to kind of get, look, let's be real, they're not going to make it to the playoffs, but at least they want to win. The question is, can they get it against Tiger, who have been looking, well, pretty dangerous right now?
Well, their last 3 games are Tiger, Invictus, and Vici. So to answer your question of are they going to get a win, the answer is no. There's very little chance. Let's put it that way. Tiger had some like poorer performances in the earlier stages, and they still managed to win the majority of those. The only real upset that I saw was them facing off against Checkmate, who've been one of those teams that are very, very up and down. Like we don't really know what to expect from them. Do I think that Huatzai are going to stand a chance? Not really, especially with how well Urkast has been playing over the last couple of days. Dobu as well has had some pretty big performances. Now, we do actually have a couple of players on this team to talk about. Obviously, we've had the likes of Ronin Baby, who's come out of nowhere as this 17-year-old youngster who just has incredible aim and not such an incredible brain. And we'll see if he's going to be able to perform today. And you seem to like to highlight Neff as someone who you might put in one of your mixed teams coming up. So potentially we could see a little bit from him. But ultimately, this is like a 5-man mix.
All right, 5-man mix, and at least Dust 2, Dinko. You said ugh over there.
I mean,
at least Dust 2 can work their way, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the maps they're going to be able to compete on at least, but Tiger is still going to win it, right? They're comfortable on Dust 2.
Dust 2.
Yeah, they like it. This is a good map for Vito for them. I'd say Tiger comfortable on all 3 maps. You're coming up with a nuke. They've shown they can play this. I mean, it's not exactly a map they'll go towards when they're playing against some of the better teams in the region, but against Hwatsai, they'll happily pick this. It's a little bit of practice going up against, they know they're going up against Tyloo the next time around, so maybe this is one of the practice ones since they know Tyloo's floating nuke and they might let it through next time. So perhaps Tiger just kind of trying to get some official practice in. I think I favor Tiger if they go up against Tyloo on nuke, so we'll get to see what they're capable of today. Dust 2, it's a Hwatsai strength map. It's not exactly a map they're exactly great on, but it's one of the maps they can actually play. They're a team that don't really make sense to me. They're a team that haven't had much time to do anything or put any practice into the other maps. So Dust 2 is one you can work on the fly. Good aggression from Ronan on this map, so this is definitely an affair where he can bring a little bit of a fight to Tiger, but I don't see us heading to Inferno. I think this is going to be a Tiger 2-0, and it's all about how many rounds Hwatsai can get.
Well, I mean, Nico just gone straight ahead with the predictions right there, Tom. And again, Dust 2 is a map where just a day ago, Urcast up 36 kills, 15 deaths. It wasn't really a stomping. It was still kind of a close affair, but Beyond really didn't seem to have any chance.
18-0, wasn't he? And they went 8-0 up. So they've definitely shown some vulnerabilities, I suppose. But yeah, realistically, like I think that's their only hope. Like, if somehow Hwatsai managed to win a game of Nuke, I'd be very impressed. But I think that would more come down to Tiger having a poor performance rather than them having a good one.
I'm gonna, instead of going the traditional route of predictions, I'm gonna ask this way: do you think Hwatsai is gonna take a map, Tom?
No.
Okay, clean and easy. Dinko, Tom, in agreement. Let's ask Mitch.
Both. No, I'm kidding.
Shut up.
No, there's not going to be a map win for Hwatsai in this series.
Okay, very, very confident. Mitch, you feeling a little mad?
I looked up the price of dart guns and they're pretty expensive, so I'm really hoping they don't win a map. This could be also, surprisingly though, the trip to Mongolia, China, Australia, and back to Ireland quite cheap in the current environment. So it's not bad actually. I might save the money there. Sort of balances out. Yeah, it'll be all right.
I don't mind.
Here's
the thing. Let's do a little bit of like a Kickstarter campaign or something, just to, once the entire Corona thing kind of like tides over, everything's back to normal. I want to watch Mitch's mad journey through some of the more
I want like
obscure
a
parts of
YouTube
the world.
boxing match between Urcast and Mitch.
Yeah, but
I'd pay for that.
Why do you want to watch snuff videos? That's illegal, Tom.
Let's be real, guys. The disappointing thing about this is it's not going to be half as entertaining as you think it is going to be. The whole footage, well, the majority of it is just going to be Mitch asking for chicken wings in lots of different languages.
And probably like he winds up in Mongolia or in Korea, China, and he's like, "Oh, you don't speak English? Well, lucky for you, I speak French." Well, I don't think it's going to necessarily work. Wait, actually, there might be a couple of French colonies in Asia. I'm not too sure. Maybe they weren't as colonial as the British, though. But I do hear that we have the game about to get ready. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 here. I think the first map is going to be a nuke. So that's it from, by the way, 2-0. 2-0 for Tiger. If they drop a map here, I don't even know what to say. I probably
joining Mitch.
You coming with me?
The trip.
I will come with you on the trip. I will come with Mitch.
Dart guns are probably cheaper
we can
where
take
you
on
are.
Urcast together.
We can do that. We can.
Yep.
To bring some
He's got
boxes
glasses.
for us
Just
to
take out his
stand on.
glasses. That's it.
If we can reach.
We're reaching, but that's about it. We can stack on top of each other and probably, maybe go toe to toe. But we're about to jump into the game. Mitch, Tom, take it away. Me and Dick can gonna get the hell out of here.
All right. Well, Tom, all I'm saying is I'm looking forward to this trip. I can't wait to have Blah on top of me. But it's time to jump on into this game as Tiger and Hwatsai butt heads starting here on Nuke. And Tom, you said you don't think it's going to be a single map loss for Hwatsai. They're going to 2-0 this one, right?
For sure. Yeah, Ronan Baby is going to get 60 kills across the 2 maps. Urcast, he's going to get wrecked. He's not going to know what's hit him. Same as when the dart catches him and you chasing him around Mongolia. It's going to be an exciting trip. But I'm not coming with you. I'll watch that one from the sidelines.
Oh, you want to watch? Okay, I guess.
Yeah. I'd like to watch. You can like video call me, something like that. I'm sure. But basically the picture we're trying to paint here is that Tiger, they don't necessarily need to win this game. In terms of the standings, they're in a pretty good position. They're currently 5 wins out of 7, losing a couple of games, a little bit of a surprise in there. And obviously, I think one of their last games is Tyloo, so maybe wanting to get this one just to make sure that they're secure. For Hwatsai, they are already eliminated. I don't think there's a way that they can actually get through. Ronan, under pressure. It's his teammate to go down, and, well, he's going to manage to get one. They're not facing him. He's just stuck in the back lines. All of his teammates have died, and, well, he's spamming shots away. It'll eventually be Cabal to close him out. It is going to be Tiger who take themselves the pistol round victory. And this is a map where, realistically, Huatsai have very, very little data on it. As said, I think they're more of a mixed team in this tournament. They have beaten D13 and they've lost to Beyond. That's the only results we actually have for them on this map. Obviously, they're at their own choice of Dust 2. They have currently lost 5 times in a row, which is not the best sign. That includes Checkmate, Divine Vendetta, Checkmate again, Beyond, and Bren. So not even like any of the top teams. The only real surprise that we had was obviously their match facing off against Tai Lu, which they managed to take a map. And that's one of the only maps we've seen them take in this entire tournament. So at least they've got that.
Well, there you go. From what I remember, D13 were a pretty decent nuke team, but also from what I remember, D13 were a pretty decent
Would qualify.
team. Yeah, exactly. they didn't make it here, so I wouldn't really judge much off of that. With Tiger starting it out well, you know, I respect the force buy. I do. Double scouts. Oh, you couldn't do that with it, Ronan. Then hell yeah. Let's go 5 scouts on it. This guy's nuts, by the way. If you guys don't know who this team are, if you're here looking at Huatsai, that's just giving you the vibes of a Chinese restaurant. I love those little cats, little wavy cats. I have them in every Chinese restaurant over here. Fantastic. And in the cabs, actually. But those, I don't know what it means. Maybe someone can tell me in Twitch chat. I'm sure it represents something. But yeah, when I look at when you look at Ronan, baby, you're gonna have a damn good time. You're gonna be enjoying it as much as Dinko with Wang. This is he's so fun to watch. He's so skilled, and when it comes down to just taking on multiple men, he's better than Dinko in that kind of regard. Where you'll see Dinko win out some clutches every now and then. You'll see Ronan. Oh man, this guy is. He's everywhere. What a shot, though. That was an execution by Bulbasaur. This is winnable. Look, 2v2,
Yeah.
and Ronan's still alive. Oh, so close. Oh, baby.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, here we go. Let's get one more, but Dobu's too wide on that. That was a very aggressive peek, though. You know, you're up against the scout, you swing in, maybe he's holding that angle, maybe he headshots you. I mean, it's Ronan, let's be real. If he's holding that angle, he headshots you. But sometimes the brave plays are the best plays.
Oh, it is going to be 2-0 to Tiger. We will give a lot of credit, of course, when it comes to aim for Ronan, but the one real weakness we've seen within his gameplay so far is that he has some pretty questionable decision-making. It's like somebody... Well, yeah, it's like somebody. It's like he's watched somebody all the time, and that's how he decided that he was going to base his game style. Now, obviously, within Asia, that works. Anywhere else in the world, it doesn't. So I'm kind of hoping we get to see him eventually play under a coach like Advent, who can potentially... Obviously, Advent's not a coach, in-game leader like Advent, who can eventually teach him some of the better ways to play some of these rounds and just, well, utilize his skills slightly better than he currently is now. This round, though, this is where Tiger are looking to try and keep things as clean as humanly possible. Interesting that they're going to juggle the AK over to 9. Now, obviously, it's because he's going to be playing more passively in comparison to Urkus, now going to lead the charge with a MAC-10. But it also means that he basically can't do anything, because if he... Never mind, he's going to headshot someone. But if he gets shot even slightly, he loses an AK. That's a big problem. Luckily, the trade's coming back and forth. Ronan now the only one remaining. He is going to find himself at least an AK. And they're going to want to hunt this down.
Yeah, indeed. They're going to take it right out of his hands. Yeah, I was really hoping that I'd have some help in there by Blah, maybe. Give us a little bit of context on the cat, but I found it myself. It's Maneki Neko. That's a really interesting name. Haven't actually managed to find what it's about, but that's the name of it, and it's Japanese. Apparently, it originated in Tokyo or Kyoto, one or the other. There's debate around it, Tom. There you go. So they're using the Japanese idol. I think it's very much just being adopted though as an Asian thing, right? In general, like you'll see it all across China. That's the only place I've experienced with, so I can't say about other places, but I'm presuming if it's gone from Japan to China, it's gone to other places, considering this is a Singaporean team. And they're using it as their idol. Maybe they're doing it from the get-go, really, because it's a waving cat, right? You've seen these, Tom, right? The hand moves up and down.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Basically, they came into this tournament, and they were already waving goodbye.
Well, surely if they came in, they were waving hello.
Well, they were at least they can continue to wave the whole way through because, well, not the whole way through because they won't be here much longer.
It's sort of like that Simpsons gif that's overused, where it's just the granddad just rotating in and out the door, like putting his hat and then going straight back out the door again.
Oh, by the way, I literally said this except for the looky bit. It's because of its popularity in Chinese and Vietnamese communities, including Chinatown in the US, and I've clicked on Chinatown, damn it. The Maneki Neko is frequently mistaken for being Chinese in origin rather than Japanese, and it's incorrectly referred to as a Chinese lucky cat or a Jin Mao, a golden cat. This cat's also prevalent in China, as I was saying, domestically. And
25 seconds, Mitch. It looks like they're making an execute.
I was talking about the cat, Tom.
I know you're talking about the
They're
cat.
not executing. I could have finished my point and everything. It's a little sneaky place for Ronan Baby to hide, though.
Oh, he's gonna get one. Neff has found another in the meantime.
That's the bomb.
5 seconds.
They've got to plant the
Yeah,
open.
they've run out of time. Or, yeah, that's it. That's round over. That has got completely wrong for Tiger. Right in the last few seconds, a good read from Huatsai put them in a strong position, and they at least keep a couple of players alive. It was a very awkward round, and with the amount of damage they've been able to do over the last few rounds, the position isn't great for Tiger. They will get a buyout. They'll eke one out in this round, but it's likely to be Dobu. Potentially, yeah, just going to have to drop down to an SMG. Of course, if they can win this round, that really doesn't matter because it will send Huatsai packing in terms of their finances. And well, leave them in quite an awkward position. Dobu looking to just run and gun outside. The set smokes are down, and they're going to try and throw an incendiary, but they've already missed the boat. Ronan, these are the sort of plays we're talking about. He just ran through the edge of a smoke. While he's the solo hold on the ramp. Like you don't want this man as your ramp player. And that's the other thing I've noticed about Huatsai. You have a player who is ridiculously aggressive, likes to take fights and likes to push, and you keep putting him on solo holds. That's not a good idea. I think they do that on the B side of Dust 2 as well, if I'm not mistaken, which I can't think of a worse place to have an overly aggressive player. So, yeah, partly down to him. Obviously, that's a silly push to make, but also, you know he's going to do it, so put him somewhere else.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest here, Tom. I've fallen down a rabbit hole, an absolute rabbit hole of Maneki Neko, or beckoning cat, as it means in English. Facts. It's crazy. It's actually crazy how much data there is out there on these little cats. I love it. And that's probably why Huatsai have come through. If only they had as many strats as they had factoids about the cat. Because at the moment, it's less than ideal. I think they're going to be saving over these weapons. Realistically, you don't want to go for retakes, man disadvantage. Not in a map like Nuke when you've got no foothold in the region, right? If you're down in secret already, you're waiting outside the site, maybe you can go for it because you've got some control and you know where you can rotate through. But they would take so long in clearing out these angles, probably be cut off as they go down vents or secret or wherever they would decide to go. And so, Tom just took away. The cat brings good luck, by the way, Tom. And depending on what paw it has up, it means different things, depending on what color it is, depending on what it's holding. There's lots of different things.
Right.
There you go. And traditionally, it wasn't waving because it was made a long time ago. They've lost their weapons as well, Tom. That's, I mean, I will say one thing. So wait, that's the left paw, right? That it has raised. So that one is beckoning people to come inside the building that it sits beside. So it's welcoming, right? That's a welcoming cat.
Okay.
Huatsai been a bit too welcoming to their enemies, I will say. They've invited them in for tea. They've made it the traditional, I don't know if there's a Singaporean way, so we'll say the Chinese way because it takes hours.
Oh, for God's sake. Stop talking about the cat.
They're going wild, and it's a problem, right? I feel like they should have come in with, it's almost a direct conflict as well, right? The tiger and the cat. The cat's very welcoming with its paw raised. It's asking you in. Oh, it's holding a crap as well. Hold on. I have to go down.
Oh my. Don't think there's many people that care this much about the cat.
It's a coin from the Edo period. It's supposed to represent wealth that it's brought to the owner. Unfortunately, they're bringing wealth
But
to
do you
the
know what? This would
opposition
be
by not
very
making it through the
useful
playoffs.
when you eventually get a job in a museum and then you have to tell. But right now, I would like to watch some Counter-Strike and not talk about cats.
But it's their logo. We're not talking about cats. We're talking about their logo.
Well, you can tell someone who cares.
Well, I hope they're in the northwestern part of the map. I don't know exactly what direction on Nuke, like where is where. But it's obviously the white cat, the white Maneki Neko, goes in the northwestern part of the house to bring good connections and opportunities for travel. So you have to place it in the right position. So really, when they're holding these sites, Tom, I presume they're holding the northwestern side of the site. And if they're not, it's probably why they're losing.
Oh, whatever it is, it's not working because they're losing 5-1 to the T side of Tiger. And yeah, so far it's not been that close. And while I will say that with Ronan, I do question like whether or not there's just somebody every round just going, so how did you die? And it's like, oh, push smoke. It's like, what was that? It's like, oh, there was a smoke. Oh, push through it. It's like it just I don't know. I don't understand how he can make the same mistake so many times. But in this game, he needs to be better than that because from what we've seen so far from Tiger, they're one of the most well-drilled teams within this tournament. Granted, they are fairly reliant on Urcast in some of the matches where things do go wrong, but normally when they play better as a team, he doesn't actually need to do very much. Dobu, he's going to try and get aggressive outside Neff. He's found one, but the trade is back from NCL. Well, for now at least, shouldn't be too many more battles to be had. We're going to see players making the push aggressively into the lobby. I like this. This is more controlled from the remaining members of this CT side. Gaining map control, knowing that they're not coming in this direction. Splash K, in the meantime, is actually going to be holding towards the back of ramp. They're still trying to work out where the remaining players are coming from. Heaven, likely to be a position that's pushed, and 9... trying to find something here, but as of right now, taking him quite a lot of time. 35 seconds up and coming on the clock, but that's the kicker. Bulbasaur has been spotted outside. Cabal now realizes that they've lost an awful lot of map control, and they need to start getting this bomb towards one of the sites.
Oh, Spiels, he's making a lot of noise. They know exactly where he is. Cabal's shut down. But NCL's able to take down Spiels. That's the info he was given just by stepping around so much. He was a little bit too fast on his feet. Oh, nice shot by Ronan, baby. He gets the tag off, and this keeps it in a doable position. They can manage to just finish off NCL and bridge that gap. The problem is Splashgate's got an op, and he's the one taking... Well, look, he's taking him down anyways, so it doesn't take advantage of the low HP, but it's all down to one. Urcast turns away from the flash. Time is not actually that low. Splashgate's running around to group up with his teammate. I like this. They're going to go together and make sure that they can trade. The op swinging out first, but Urcast, he's tucked in the corner. They haven't got control over Hudson. They think he's there, but Splashgate gets the shot off just in time. Oh my, what a comeback into that round. And Splashgate did an insane job. The fact that he rotated, so if he had come through Hut, he would have been killed by Urcast. There would have been no trade potential. The round would have been lost. Instead, he rotates all the way through Hut, all the way through teammate into Squeaky and plays together. And this was gorgeous. Look at that, so quick. So quick. They deserve that round for sure.
Yeah, a bit of a confusing one, of course. Both teams basically switching positions on the map, and it took a while for the T's to realize that this was happening. Ronan has actually switched positions altogether, and I wonder if this is intentionally just so that he's allowed to be a bit more aggressive. It also sets up the AWP of Splashgate to actually control the ramp, and I actually prefer this. It allows for Ronan to make a few more plays, especially with how common it is for teams to actually fight for outside. So a slight adaptation made fairly early on from Huatsai. 9's going to be the only one there. Now, the T's, their money is diminished at this point. Not in the best of spots, 9 and Dobu with a little bit extra, but the same can be said for the CTs. So this is a swing round. It could be Huatsai getting right back into things. It could be Tiger pretty much winning the half. Now, one of the smokes, as you can see on the map, has gone out of the map. So somebody's thrown that as badly as can be. I'm not quite sure how you managed to do that. That's almost impressive.
They try to bounce it off the fence, I presume, to get it on the close smoke for red, and instead chucked it off the map.
It's quite a big fence, though.
Yeah, it's quite a high fence. I don't know how you do that, but maybe they've jumped as they were throwing it. I would have went further then. I don't know. If they've whiffed it. Anyways, that's for damn sure.
They haven't even used them either. This is all a ruse. They've thrown 3 smokes outside, and look at the saved incendiary that's just been thrown in. They've had to actually go through it, but even while going through it, they've got both entries onto the site. The push back in, though, from Neff and Ronan Baby has actually worked wonderfully.
10 seconds.
It leaves it all onto 9. No time left, and he goes to fight Neff and loses the battle as well. Great round from him. Someone highlighted multiple times now by Blair as potentially an underrated player within this team, and hey, that was a pretty big round from him.
That was beautiful stuff. For Hwatsai, you know, these are the kind of rounds that they need to pull right back into them. And realistically, CT side, they need to do a lot. Because we know Hwatsai might not be the best when it comes down to the T side versus a team like Tiger. And Tiger will be decent on defense. So I would be worried about them if they don't manage to at least get 9. Which is obviously a big ask, but such is the downside of losing the early rounds, and a deagle for Urcast is enough for the opening duel. Ronan Baby's down to 22 HP. This is a fantastic start for Tiger into this round. Looks like they're the ones with the lucky cat on their side. Waving both paws. That's welcoming and wealth. I love this for Bobo, though. Great position. He's being baited for. This is the thing. His teammate was just spraying away from Team Main, and so they had no idea that he was tucked in the corner. That's great. I love that setup, and it's pulled it back into a 3-on-2.
A chance, but a slim one. Cabal trying to battle. He hits the shot, and a repeat from Bulbasaur's risky, but he ends up getting both kills. Not a bad round from Tiger in the grand scale of things, as they didn't invest too much into that round, and they did a hefty amount of damage. Bit of a slower start from Urcast, and as said, a lot of the time on their T sides, especially when we go into a map like Dust 2, he can be the be-all and end-all of their T side. So seeing him come out of the blocks a little bit slow is a little bit worrying, but with likely a stronger CT side anyway, if they even get a couple more rounds, I think they'll be quite happy.
By the way, oh no, fast play by Urcast. He's straight down the vents already. Look at that. A few seconds into the round, he's already got massive map control. Hwatsai had nothing to say about it. They were focused more towards outside with Neff, and that has cost them, as they now need to commit a player towards the B site, knowing that they've lost this control. They've got to be worried about the vents push up, and it's cut off the ability for them to rotate down to B if they do lose the site through vents comfortably. And they tried to retake the control from an outside push, and that has not worked out in the slightest. Balbo's fallen. They've still got Ronan down here, but he's given away his position. He gets one shot off at least, taking down Urcast, but then the rest of the team comes scrambling in to take those trades. A 4v2, a retake for Hwatsai, and if they can get this up, I would just leave and save.
And looks like that's exactly what Neff's going to be doing. And well, there you go. That may not have been like a multi-frag, crazy statistical round from Urcast, but it's one that he's still managed to win for his team. The opener that pulls 2 players into his position, and then very easy from then onwards for the rest of the squad to pick up the round. So good work from him. And that's the thing. We always talk about these like in-depth, complex plays, like all these smokes outside, these lineups to get information, the Molotovs onto the site. Sometimes, Mitch, the simpler plays are the best. There's a quick vent dive, and she just wins them the round because it pulls so many players away. So 6-4 to Tiger. It's actually interesting. If there is a few players, if you ever watch Madden play Nuke, I'm sure you have many a time. He is a lunatic. Like, he will just try and vent dive most rounds, like a lot of the time on T-side. But it is such a powerful position because it makes the CT side switch up their setup. And even if they don't end up using it, it still pulls players away to the B site, even if it's going to be an A take.
I think one of the things is, so you can't do it every single round, right? You can't do it even very consistently if a team's punishing you. But sometimes you got to just figure out if they are. And that's why, again, they've gone straight down. It is just basically saying to Huatsai, we're going to take this control until you stop us. Why wouldn't you? And they're getting it 2 rounds in a row. Why? Why did you think that would work? A flash down, I get, but like just swinging in to get that kill? I don't know, dude. I'm not a fan of that. They're now in a 4
they've
versus
rotated
3.
like half their team. They've rotated.
There's 2
like...
players down there, and there's 1 outside with an op who can't go in for this retake. I mean, again, it's a save, right? Well, I mean, they don't even get to save. Dobu's wrecking them. Where's the second player gone from down there? He's gone up ramp. So Neff's just abandoned his teammate. Well, I suppose Bobo had a deagle, right? So he was going looking for a weapon for Mac 10, but still, he was going looking for a kill. While Neff looks to save the weapon, he's managed to find an AK as well. That would have been nice. Hey, Tom, can you imagine if the deagle was with him? He'd have an AK now, but one of those things. Oh, nice.
The thing I don't quite understand, I get that last round they did go towards the B site, but like 1 player went down vent with a Mac 10 and they rotated 3 people.
Yep. And I think that again shows a lack of comfort though, Tom. You think about a team, you put yourself in their shoes, you lose vent, 1 guy's down, you know it's only 1, and you drop a player down who loses the fight, and then 2 players also rotate down through secret. So you, in effect, you put 3 of your players down towards the B side after 1 guy drops vent. That to me screams, I don't know how to play this map. I don't know what's going on. And obviously then, in the round that follows, they've got nothing to work with.
Oh, Splash K's in a decent position. No trade available. Just, yeah, he actually peeks out again. And they're just going to run through the smoke. 1 by 1 by 1. Easy peasy for Splash K. And Neff's also found another kill. Cabal, he's been one of the better players so far for Tiger, but this is potentially a bridge too far. And the worrying thing is as well is look at all the weaponry they've retrieved. They've just picked up everything. That's now 3 AKs on the CT side. A Mac 10 also retrieved. And well, if they can kill Cabal, they could end up with the dream pretty much. 4 AKs and an AWP. It might be slightly easier said than done. And for the T side, well, this was meant to be their opportunity to actually build up some cash. Again, in context, this isn't the end of the world. They have 7 rounds on the T side. That is very good. But this is not a round that they were expecting to lose. Bulbasaur, oh, he's not quite going to win that one, but there's the trade. 3 AKs, or 2 AKs retrieved in this round. Obviously, they already had 1 to begin with. That is a very good round from Hotsai, and that's going to be a huge boost to their economy.
I was trying to find out where the expression "a bridge too far" came from. The origins of it. Because it makes sense, right? You took a bridge too far, you're gone past your destination.
There used to be an old war. I think it must be. There was a war game I used to play called A Bridge 2 or something like that. A Bridge Too Far.
In 1974, there was a book called. Oh no, that's a movie called "The Bridge Too Far."
Yeah, there was a game called Close Combat: A Bridge Too Far. Wow, that game came out in 1997. That makes me feel old.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So. Oh, okay. So in 1944, the Allies took Operation Market Garden to capture a bridge over the Rhine in Arnhem from the German army. The paratroopers were unable to hold the bridge without any additional support, and so they had to come back, obviously.
Oh!
And so,
Oh no!
my word.
Oh, he didn't quite get on the ladder before he started shooting. That went wrong. Once I've got back to 6, Mitch, I know that you want to tell your wonderful story, but I feel like the focus should be on the fact that Huatsai are actually giving this a damn good go. The last round was a decent one, the faster take from Tiger, not really working out for them. And now they kind of can't really invest much into this round because otherwise they won't ever buy for the last one either. So at least a chance for Huatsai to take the half here with the amount of finances that they have available to them. They do have to be careful though. That's a nice nade, however. Cabal and Dobu both tagged within inches of their life, and Neff, He's just looking for the fights. He wants to pad those stats. He's been playing well so far, and he's got a lot of information already. It does have to be a bit careful here. I understand the confidence is running through his veins, but let's not get silly.
Well, as it's just pistols, Tom, I'll finish the point. It's funny because we use it now as like a bridge too far. As it was used almost cautionary. Like, I think we're going a bridge too far. I think we're being overly ambitious, sort of, because of how they thought they could hold that bridge in the Rhine, and they couldn't hold it. So it was a bridge too far that they'd pushed, and it just became an expression after that. Because they were like, we got this bridge, but that bridge, oh, that's a bridge too far. That's too far towards them. I like that. That's the fun thing, because some expressions that you think of and you'd be like, oh, I know what that means, and it makes sense. But then you think, why though? How did it come about? Closing rounds out with nades is always nice. I have to say, like, the reality is 8-7 for Hwatsai if they get there. It's not great. You know, this is Nuke, but a point that Bland Dinko brought up in the previous game was that it's very easy for us to say, because of what we're used to commentating European Counter-Strike at a decent level, and watching, obviously, all the top teams, we're very used to quoting statistics about maps and what side is favored. So coming into Nuke, you would say the CT side is the favorite side. And, you know, if you're getting 7 rounds T side, that's great. But as we've seen, Tom, that doesn't always apply in this region. That train game we just had was a great example of exactly what I'm talking about. Where the team closed it out with 6 consecutive buy rounds to win it. And, you know, when you look at Hwatsai, maybe they'll be able to deliver T side. Who knows? Especially with Ronan Baby and Neff playing the way they are.
Well, we'll have to see if they can continue on that form. It's always easier said than done. Now, though, Tiger, they've got control outside. Throwing a little bit of utility in towards Mini. Makes things a bit awkward, as it seems like they're trying to sell a bit of a fake here. As the remaining players sneak their way outside. It's very risky. No smokes available to them because they're trying to do it without giving away the hints of their move in this direction, but it hasn't worked at all. Splash K with 2 impactful kills off the AWP. He's another one to mention, right behind Neff on the board. Now Urkust has a big play to make. 25 seconds on the clock. One man spotted on one side of the vent. He hasn't seen the second player, and Spiels has pretty much put this round to bed. NCL's Molotov closed that one. I kind of wonder why that Molotov didn't come through earlier. Might have helped out a little bit, but I guess the whole point was that Urkust was being sneaky, and well, he's been sneaky the whole game. Absent might be the word to use, as he has not been having his best performance, and that's normally the case. When they win, he's normally at the bottom. When it's a closer affair, he's normally carrying them through. This time, it's a bit of a mid-ground situation. Now, in terms of their previous Nuke performances, obviously they beat Beyond recently. They managed to get 9 rounds on the CT side, and then 7 on the T. So they're in a similar situation here. They also beat Vici on Nuke, and that time they got 8 rounds on both sides. So definitely showing that they are competent on either side of the map, but I do get what you mean. Like, we expect, say, 9-10 rounds to be an almost norm on the CT side of this map. Instead, it's normally just down to the individuals and the different teams that we have.
Yeah, it's a very, very varied region when it comes down to skill. And so I think that, you know, you're going to have these teams that, if you put a Tyloo up against a Hwatsai, T-side, Tyloo probably get 15 rounds if they're actually playing. They're not just autopiloting. And that's obviously going to skew statistics and how we feel about things. Also very chaotic. Ronan Baby, oh, he doesn't get anything done. This is such an important round for Hwatsai, when they've got massive man disadvantages to overcome. Spiels goes down. They've seen Bobo. They know exactly where he is, and they just pop his head. That is 8-8. That is Tiger coming back into this one, and not a great position. Also, I want to mention, so you said about Splashcade playing quite well, and 100% I agree. The difference is why I wouldn't consider him coming into this half is because I don't think he's going to be as integral when it comes to the T side, purely because from high-level teams, you'll even see Oppers struggle that little bit more when it comes to getting access on the T side of Nuke, and I feel like up against Tiger especially, once that op isn't in the hands of Cabal, they should be able to punish Splash K a little bit more when he's on the attacking side. I think he had a much easier time being able to post up and just maintain outside control for them in previous rounds, especially when Tiger were going for setups like outside without smokes, which is, you know, again, it's one of those plays that you can try, but if it doesn't work, you do look a bit silly.
Interestingly, we're not actually going to see the force buy. So something we see quite regularly is the investment once the bomb goes down. They've decided to wait for the full buy to come in. There's a chance really for money to be made. Now, there's 3 rifles already on the side of Tiger. I think they might have been expecting a little bit more invested into this round. 9 not being able to afford his AWP, so he's going to end up with an AUG for now. And Cabal, that is perfect. Wonderful spray down, as clinical as it gets. He's now up to his 20th frag, which is... And so he's always been one of the players that performs well, especially when using his rifle. I'm not sure I want to see the AWP, although if he is going to continue to play on the ramp, I don't really mind it too much. But this is the round where things get interesting. AKs across the board, money for the CT side isn't going to be anything incredible going into the next if they lose. So we want to see them at least get a few kills with those SMGs if they are going to have a chance in the next round.
I like the nade setup early on. This is something we'll see a lot of teams do. Oh, wow, okay. And that's just been wrecked. That's something that Astralis do a lot, is those like triple or quadruple nades towards outside, because you can just direct your A players there alongside your outside, and if you're going for secret hold as well. Cabal, oh my, how does he get 2? And he's gone. He's out of there. Over on the site, playing on the rafters. He has support coming in from 9 as well. That's nuts. I don't know how Cabal's gotten away with that. I didn't even see the second kill, first of all. And then the fact that he manages to run away while there's 3 more players chasing him down.
Well, this was the round that Hwatso really needed to make a statement. Cabal instead has made one in the other direction. He'll eventually go down, but 2 kills and now a dink onto Spiels as well. He set his team up as best he can. It almost came up for Splash K, but he won't get anything done. 3 players survive, all rifles kept, and the T's not really having enough money to buy. Tiger right back in the driver's seat once again.
Well, I mean, it's a sad turn of affairs, really. Whenever the favorite comes from behind and takes over control, and especially when they're on the typically favored side, I find it quite difficult to then imagine how things are going from a mental perspective. You know, Tom, basically, if I was speaking to Hwatso, I'd ask them how the comms were. That's what I want to know from them at this very moment, because it's hard to stay positive in a situation like this. You know, pressure is being applied. Tiger aren't doing anything crazy, but they've won out the pistol, they've won out the first buy, and now they're up against an eco and what should be a round for them. 5 deagles in the hands of their opponents is pretty scary. I will say, Spiel's taking full armor. I don't know. And Neff taking no helmet and Kevlar. Honestly, probably just go with the deagle by itself. I feel like the utility in the next round is going to be a little bit more important. Or even just to have the extra money stacked up on you.
They do have a decent amount of loss bonus, though, to be fair.
Yeah. I just
maybe
don't see
matter.
Kevlar making the difference, but hey, the deagles certainly are.
It started out strong for them. I guess the argument is if they find a rifle, they're in a much better position than if they didn't have the Kevlar. Nonetheless, they might be able to win the round without it. It's going to be a push in towards the A site, it seems. NCL is going to be waiting. An elevated position that can be quite tough to clear. making some of the angles relatively awkward. They're going to make their way down the vent, or at least a couple of them are. It seemed like Neff was hanging around, and he ends up going down. Cabal already rotating in. He's been so clinical. His spray control is actually really impressive. Like, both players running, he corrects onto the second, and now leaves Splash Cape all on his lonesome. 1 versus 3. Doesn't have control of the bomb either. It's on the B side, so I don't even really know what he's planning here. Looking out for one of the players, and it isn't going to be the case. Plenty of money going into this next round. Well, no real worries for a Huatsai. It'll be 11-8 in favor of Tiger.
Now, I'm sure there's some people at home thinking, maybe even yourself, Tom, if I'm against buying the Kevlar in the first place, why am I not suggesting, if I want them to have extra money, that like Neff gets dropped to Deagle and plays with the Kevlar, for example? And this was something I actually discussed with the team when I was working with them, and we took a look over the statistics on it. And for this specific team anyways, and I think generally for teams, you'll find it to be better to have your teammates without armor taking the opening
I like
duels.
this smoke.
We
It's just giving him a little one-way. That's sick.
What I will say is that Urcast does that almost every time they play Nuke. And I think any team playing against Tiger who've actually done their research should know that's a possibility. And should know when you see... And that smoke's already been thrown by Tiger once, and they didn't play up on it. So I know they are trying to duke out a little bit. And I also saw Huatsai use it once, but not get up on top as well. But if you see that smoke, you should know Urcast will possibly be there. But we have still seen teams in this very tournament be caught out by him like triple spraying, and in the previous PAL as well. And that's ridiculous. That really shouldn't be happening, because it's basic, Tom. It really is.
Oh, boo. Are they going to expect it to be here? No, they're not. That's the bomb down. He's managed to drop it in the lobby. The rest of the team have gone pushing in. Dobu's actually just going to give up the space. He opts to fight the site, but he whiffs. A slight mistake to be seen from him. Luckily, Nine's there to rectify the situation, and it's left on to Spiels. He has the potential for 2 separate 1 versus 1s, especially with Nine sneaking around the corner. He's going to miss his shot. A fight not needed to take, especially with the position of Cabal, and he breaks out of the vent. He's like a madman. The Incredible Hulk ripping his way through the wall, and he's going to close out the round. He is having one hell of a performance. 25 kills to 11 deaths. As said, sometimes they don't necessarily need Urcas to be the hard carry, and in this case, it seems like Cabal's taken the mantle instead.
I'm not surprised, though. Cabal's capability as an individual is nuts. We've said that a million times. You love him on that secondary op.
Nope.
No,
Such a sick rifler. Like, he's so sick with the rifle. I don't want to... Like, I genuinely would bet on him to take a long-range fight with the AK instead of an AWP. And that's not because he's necessary. I'm not saying he's dreadful with the AWP. I mean more so that I think he could get more kills. Like, there could be a multi-frag in there. And we've seen that. I've mentioned it a few times in this map already, that his spray transfer is so sick. Like, he killed 4 people, granted, an eco, with 1 clip. Like, that's not easy to do. Even, like, most people would reload in the middle of that. But he just makes it look easy. I definitely think he's a talent within this roster. And I think the core of him, Urcast, and Dobu are genuinely very, very scary. The only question I sometimes have is whether or not Nine does enough as an AWPer, because I think we expect quite a lot from AWPers, especially like within Asia. I think there's a fair few very, very strong AWPers that, like Kaze, for example, obviously the likes of Dan King on Tyloo. You are going to have to face off against them. I don't think Nine matches up. And considering Tiger are meant to be one of the top teams in the region, you need players who are going to step up against Tyloo. Nice entries, though. The ramp take has worked out. The only problem is the time. 20 seconds up and coming. Nine misses a shot, but well, it doesn't matter. I guess if you have players like Dobu, he could just act as a giant decoy, make a big bang with the AWP, and then his teammate will kill everyone else. And while this is starting to be a real worry, they don't have control of the bomb. They have 8 seconds. Like, this is already done. Dobu doesn't even need to fight this. He's just killing them for the sake of it. He's doing this for fun. And Tiger, they're going to get further into the lead. 13 on the board. Oh, he survives just about. The kill from the T side really wouldn't have made a difference to Tiger's economy, so it's a good thing that he stayed alive.
There was actually a really nice spam by Cabal from Ram.
How?
That's
He got one while in the
disgusting, man.
air!
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Look at this.
Oh,
he wasn't aiming at him
That's
either.
the luckiest kill I think I've ever seen.
Jesus.
I
He was
want to see
aiming
it
at the
again.
first guy. He's aiming. Oh! Wow. That's ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous. The Cabal also had a really nice spam from ramp all the way through
Yeah, through
trophy.
the wall.
That was nice. He didn't connect anything with it, but it came really close because there were
It
players
does
on either
such
side
little
of it.
damage though, even
Of
if
course,
you hit.
yeah.
It does like 5 damage.
He sprayed a full mag though, pretty tight. So I think he could have taken someone half HP or something like that. I feel like it's also a bit of a mental thing because you imagine you're like, okay, we control this area. Now I'm just gonna walk over towards teammate. I'm 50 HP. I've been headshot 6 times. What? Like, am I safe anywhere at that point? For Tiger, it does feel like, Tom, they've got their hands firmly wrapped around Huatsai's neck. Like, they're holding them underwater. Really doesn't look too pretty.
Well, we are going to be getting back into things. Speaking of things that don't look pretty, this buy is one of them. Spiels. This is the problem. Like, obviously, I'm not going to say just chuck away the AK, but they kind of need a bomb plant for him to have a good buy. Like, he'll probably have like maybe an AK in the next round, especially if he can get a kill. Oh, that's not gone well.
Right, Molly.
Oh, does he get the timing on the spray? Oh my goodness, that is so much damage. Dobu and Urkas both finding a kill. That's got to be so painful. You line up your smokes, you get ready to push as a team. There is a reason why a lot of teams walk behind that smoke, by the way, and that is it, because you can hear all the footsteps. I imagine there was some pretty solid communication coming out from the Mongolians then as when to spray. Maybe a little cheeky countdown. NCL, he's ready in position. He's been decent so far. His 15th kill added to the tally, and he's just playing it smart. No need to take a risk here. He knows that his opponents have a weakened buy, so why risk giving them an extra rifle? Just fall back and put your team in a good spot. Neff, 27 HP, a Deeg in hand, and well, they're hunting to try and find one of these remaining players. They know that the chances of them getting the bomb down here are slim, and there's actually a fairly filthy crossfire being held just to make it impossible to get onto the site. We'll know that he's now on top of the silo, and Spiels does at least get one, but he doesn't even know that NCO is just around the corner. Smart stuff from Tiger, basically playing the numbers game, which is exactly what you need to do in this advantage. And they're going to get their 14th onto the board. And their CT side, it looks stellar so far, Mitch. I can't really fault too much about it at all. I think it's been really good.
Yeah, everything about Tiger's series though has been pretty good. Like, the reality is, you find 7 rounds when it came to their T side. That's a good T side. Can't really harp on too negatively about that. And then their CT has been near flawless. Oh my god. He's getting away with murder here. Like, NCL swung, he kills one, lights Ronin down to 20 HP. Bobo's getting lit up elsewhere. And as they get to the B bomb site, the numbers are already dwindling. Okay, it's a 4v4, but that HP, that flash was great. That HP was terrible, is terrible. And
Oh, okay.
all right.
That was a bit much. I think Cabal maybe getting a little bit cocky. The wide peeks out, and well, he meets his fate. Money's not amazing for the side of Tiger, so the true level of confidence would be if they go for this. If either of the players go fighting here, then they're just showing that, okay, we just think we're the better team by quite a margin. And while Dobu is actually going to be facing this, he can't get that AK back. NCL also doesn't have the highest amount of cash. Obviously, the way we're looking at this is 9 is going to be able to drop 1 gun as long as he doesn't fall. And Dobu can do the same. So that pretty much sets them up with a flawless buy. If they'd lost either of these players, there would have been some questions asked into the next round, be it maybe the AWP goes missing or some extra utility. Instead, because of the saves, everything's going to be fine.
And I wouldn't be too stressed if I was Tiger either. One of the things, though, that can be quite difficult for a team is if you have got that momentum built up, right? You've really got everybody pumped, and you want to close out games. You don't want to give your opponents the way back in, and we've seen it so many times, Tom, in this tournament alone, where a team struggles. Once those emotions settle down, once the streak of rounds come to a close and your opponents start to build it up, it can be hard to get fired up again and really start rolling. So I think playing defensively and playing for the tight game isn't necessarily what you need to do. You just continue with what's working. Continue as if it's, 7-7 and you've got a long way to go. Because I think once some teams, once they get close to the finish line, they start looking at the game differently. And that you can't be doing that. You got to treat it round to round as if there's no difference, whether you're 15-0 down or 15-0 up.
Well, Bronin has started this one off strong. It's 9 down and 3 more to go. Cabal also falls. Last 2 rounds, they've made some faster plays into the B site, and this has been something that Tiger are actually struggling to deal with. It's not been anything complicated, clever, but it's been aggressive, and that's what we put down this hot side roster to. They have the individual players that can take them over the line, and now they're just holding to catch off rotations. That's Dobu gone as well. They were already in financial troubles if they didn't save in the last round. Their money is screwed if they don't save in this round, and they get absolutely nothing. So now it is just going to have to be an eco. Tiger can't invest much into this round at all, and Hwatsai, they're at least making this competitive.
Oh, they're not letting it go. Their overall approach in this round, they lost a lot of HP on the way down, but 2 free kills gotten. Those players on A were completely caught off guard by the aggression. You can see it was as if they were just walking around, going about their day, on their way to the shops to pick up a loaf of bread, and all of a sudden, some terrorists came running at them, running and gunning. Now they're down to pistols, and for Tiger, I think they're not going to be coming up with much. It'd be like me 6 months ago going to buy some toilet paper, coming home empty-handed and crying. Although I don't think they'll be crying yet.
I'm walking a little bit funny.
Rubbing all the bushes on the way back.
Oh, this is a big no-no. They've lost 3 players to what was a minimal investment from Tiger. Cabal and 9, if they can catch a couple of lucky bits of timing, maybe there's a chance for them here. There's a long rotation coming in from Cabal. I think he's going to end up being as far away from the action as humanly possible, as it looks like they're going to attempt to play in towards the B site. The only thing that worries me for Hwatsai at this point is that there's going to be some weaponry retrieved. Now, sure, there's not going to be much in terms of armor, but that's a free kill. There's the timing that we were looking for. And now Splash K is the only one remaining. He's looking for a trade. He's going to go running through the Molotov. He's going to take a lot of damage, and 9 gets the kill with a P250. That is unforgivable. Hwatsai have just thrown away an opportunity. They've allowed Tiger to get to 15. And more importantly, they've just given them a cash injection. As not only do they save an extra gun, which will be an AK thrown over to Dobu, but also they've given them extra bonus money, as the loss bonus would never have been as high as what they just got for winning.
Well, this is a little bit ridiculous. I think Tiger have gotten away with murder on this one. Quite literally. And, well, Tom, I think it might be over. I don't think NCL even meant to find that second kill, but he has, and it's 5 versus 3. The CT side with the advantage. Hwatsai, they've made it close. They've put up a good fighter. Castello, he hadn't peeked it. He was confident no one was there. Doesn't matter, though. It really doesn't appear to. It's a 4v2. Massive plays need to be made. Now, SplashK and Neff have been good, but SplashK is spotted out. He's got to run away, concede a little bit of control, and it's all on Neff. He's managed to sneak up beside 1, and he doesn't allow 9 to find that flick. I could see it happening, though.
I don't even know if he knows that, yeah, Cabal's just in this corner. He's still playing on the ramp, and now it is all on to Neff. He's hitting some tasty shots. He needs the ace if he is going to be winning this round. Bomb down. Retrievable for sure. He does have the chance to isolate these jewels. NCL, relatively low on HP, but will he check the close corner? Oh, it's almost like his spidey senses were tingling. He's going to go back in the other direction and actually start running his way to B, trying to bait them out. I quite like that, actually. Hoping that they push in, but instead it seems like they're just waiting for the plant. Smart stuff from Tiger. Not going to take too many risks and basically just try and play this one together. And the second they hear any footsteps, I don't know why you would go down there, if I'm being honest. That just gives them extra footsteps to know that you're already down on the site, so they can actually start their rotation a little bit earlier, and it gives enough time for NCL to end this. Great work from the side of Tiger. They have taken themselves for the victory. Some good performances from Cabal, who unfortunately is one away from his 30 bomb. NCL as well had some really high impact rounds towards the end. And basically, Mitch, we got exactly what we expected.
We did indeed. Now, look, Splashgate had a great first half, and he was really fun to watch in that sense. But I don't know if Dinko is going to have enjoyed looking at him quite as much as he enjoyed staring at Wang earlier on. Let's see, though, if he has had a good time with that one. Dinko, what did you make of that game, man?
Well, it was much better than your jokes, Mitch, that's for sure. And when you take a look at this matchup, it's kind of what you expect, right? It's Tiger coming into it, definitely taking the win, but that's what we expected. The other thing that I expected was the fact that Hwatsai can put up enough of a fight. It's kind of the best you can hope for as a mixed team, right? They're never going to be able to pull it off. Nuke is a very in-depth map. It's one of the maps they're going to have a lot of work on. There's lots of moving parts, lots of rotations. And that does cause, that does mean you need a lot of practice. And unfortunately, this team don't have that. So they perform well enough. I think Neff is probably the takeaway from this, really making a good case for himself to maybe go to that Southeast Asian super team that Bly is talking about. And yeah, I think so. He's looking really solid in this match. He was definitely the shining light for them. I think we've started to see a little bit of inconsistency from Ronin. You know, we know his skill ceiling super high, but he's not really got up to that ceiling all that often in the recent matches, unfortunately. Neff has proven to be the consistent player here for Hwatsai. So I guess this is the small takeaways we can take from this team in this tournament, because they're not going to get a win here. They're just not. And Tiger, I guess it's good to see Cabal back on top, because he kind of dropped off yesterday in the last two maps.
He did, right? 28 kills. I think it was
29.
29, almost just one shot dropping a 30 bomb, unfortunately. And again, gentlemen, Urcas 11 kills, 22 deaths, but yet they win convincingly. It's so nice to see Urcas not having to drop over a 30 bomb to net them a comfortable win, and that's more of what you want to see from this Tigers side, right, Tom?
Yeah, no, they look really good in this match. I will say that, like, Hwatsai, there are a few mistakes here and there that could have made this game even closer. Like the pistol round lost towards the end was, well, this round on your screen right now, was completely unacceptable. And then you think about, like, if they convert that round, we're looking at a 14-11 with both teams on, like, buys. They have a lot of money in the bank. Instead, they just gave a huge amount of cash over to their opponents. And then there's this round. NCL, he catches one player with a nade out, and then one player just not prepared for his peak. So there's definitely some, like, good showings from Hwatsai. Like, I don't think this was a particularly bad map. The only thing I will say is I think the score in this map was almost padded a little bit by some of the big plays that came out for the likes of Neff. Like, the same can be said for NCL on the other side, who had a really big comeback towards the end. But I think if those two players sort of didn't have those high impact plays, then potentially the scoreline could have been, well, in either direction.
Yeah, and of course, there you have it, the MVP, Cabal. The man, right? Well, I think he's actually in the top 7 players, right, highest rated players right now in the tournament as well. He's definitely been delivering. And heading into Dust 2, gentlemen, look, let's be real. Hwatsai, they have the firepower, right? Neff has, in my opinion, I feel it's like highly underrated. I think he's got the promise. We know how sharp Ronin can be. Only taking the aim deals, though. Splashgate had his moments. CD side with the AWP. Maybe if all the stars align in the universe, there is a world where even if they don't take a map, they could potentially make Tigers sweat a little bit here. Mitch?
They could definitely. Like, when it comes down to individual skill, I think that's where Hwatsai do, as you're saying, it's where they stand a decent chance. When it comes down to more tactically in-depth maps, not so much. Tiger definitely take the flame there when it comes to team play, when it comes to experience, and when it comes to a deep map pool. And at the same time, you know, as we go into Dust 2, you have to remember that Tiger, they're not a bad team either. You know, we've seen a lot from these guys. Dobu had some huge rounds. We know Cabal's capable. Urkas didn't even need to do the heavy lifting that he normally does. And then coming on to Dust 2, a map where, so if we go through the results for Huatsai, they have one win, which was versus Bren, and they lost twice to Checkmate, once to Divine Vendetta, once to Beyond, and then to Bren more recently. Every game was close, sure, but it's not a great map for them in terms of win rates, and considering the teams they're up against, I'd put most of them below Tiger, even considering the current form that we've seen Tiger on.
All right, so Dust 2, it is still looking kind of grim for the Singaporean side, but maybe miracles can happen. It is getting closer Christmas season after all, although we're 3 months away. I can see a few Christmas trees being put up in my neighborhood as well. But we're going to be going to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back with the second map here, the final series of the day. Tiger versus Huatsai. The battle continues.
Well, Blau was just describing how he thinks this game is going to be a smashing in favor of Tiger. And I think I have to agree, Tom. You know, when I look at Tiger at the moment, they're a pretty strong individual team. So, like, although we can say that Huatsai, yes, they're strong individually, they've got those guys who can deal the damage. So can Tiger. But Tiger also have a heap load more experience. And I think you'd be hard sold to tell me that Huatsai are going to take this map.
Well, yeah, they haven't won a map of Dust 2 in this tournament, and they've played it 4 times. So realistically, yeah, I think you'd be mad to predict them to win, although the matches they played have been very, very close. 16-14 lost to Checkmate, 19-17 lost to Checkmate again, 16-12 lost to Beyond, and a 16-14 loss to Bren. So there's definite opportunities coming up for them in this map, and obviously it's a map that they definitely can play. But realistically, Tiger should be taking this. It's been one of their cleaner maps, beating Vici and Beyond on this map already. 2 teams that we pretty much rave about within this tournament, or at least did initially for Beyond as a team that should have been good. They weren't necessarily, but they did look good previously on Dust 2. So realistically, Tiger come into this one as fairly heavy favorites. And I think if Huatsai win, we're going to be more focusing on what Tiger did wrong than what they necessarily did right.
You know, Tom, I took a look over there at the Twitch stream. I opened it in the window by accident. And it played in 1080p, 60 FPS, and it looks beautiful. And I thought, God, Counter-Strike looks so good on the PGL streams. And then I realized, Tom, not even looking at the 4K one. And for you guys at home, if you don't know, PGL, obviously most of you guys will be watching through Twitch. I think that's what's linked on HLTV. But if you don't know, over on YouTube, there is a 4K stream of this as well. And it is honestly
and for
amazing.
All you 4K viewers.
No, stop. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're going to put a hotline number up for anybody traumatized by what Tom just did. You can call that the people are going to try to read Humpty Dumpty to their kids at night and be like, it's him. But yeah, looking at, if you guys want to watch some, like, honestly, guys, Counter-Strike looks so good in 4K. It's the only stream I know of, the only tournament, actively anyways, that I know of that stream in 4K. So check out the PGL YouTube. I think you can just find it. Let me check. By type PGL in YouTube, there you go. Comes up straight away. 4K, Perfect World Asia League. And once the ad is finished playing, I get to have some 4K. My only downside to this is we don't see it live, right? Because this is delay. So I've got to. Oh man, it looks so good, Tom. Just watching the waiting screen.
Yeah, it's more of an exclusive club as well, because 59 people. But only 59 people watching it in 4K. Like, who's watching it not in 4K when you have the choice?
Exactly. Well, the thing is, on HLTV, it's it is, but. See, people will come on and they'll just click on the top one, right? Yeah. And obviously, people also won't know that YouTube is 4K and Twitch isn't. But in case you're wondering why that is, it's because Twitch just doesn't allow it at the moment. It's an experimental feature with YouTube that PGL have access to, so they can stream in 4K, whereas Twitch is 1080p 60 FPS max, right? And it's like 6,000 kilobytes per second max upload. To anyone that doesn't stream, they'll have no idea what that means, but it just means that it doesn't look as clean and crisp and beautiful. And who wouldn't want to look at Tom's gorgeous shiny head in 4K? That's what I'm asking.
You might go blind, but it'll be a good kind of blind. But yeah, this is one of those situations where, back to the match, where we're looking at Tiger here. This should be a chance for them to basically confirm themselves going through in like one of the higher seeds. Obviously, the chance of them going out now, I think, are slim to none unless they lose all of their remaining games. And then, like, we see after and Checkmate, or maybe Bren and Sigma, like, if they win all of their games, I don't know. I think there's probably a world where somehow they go out. But realistically, very unlikely. And if they win this series, there is no way that they can go out. So if that's not incentive enough, I don't know what is.
I think when you look at 7 wins, you would need... I don't think it is possible because...
They don't have 7 wins. They have 5.
Oh, they have 5 wins. Sorry. Okay.
They've played 7 matches, Mitch. Come on, pay attention.
Sorry. Yeah, so there's probably a chance that somehow in the matrix of games that can happen that they lose. This is a very aggressive push by Huatsai. They smelled blood after finding the first, and they've gone for more, but Urkas flank up behind. Nets nothing. And so at 2v3, they know Dobu's on site. They suspect NCL's holding down towards the B site. Dobu's good for one. He's going to tuck away. His teammate's coming up behind. He's going to just try to buy that little bit of time. And there you go. NCL catches them completely unaware. Well played by Tiger. Well played by Dobu, more specifically. Because if he was to do what a lot of players in this tournament, I've seen them do it in this exact situation. If he was to go up and peek there and look for a kill, sure, he maybe gets them. But if he dies... and it's a million times harder for NCL.
Well, unfortunately for Huatsai, that's not the start they were looking for in their own map choice. We talk about the T side, especially of this map, a lot of the time revolving around momentum. You want to get those opening picks, utilize the spawns to your advantage, but if you're not feeling confident, that's not really going to work too well. This is interesting. They're going hunting. They're trying to find her because they must have spotted him walk into the lower tunnels, and so they just go and hunt him down. I quite like that. A brutal way for the round to begin. Obviously, that is only an SMG picked up, but it's an extra kill in a round where they can't really expect to gain too much here. For Bulbasaur, he has an MP9, can attempt to do a little bit of damage. I was going to say that I would have preferred to see that MP9 go into the hands of Splashcade, purely for the reason that he's going to be the one looking to try and earn up some extra cash for an AWP. This could be huge, though. They've got a kill. They've got a road onto short. Spiels, if he gets the bomb down, that's an extra $800 per player. And he's going to get it down. This is a huge success. 2 kills, a bomb plant, and plenty of money going to be in the bank for the next round for Huatsai. Yeah. He can drop an AWP. Splashcade can buy one for himself without head armor, but I guess it depends if the focus is more on extra utility, and I think it is. So if he wants an AWP, he can buy one, and he will. It's Dust 2. No real surprises there. And yeah, that's a huge boost, and I feel like Tiger probably could have done a bit of a better job. I don't really necessarily blame Urkas. Obviously, he went for quite an aggressive play, but realistically, this is not the fastest cat boost I've ever seen, I'll be honest. But, you know, it works out. And while Spiels has just taken a hell of a lot of damage to the Molotov, they managed to split the offense, and already you just see Splashcade waiting patiently there. It's going to be an aggressive push coming in onto short. Now, the main player they have to be careful of is going to be Neff, and you can see Nine is just going to be watching in that direction. And in the meantime, the rest of the T's, they've taken control of Long. Now, Dobu, he shouldn't be peeking this at all. With a rifle, there's an argument to take that fight. Nice shot from Neff. I wasn't even sure he was going to see the head. But yeah, for Dobu, he's just got to stay as passive as can be.
I was muted, Tom. I'm so sorry. I was coughing away and forgot to unmute it again. But Dobu's picked up 3. Gorgeous work. And I'm very glad he didn't swing out.
He got a dink as well.
Did he? Oh,
yeah, he dinked up the last player. That's ridiculous. He's done so much damage. And now Splashcade, well, okay, you don't need to peek him. There is 10 seconds. There is 10 seconds left. You have a player flanking through Long. Absolutely no need to peek. He's going to get a bomb down, though.
Oh, he's dead. He's so close. There we go. So what I was saying before that was the Dobu, I agreed, you know, he didn't want him to peek. He had to stay passive. Urkas was there with him, but didn't have a flashbang to chuck it out and allow them to go in for a peek to spot info. And I think Huatsai tried to do what I was expecting of them, which was to slow that round down a little bit and hope that Tiger went for a more aggressive stance, that they peeked out to just see, oh, is there anybody on long? At which point they'd get an easy kill with the AWP, but that didn't happen. That first kill, Very nicely done. The nade that went down from Urcast did quite a bit of damage, combined with the spams through the smoke to make it very easy for Dobu to find those extra 2. And then obviously the dink that he hit was fantastic as well. There's a lot of work done there by both players on the site. And we end up then in this position of 3-0. Fantastic start for Tiger overall, but WotSide do still get a decent investment out with that bomb plant. And so it is going to be somewhat of a battle still.
Well, slow default rounds coming out from HotSide. I'll be honest, I'd like to see them pick up the pace. I think that's where this team truly thrives, is with fast, aggressive plays. They've missed the Xbox smoke. Not going to be an ideal start to the round. They do have plenty more smokes available to them, and with Spiels down the bottom mid, he can just throw the one that sort of sits on the edge of the door, does the same job, and much harder to miss. Nonetheless, it looks like they're actually just going to push into mid without it, which, well, luckily for them, there is no one facing, so I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. And I think that's what Tiger have started to do. They've just realized if we just like sit tight, they're playing these slow defaults, we can just win this off individual skill. Bulbasaur, he's trying to sell a little bit of a fake, and his fake involves shooting 1 bullet, which, well, I don't know how well that's going to work, but then again, nobody did rotate in the direction of B. NCL is going to throw out all of his utility, just spam it down. Urkus finds a kill, but it is eventually dropped. They're just going to go running through the smoke. This is so risky! And Cabal, whoa, I take it back. He's killing them with the AWP. I guess if they just face it 1 by 1, it's not too hard a task. And now Ronan's the only one left, the only player to do any damage in this round, and unfortunately, he's just got to save his gun.
I don't know what was going on there, I'll be honest. Like, I'm always going to try and rationalize the plays that we see. And, you know, give the players the benefit of the doubt. Remember, we've got a lot more information than they do. We see every single round we see from both teams' perspective. So it's very easy for us to say, well, you know, they should just be doing this. This would work. At the same time, as I want to be fair and presume they know, you know, based on the info they had, why would they rush through the smoke into B? Like, that whole round played out so unusually. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I feel like that was an odd round strategy that they left themselves in a position where, with a molly and window, they would be screwed.
They could get a bomb down here as a minimum.
They should
Bomb's actually a little bit further behind. They are going to eventually get there. CT's seemingly just looking to try and set up for a retake, and Urkus waiting on the edge. He's got to be careful because he can be peeked from multiple angles, but he's going to hold. Cabal trying to clear out the close corners. There's a lot of utility here, but the fact is a lot of time has already gone from the clock. 15 seconds down. Sure, they have kits, but they need to start clearing out some of these players. Not the best of starts as they lose 2 in response, but the pre-fire spray does nothing. And now it's all on to Neff, trying to waste as much time as humanly possible, but he doesn't get the job done. A 5-0 start for Tiger. Again, they're taking casualties, and again, the bomb goes down. Well, the same result as it's 5-0 and HotSide yet to get on the board.
I think that was a really smart round by Tiger, though, especially by Urcast, allowing them to have sight and going in for the retake, because they had the double op setup. Now, if you go in for a more aggressive play in that position and you die, you have 2 ops to try and retake. Well, unless they massively overpeak and give you the advantage, it's unlikely that you're really going to get anything done. But the fact that they were able to set up together and all push in back at once, over on short, all those op shots hit by, I think it was Cabal. That was round winning. And good that they didn't take the risk. But altogether, as you were saying, Tom, it's still a pretty positive outcome for WotSide. They'll be happy with that round, getting that plant down, getting the kills. Now they just need a follow-up. Because you can set yourself up, well, if you never win the round, you won't get the reward. And Cabal's come through with the opening duel, aggressive on short, a nice early stance. And again, it seems like the default of WotSide when things go wrong is to just rush
in
B.
Tunnels. Cabal pushed through tunnels. That's how he got that opener. They're playing very aggressively, and they're doing the same thing! They keep running through that smoke. Luckily, Ronan's just a headshot machine and gets them into a viable position. He's going to go aggressive. What? Oh, that's ridiculous. The youngster coming up trumps in a round that never should have happened. He now has an opportunity to try and bring this back. He's feeling it, but he's going to burn. The Molotov clips him just enough. It's left onto Spiels, and he can't quite do it. A valiant effort from the 17-year-old. And Dobu having a little bit of a celebratory spray. That is heartbreaking. That shot through the wall. He's done that a couple of times now. It's just pure filth. But somehow he manages to make it work. It's just a shame that Molotov clipped him for almost exactly the amount of health he had.
It is what it is.
Yeah, that's
Cabal
the aggression
pushing-
from Cabal, yeah.
Yeah, so going by yourself and through tunnels is incredibly risky. Normally you'll have a player there with a flash ready to pop it off for
That's
you if they...
ridiculous. I didn't even see him even with the X-ray.
I do wonder in some shots like that, like, does the player actually mean to do it, or are they just going to hit that spam while they're on their way back and then go, oh, I got a kill?
Thing is, I've seen him land that more than once. That's so gross. I want to see him on a better team. I know it's harsh, but I just feel like if he was... it's not even that the players around him are bad, but I just feel like if he was utilized properly, he would be an unreal force. Because the problem I'm finding is either he's making plays of his own intuition, which, I'll be honest, most of the time is a terrible idea, or it's like this round where I feel like if he's entry fragging, maybe they come out of that on top. Instead, he's one of the latter players coming in, and sure, he does a good job, but by that point, the round already seemed like it was over. I just think if you were setting this guy up with like smokes and flashes to entry into sights, he'd be unreal because his first bullet accuracy is off the charts.
Yeah, 100% agree. He is crazy, and I think we've seen a couple of these players now that will be utilized 100% later on by better teams or by better structured Counter-Strike, whether it's with this team or with a different one, and that can deliver massively. I look forward to it. The likes of Neff, the likes of Ronan, baby. In this game alone. Ronan.
They are playing very aggressive at the moment. So the last round they get an opener through tunnels. This round they get an opener in long doors.
In fairness, it was like a minute into the round, though, so locking down that control, trying to make a little bit of an info play, I don't mind it. It was more so the fact that Huatsai went in one player by himself. They just take short control after. They allow a player to get away with a free kill. 9 just swings out. One for him. Doesn't get the second. It's a little bit dangerous if they keep hitting shots. One by one they peak, and one by one they fall. A plan should come through. And a 2v3, I mean, this is winnable for Huatsai.
It's almost identical to last round. They've put themselves in a position that's winnable. The problem is they're not winning any of these rounds, and Cabal, well, he's going to face both players coming in from short. I don't think Neff's going to be expecting this. Like a rotation that's come all the way back. He's still trying to check on the other side. And yeah, and a nice rotation in the end from Dobu. He came all the way around from long back to short. Yeah, it's the same again. Like I know that I'm sort of just harping on about like this young kid, but why is he lurking? I don't want to see him lurk. That's not a position that I feel like he's valuable in. In fact, I think that's one of the worst positions I could think of him playing, because most lurkers have to be patient, they have to be calm, and they basically have to wait for their opponent to aggress. That is not something I see within Ronan's capabilities. Like, he's the person I almost want to say, go kill. He's like, oh, okay, and then just runs after the ball. I think right now, in terms of the way he plays, I don't think that works. Because I don't think he works that well off of people. I think he's just an individual force. Like, yeah, in a couple of years when he's more experienced, sure. But right now, I'd rather just say, hey, I'm going to flash for you, go peek it. Because that's what he's doing anyway, just without the flash. Like, you might as well just set him up if he's going to do it anyway.
Tom, if I do this one more time, I'm gonna cry. It's a bad day for me with my hay fever. I've been coughing a lot. I keep muting vMix. Keep doing it.
See, I just have a mute button that mutes both, and then I just click it again.
I'm gonna have to learn how to do that.
The only problem is I currently have it as page down, so if I'm ever on a page, it will scroll it down. But
Yeah.
it still works because then I don't forget, because I have to scroll the page back up. It's genius. It was a bad mistake initially, but it actually works very well. Oh, this round at least. It's looking a lot cleaner, because that's one of the things I will give credit to Hwatsai, which there's not many things to give credit for, is even though they've been losing, well, every round, they've been keeping them close. Like, they keep losing initial frags and then bringing it back into like 2v3s or something like that, and then, well, unfortunately initially losing. But this one is flawless from Tiger, and that's, well, if anything, if we want a competitive game, that's not what we want to be seeing. The other thing that terrifies me is, from what we've seen so far this tournament, Tiger are better on the T side. They won 10-5 in one of the halves versus Checkmate. That was actually a map that they lost. And yeah, they've already got 9 rounds on this CT side, and I would be very surprised if they don't get to double digits at this point. Then again, they did go 8-0 previously, and, well, let that one slip. So it's possible, but very unlikely, especially with Splash K just going down straight away. Cabal, well, I've harped on him for using the AWP in the past. In this map, he's been fantastic with it. But I will partially put that down to the fact that Hwatsai have died to him peeking tunnels almost every round. You'd think they'd learn from it, but they haven't. Urkus, good position. They're not going to expect the second player, surely. Or they do, but he still manages to get a kill.
And they'd seen him before when he went up for the initial peek. He threw a flash high for Urcast. This is a much better round for Hwatsai. That's only the 3rd time that Dobu's died. I think he's got 16 kills now. Not too shabby. And Bobo, who we're looking at, well, he's yet to even get 1 on the board. And I wouldn't even necessarily laugh at that too much, because the rest of the team, like Nefs on 3, Spiels on 2, it's rough. Bulbasaur, well, he's going to go 0-10. He's not even got an assist. I don't think I've ever seen that before. 0-0-10.
But that's the thing, though. They were talking about it earlier. Obviously, was it Sean Bean? Yeah, Sean Bean is 006. Ond is 007. And then someone called Bill is 008. Should I have a look who 0010 is? Let's have a look. We're
If
going
it's Bob,
down
I'm
some...
going to laugh my ass off.
I don't think it's Bob. The real name of
Bill.
0010 is John Wolfgram. He is mentioned in Benson novel The Man with the Red Tattoo. So there you go. If he gets to 0011, his name is Cedric.
Cedric. Very popular name in Singapore. Cedric. We'll see what they can do. Bob? Oh, come on, Bob. He was blind. He was blind. You've got him. We're all here for Bob. He's looking to get his kill. Deagle in hand. Here's the steps. Oh, no. 0-0-11, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like we're on a game show.
His name right now is Bobo Very Sore, because this is a painful game. So we have what's next on the list? Where does it go from here?
So he's Cedric at the moment.
He's currently Cedric. His name's Sam Johnston. This website could just be this website is called scoopwhoop.com, so a reliable source.
Very reliable. Very.
A photograph mentioned in the film shows him to be a male with dark hair.
It could be Bob.
Bulbasaur is a male with dark hair, you know.
It's all adding up now. Bulbasaur, come on. Let's get Bulbasaur cam. Come on, we want to watch Bob. It's like, I've never seen someone go 0-0-11 before. I want to see this man's first kill. Didn't
Advent do it the other day? Like, I literally tweeted it out. He didn't get a kill in the whole first half.
Yeah,
he went 0014. So that's the record.
Was it 00 or was it 014?
I'm pretty sure it was 00.
Right. You tweeted it out. It was 00.
It was
Thank
00.
you. Thank you, Black.
Okay, they might get around that. No, they've run through the smoke, and Nef's just been no-scope. It's on to Ronin. for the first round to stop the 16-0. He's got a minute to play with. The bomb is down on short. Not an easy position to get it back from. Both players are currently sat together. If there was anybody I would rely on to win this round, it's Ronan, baby. He's going to try and sneak his way through. He gets the first one. 9 is down. It's left all onto NCL. He's got the AUG in hand. The time is ticking away. Ronan may be expecting somebody to peek here, but instead, NCL's playing a ring around the Rosie. This could actually come back to bite him if Ronan just barrels on towards this A site, which is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to get himself a bomb plant. The question is, where does he plant for? He plants it safe. Smart one. The 17-year-old has actually got himself in a position where he can win this. He expects the flank, or at least I think he does. He spots the player, and he's going to win them around, Mitch. 11-1. Ronan will clutch out the 1 versus 2. And Tiger, no flawless game for you. What's 0013?
Let's find out. You know what? While Tom's finding out, let's get some votes in the chat. Exclamation mark.
Brioni Thorn.
Oh, jolly good.
Also known as Fearface. It's a female 0013. So there you go.
I want to know, Twitch chat. I want the exclamation mark in chat followed by the round number. So like this is round 13, round 14 that you think Bulbasaur is going to get his first kill. What round? And if you don't think he's going to get a kill this whole game, just type exclamation mark X. All right, let us know. This is an official vote. We're going to keep it on Bulbasaur and figure out.
There actually isn't anybody
get
past 0013. So
oh, God. Advent. Advent is past 0013.
Advent, there you go. Advent is 0014. Oh, God. Come on, Bulbasaur. I don't want it to happen.
He's lurking. Come on. He's going to catch a rotate and catch a kill. They've taken B. This is perfect. This is the exact set of I don't know what I'm even saying anymore. This is exactly the set conditions that he needs to find a kill. They've taken B. This is either going to be a save, in which case he can catch them coming up the ramp, a sneaky play. Bulbasaur's going in for it. He spotted them, but he's
Come on, Sam Johnston.
He's missed the shot. He's running away. He's legging it. Bob, he's thinking, I could get a kill, but I don't want to be 0013. So he's bailing.
Yeah, he'll stay as Sam Johnston for now.
He saved a deagle instead of going for a kill. Is there a rifle here for him? Yeah, there must be. If he died to the bomb, it would be the funny. I would leave. It would be so funny.
There we go. He got a gun. He's actually going to go back. I don't think there's anybody he can actually kill. And it is going to be a second round for Hwatsai. Now, this is a common thing within pretty much any level of Counter-Strike.
Oh my God, Bulbasaur! Come on, bro! Come on!
Oh.
You can't even save the weapon! 0013.
All right, Brioni Thorn. Or Brioni. Briony. Brioni or Brioni?
Oh,
Mrs.
Tom.
Thorn.
Mrs. Thorn. Well, let's see if Bulbasaur can match Advent's record of 0014. This has been depressing at this point. He's going towards B early on. He's committed to playing away from his team. A player who's yet to get a kill. Committing to a lurk roll. Not even a lurk. He's going out B. He's walking out B.
No.
What kind of drugs is this man smoking or injecting or whatever he's doing? That's crazy.
Ooh.
I haven't got a kill yet, boys. I'm gonna go solo B and rush through tunnels. What?
Maybe a little bit of tilt involved here. They are getting absolutely slammed. It doesn't look like it's about to get any better. The flashbang catches Spiels, and it's a flawless round for Tiger. So just to put this into perspective, Advent's 0014, I don't think I'd ever seen that before. He has the chance to die in every round of the first half and not get a kill.
Mm-hmm. That would be a record. That would have to be a record.
Well, it's impossible for it not to be, because
Well, true.
that's
Tied
the
record.
worst you can possibly do.
No assists. Does he have a flash assist at least? Hold on. No.
Come on, Bulbasaur.
So, if
1 and
Bulbasaur
14.
dies now, he's genuinely been more helpful to the enemy team because of the money they get for killing him than if he just didn't join. He has 7 ADR. That's probably from a nade. Look, okay, here we go. Come on, Bulbasaur. I believe in you. 1 kill. 1 kill in the half. That's what we're looking for. They're going out on B. They're looking to. He's the second man. He's going to try and trade spiels. He's dodged a nade. This is a good start, but he gets spammed to 37 HP. Another nade. He's on 18, and he's sprayed through the smoke. Double 15, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time in my career commentating, I have seen a man go a whole half without flashing anybody, without assisting a kill, barely damaging, and dying in every single round. Oh my god. This is something else, Tom.
I'm just saving a screenshot of that for my desktop.
Oh, I'm gonna take the HLTV one just to show the lack of flash assists as well, so you can't even argue that.
Oh dear, oh dear. I realize we might have gone a little bit off topic, but this is something.
It is the most
to be
interesting thing in the game,
marveled
isn't it? At the
upon.
moment, the most interesting
Come
thing
on,
is
Ronan.
when is Bulbasaur getting a kill?
Ronan, you got this. You got this, bud. There we go. They're gonna get a third round. That's something at least. It's a small silver lining. I'm just gonna tweet out this picture, just saying, oh dear. It's a horrible quality picture, but you know. There you go. Oh dear.
Uh,
At least he's smiling.
yeah, at least he's having a good time.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You are awful, awful people, VGL.
He's got a headshot as well.
I love how it says most popular gun, 0 kills. Like that's the biggest troll I think I've ever seen. Oh, enemies killed 0 assists. Oh, body hits 4. That's even more depressing. That means he's only hit 4 people in the entire game. Wasted bullets 155.
Out of 160.
Okay, so they're streaming to YouTube. I'm not going to say where they should stream, but it should be somewhere
You
else
can
because
guess.
this is a.
It's a site that
is
can make use of the
brutal.
blurry cams.
Yeah.
That's it's not pretty, Tom, is it? It really is not pretty. I think they probably called a pause so that Bulbasaur could go and just stand in the shower for a minute and feel some warmth. That's what I'd want to do at this point. Because you get in your head 100%. Like when you go like 07, 08, you get in your head where you're like, I need to get a kill. I need to. And it just makes it so much harder to actually get a kill. And you saw it with the position where like he just runs out on B. The dude was clearly like, all right, guys, I'm gonna recover. I got this.
I'm ready.
I'm ready for Bulbasaur. They've gone for short control. They've seen it's clear. And when they come back to the site, there's going to be a full army of terrorists that, oh, they're going to go in a flank. Come on, a flank. If they're not spotted on this flank, that's 100% a kill, right? Bulbasaur easily gets this. Urcast is watching for it, though. He is ready. Ooh, Bulbasaur's going back. He's going to be the only player on short that can actually see the players on site as they come on. Come on, here we go. First kill, new half, new Bulbasaur. He's managed to sneak into Gandalf. This is a great position. Tom, if they don't check this, he goes out. He's missing the shots. And oh no! 0-0-16 for Bulbasaur. The trend continues. Oh my god. Ban's bringing up in chat there about Masuda going 0 and 18. Was it 0-0? 0 flash assists, 18. But even still, it looks like Bulbasaur is trying to break that record.
That's the thing. If they say they win from here and he dies every round, he beats that going 0-0-19.
I also want to point out that genuinely, as I said when we were looking at that last round of the half, he has literally had nothing but negative impact. Like if he didn't join the server, they'd be in a better position because he's
That's
just
not
free
nice.
money.
Yeah,
It's true though.
No, he hit the dink. He's on 2
HP.
Oh, well, he's got a second headshot.
0-0.
No, shut up.
17, Tom. I started this as a joke when he had 8 deaths. I didn't think we'd be here, Tom. It's like when when you watch people play Deal or No Deal and they get the 1 penny and you're like, oh, that's a good start. He's probably going to get the million. And then he gets the 5 cent and the 10. You're like, wait, what? And then all the way up till the banker's offering him $500,000. It's like, what's going on? This just doesn't feel like real life. He's taking the silencer off.
Oh, come on.
He's gotten a kill with it as well. It's probably the first time I've seen that.
Bulbasaur watching that going, so take off the silencer. That's the tactic. Oh, God. I really don't want him. Like, there's the sick part of my brain that wants him to go 0019. And then there's the other 4%. No, I'm kidding. There's the other half of my brain that really wants him to get a kill. Making me a bit sad.
What's driving me crazy is just the impact. Like, I've never seen someone have no positive impact on a half. Like, even because he's lurking a lot of the time, like, you can't say, oh, well, he got info, he did this, like, he just died. He's having the worst game I've ever seen. And, like, Bulbasaur isn't that bad. Like, he's still not in the bottom 5 players of this tournament for me. It's not like...
Yet.
It's not like he's... Well, if he does this a few more times... This is just the unluckiest game, I think. I've... Like... You know, we've all queued those games, Tom, where every angle you peek, there's an off. Every fight you take, you hit them, they headshot you. Like, you miss every shot that you're trying to go for. Here we go. Come on. It's gotta be it. Yes! He's done it! 1 for 18. He has not gone the 0 for 18 route. He's not beaten the record. Congratulations, Bobo. We were all on your side.
All right, now the comeback begins. 2 versus 3 situation. Kabao and NCL looking to try and hold on. With Bulbasaur's impact, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to cope with this mentally, but Kabao seems to be doing okay as he's going to hit the initial shot. He's being pushed. He's now the last man left alive, but he's found the pick, and the defusal's begun. Ronan's just sticking it. It is a 10-second defusal. The Molotov won't stop him in time. He's just looking to try and hold on to it. The jumping shots at Kabao. He's going to win the round. It is 15-3. As if it couldn't get any worse, they don't manage to even win the round where Bulbasaur gets a kill. What more could he have done? Why have you given the slow-mo highlight of this? He almost
not
got
only
2.
that, he got a kill and an assist. Look at that track and spray. Well done, Bulbasaur. That is more impact genuinely in that round than he has had for this whole game. And again, it's just amazing. It's just beautiful. Because I'm not... If I saw anyone else do this, there's some players, Tom, and I think we all know who they are. If they had a game like that, we would be happy to harp on about them. I genuinely just feel like, I don't think Bulbasaur is a terrible player. He's just had the unluckiest half ever.
Yeah, unluckiest.
I pity him.
Bad. Either word works. Here we go. There's a long road ahead of them. Feels. It's going to kick things off. The spam through from Kabao doesn't actually do too much. And Bulbasaur's turned the corner. It might have been a bit of a dicey corner, as that kill wasn't clean. But, hey, he's going to get handed a scout in exchange for a AK. Great deal. And now it's left all on to 9 and Kabao. But to be honest, they might be enough. 9 currently 19-8. And Kabao, well, I'm sure he's up there. I'm not sure exactly how many kills he has, but... I'm sure he's above at least 20, I would say. Oh, he's on 19 as well. Isn't that beautiful? Working in perfect tandem. He's going to end up on top. Bit of confusion from Kabao as he gets spammed through the wall. They've currently split their defense evenly. This is risky as he peeks into the crosshair of Ronan, which is not something you ever want to be doing, especially when he's got an AK in hand, and he will dome both of them. The youngster again, bear in mind they've won 4 rounds. He has 16 kills, so he's still putting up some numbers, showing that he's at least still on the server. Well, Spiels has got to watch out, because I think Bulbasaur's coming for his tally.
$15-4. I mean, do we believe in anything coming back? Do we believe in Huatsai? I don't think so. Balbo, look, he's going ham at the moment. 3 kills. Infinitely better than the first half. And a couple going their way. At least, like, you're up against Eagles. This is where you want to build up that little bit of confidence. You don't really want to get wrecked.
You don't want to get killed by a Glock on long.
No.
The Deagle's going to finish him off. And Urkus, he's found a Deagle of his own. It's Neff to clean things up, pad those stats a little bit. 15-5. It looks a bit more respectable, right? But ultimately, we expect the result to be the same. Cabal, 20 kills. Dobu, 24 kills. 19 kills. Again, Urkus, he's been having a decent game, but he hasn't really had to do too much thus far. So, either way, we are going to see the boost onto Cat. Flashgate trying to spot out players. He's missed the timing a little bit. Flashbang going to be popped out, and while the shot initially missed, decides against using any of his utility to get them back into the situation, and they've gone for heavy short control, so they've completely negated long. This sets you up quite nicely for a retake setup if they go in that direction. It actually allows for some really heavy presence into mid if they don't.
And for Tiger, I do wonder, they're poking out very aggressively with NCL, who's incredibly low HP. He started to walk through double doors. I was a little bit scary, a little bit spooky. But he backs off. They're taking this one nice and slow, and they did actually manage to bait out some aggression from Huatsai. Long control's being completely relieved as well. I'm not a fan of this CT setup. Like, coming into the last 35 seconds, if this is just a straight rush short, they could be in a lot of trouble. Spiels, he's good for one, taken out immediately. That flash had pushed back Splash K. And they're left in this position now where, okay, well, for some reason, Tiger have slowed down. They've only got 20 seconds. They've got to go. I thought they were going to rush this. They're going to be under so much pressure to push this site.
And only one man stands in their way. The mighty Bulbasaur is going to be forced off the angle. He gets the kill done, standing strong, and he's dropped the bomb alongside his teammates. This round is over. They can't get past the Bulbasaur. Now he's 420. Who's laughing now? Not me. He's flying high, you could say.
How high? What's high?
That's worse than anything I've ever said.
Oh, I like the nade. That's really good damage. Fantastic little start. This should be Huatsai. Yeah, let's pretend we didn't see that. This should be Huatsai's round pretty cleanly, especially with that nade damage done. It's just pistols are up against one hero AK on Cabal. I do have to question the play, though, in the previous round. Like, Tiger get control of short, 1-for-1 trade, everything's looking good. And then they're like, okay, let's set up smokes, and let's wait,
Get a
and let's
Bulbasaur.
wait. It was so odd. They were scared, yeah. This guy started fragging out.
Running boost thrown in. Easy first one. Chance to pad the stats a little bit. The comeback of Bulbasaur. The story to rejuvenate this squad, as he is wrecking anyone that comes into his crosshair. Neff's gonna steal a couple at the end, you know. It's mainly Bulbasaur. He's up to 7.
What an
Much
absolute
better.
meme.
7 kills, 7 rounds. I'm just saying.
This man is not the bottom fragger for the team anymore. Spiels.
I told you. I was
on
like,
6.
Spiels better watch out because Bulbasaur's coming for his tally. And, you
They're
know,
tied up. They're tied up. Can you imagine being tied up with someone who was 0 and 17 without an assist? He had something like 12 ADR.
yes,
you
I
know,
can
tied.
imagine that.
Well, yeah.
Still a very long way to go before this gets even remotely scary. That is an interesting nade thrown by 9. Maybe he thought there was somebody coming behind him. Peek out from Neff, though. That's fantastic. Caught both players in mid. Teammates a little bit low. The remaining players, well, they know where they are. They have to. You've got Spiels all the way in middle. He's pushed him from behind. It doesn't matter, though. 9 just entries. Urkus has found a second as well. This could be the beginning of the end. Spiels is going to have a very fast rotation. He's got to be careful with the noise he's making. Slowed it down, and this could be perfect. It seems like Urkus might be watching the turnaround comes in. They've realized that there's one man flanking, the other looking to try and play through the window. Splashcake needs to do something here, but Spiels, he's doing the job, and it's left all on to 9. He gets the first. It's onto the Glock, the pistol to finish things off, and 9 will close the game. Tiger, they dominate when it comes to this matchup. Hotsai, we may have joked and laughed in the early stages of the match, but the reasoning was because they were getting absolutely slapped. And Mitch, if we didn't laugh, then we probably would have cried. Obviously, we know that Blair's going to be coming up with the MVP of Bulbasaur in this from the second half. But other than that, we're gonna wait for his opinion on why that didn't quite go the way of Hotsai.
Well, I mean, end of the day, it's a first-person shooter, Dinko, right? I mean, you got to hit shots, and
you gotta shoot
unfortunately,
people.
you know what? I'm happy for Bobo. It was a tale of redemption. That second half, 0-17. I don't even
pretty
think
bad
MI6 goes that high, right? I mean, like, I think at 0013, that's like, all right, we're not gonna have more agents. It's too much. But Bobo.
We've given out too many licenses to kill.
Yeah, in that case, it's going to be literally like a pack of people running around killing people and swirling martinis. But Taiga showing why Dust 2 is a really solid map for them. And Huatsai just being given, I feel like, Dinko, a reminder that, hey,
You're not
Dust
winning
2,
anything.
yeah, if you're going to play a map and you feel just because it's a puggish map, you're going to make it work. No, that's not necessarily the case.
No.
Because a well-prepared team is going to be the better team. Doesn't matter what the map is.
Yeah, I feel like also Tiger just kind of match up poorly against Huatsai. This is a map that Tiger are very comfortable on. This is one you can see that on a good day, everybody can show up on. And yeah, I feel like this was always going to be a bad matchup for Huatsai. They couldn't get any wins against anybody else in this tournament. Actually, the closest game was against Tyloo, right? And that was a bit of a strange one. But nonetheless, coming into this, it's kind of the result we expected. Tiger showing up, getting it done. Huatsai reminded that this team probably isn't going to work out. They're going to have to do either a hell of a lot of practice after this tournament to try and get their map pool in place, or they're going to have to change a few players. And I think a couple of these players are exciting. I think Ronin, obviously, Neff's a very exciting player, but the rest of the team, I don't know where I'd go with Splashkey right now. He's sadly performing quite poorly. Spiels as well, I think he's past his best. So that's quite unfortunate to say, but it's true. I think they know how to play Counter-Strike, but they're not doing it well enough right now to compete in this tournament. Yeah,
and if you look at Neff and Ronin, I feel like these are the maybe two potential players that could be on the market very, very soon. Honestly, if I'm impression right now with that Thai orc he just signed for, I'm keeping an eye on these two guys because I don't really think this team's going to be lasting much longer either. Yeah. I do have to agree with you on that. On the other side, for the side of Tiger, this is a very convincing win, something which you wanted to see, I guess, Mitch. Like they have looked a little shaky in the past this tournament so far, but they have kind of grown into it, right? They're starting to look really solid. And for me, this beatdown, one might even say, on Huatsai, it didn't involve Urcast at all, which is fantastic.
I think it's the formula, right? Whenever you look at Tiger winning these games convincingly, Urcast isn't the one stepping up. He's like the final protocol. If everything else has gone to hell, he's the one that steps up and goes, I guess I chose a bad week to retire. And he comes up, he does the job. But at the end of the day, we don't want to see just him doing the damage. That's why I'm happy to see Dobu so consistently now, because it's not just in this series, it's the last like 3 or 4. Dobu's been a real driving force for the Tiger side, and you need someone like that to lean back on. And the fact that Urcast is near the bottom, even Cabal, okay, he did fantastically, but he wasn't, carrying by any means. This was just an easy game, and I think it was exemplified in pretty much every single round.
Stop.
Oh, they've done head-to-head.
I love PGL.
I really like
They're
PGL,
evil.
but this is evil. This is just cruel
Round survived
and unusual punishment.
I love it.
Oh. Well, at least Bulbasaur redeemed himself, right? He got a few kills at the end. They're catching up with Spiels. Spiels had such a quiet game, but Bulbasaur was so terrible that we didn't even speak about Spiels. And Spiels ain't dead about. No, he was struggling as well. But that's it. The day is done and dusted. Let's take a quick gander at today's results. We had some quick affairs, like very, very quick series. Although a couple of maps that go away to overtime. I'm looking at you after gaming and Brent, but it was Sigma taking down Checkmate. It was a very quick and clinical affair. Sigma just showing up and smacking Checkmate out of the server. Very convincing win from Sigma. which raises a few questions about the Mongolian side in Checkmate, right? And after gaming in Bren, a must-win game. That should have been in the bag. They lost that, and of course, Tiger showing up roaring and showing who are the big cats of the forest, taking down Huatzai. Now, let's take a look at the standings right now as it is for the group stage. We have 3 more days remaining. But I do believe they're still updating it right now. Maybe you can take a look at tomorrow's schedule in the meantime, so we can probably paint the picture of how the group standings are going to be. Oh, there we go. And it's gone. That was really, really quick. I'm not fast enough for
It's
that.
only
Tom,
for
did you
people with
catch that?
photographic memory. That's
All right,
no one
there we go.
else's
There we go.
access.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups, rather. And Huatzai, listen, I know it's probably like 8 p.m. in Singapore right now, or like 8 p.m. or whatever, but I really hope they're able to recuperate in time, because Invictus, I feel it's still going to be very hard for them, right? Then you have Beyond versus After Gaming, not bad today, but they're going to be facing off against a much more dangerous team in the form of Beyond, who right now they're on life support. I mean, this win is an absolute necessity for Beyond to even stand a chance of qualifying or for the playoff. So it's without like a shadow of doubt, it's a must win for them.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just Beyond have to come out and just win as many games as they can, because they just can't go out of this tournament this way. Yeah, I mean, they got to get a couple of wins, just hope that they can recover their attitude and sort of the mentality, because this team, I fear for them, Blair. I mean, how many close games they're going to have against the top Chinese teams, nearly winning, and then you go on to lose against some of the weakest teams in the tournament, not going to make the playoffs. This team's mentality needs to be salvaged somehow, and maybe get a couple of wins towards the end can do it.
Well, let's see if that does happen. Of course, the final game of the day is going to be Vici, our favorite team to watch, because they do play clinical Counter-Strike, although they do tend to choke against some of the top dogs like a Tiger and Tai Lu. They're facing off with Checkmate. Now, Mitch, I don't know, man. Checkmate's a question mark, especially after today's performance. Coming up today, I was like, these guys really seem to be kind of pretty decent in middle of the pack team, but today was just a deflating performance against Sigma of all teams.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I don't think I can look at them as even taking a map off Vici if they come in on that form. The upside is I really don't think that was anywhere near the best that we've seen from Checkmate. I think today was actually the worst that they've played throughout the entirety of this tournament, which is odd coming up to the end. Like, Sigma played well. Don't get me wrong. Like, they had some a big turnaround themselves, but it was weird to see Checkmate devolve into this really weird individual style, especially on the first map, simply because it's so close to the end, but they're not secured in making it through to playoffs. So surely that's where you stay cyber focused. It's crunch time. Maybe the pressure is getting to them, and I certainly hope not. But that is where some teams will start to choke up a little bit when they haven't got that experience. The comms don't flow as well, and as a consequence, the team play doesn't either.
Indeed, sometimes a veterancy does matter in moments like this. So let's take a look now at the updated brackets. Why do you keep saying brackets? I don't know. Let's take a look at updated standings as it is here. And we, of course, have the veterans on top. Tai Lu, 7-0. Some of those games have been very close indeed, but, well, they're still flawless right now. Haven't dropped a single game. Tiger, 6-2. Invictus, 5-2. They should have an easier match tomorrow, so I'm assuming Invictus would be tied with Tiger there. Vici, 4-2. They're yet to play 3 more games, and they should be an easy affair tomorrow as well. So easier games for some of these top dogs. Now, the bottom 6, that's what I'm keeping an eye on. After Gaming, 9 points. Sigma, 9 points. Checkmate, 9 points. Bren, 9 points. Beyond on 6. And Huatzai with a big, fat egg over there. It's very
Tom.
close, Tom. What?
I see Tom in the bottom right.
Oh, Jesus. Tom, is Tom even there? It seems like he's just like,
Tom's just left.
forward.
Oh, just heard the same joke about 15 times. I'd rather
Tom,
have my hair than your
don't
hair.
you worry.
but that's
I
true.
know how you feel right now.
Tom's
I know how you
Tom's losing it. He's pulling his hair out at the. Oh, never mind.
One slip up, and it's going to haunt you for the entirety of
At
your
least I turn up
esports
though, Mitch,
career.
right?
Right, Blair. End of the day. Yes,
All
we
right.
take a look.
Look, we still have 3 more days of the group stage, 3 more days playoff, 6 more days, guys, and I don't want this synergy that we've built up, this friendship, to crumble live on stream on
What
Twitch
synergy?
like Bulbasaur's first half. So we're going to be going very quickly to wrap up the show over here, not waste any more time, and we'll be catching you, every one of you, tomorrow, bright and early, for more Asian CSGO action. It's going to be Friday as well, so what a way to kick off the beginning of the weekend as well. Dinko, Tom, Mitch, thank you once again, and everyone else tuning in, thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow.